This edition of Green Rush Live is supported by Canna Business Resources, helping you grow with Canna Business funding. Check them out at cannabusinessresources.com.
Well, it's Friday, and there's never a dull Friday in the existence of the cannabis universe and in pro-cannabis media. Hi, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young, the host of Green Rush Live and also the founder of Pro-Cannabis Media. And we have a very interesting breaking news situation going on here in the cannabis business world. And every third Friday, we happen to have Morgan Fox from NORML joining us, and we have him again today. But I'm also going to be joined by my almost regular co-host, guest host, Josh Kincaid. Josh, how you doing today?
Good, Jimmy. Thanks for having me on again.
No. Happy you're here. And Morgan, I'm guessing you know what we're going to talk about. Do you know what we're going to talk about, Morgan?
I'm actually not exactly sure if it's breaking because I've been on the road since 7 a.m.
Okay, so, but you knew about the main case and the case of them challenging resident in Maine. And anyway, the federal court ruled on this. Now, did you know that?
I did.
Okay.
I'm still diving into exactly what that means nationally, as well as what that means for the jurisdiction of that particular circuit. But it's definitely very interesting to see the dormant commerce clause being applied in such a fashion.
Yep. And that's exactly right. And you know, it's funny. It was a few months ago. We had the law professor from Vanderbilt on, I think it's Robert Mikos, and he explained how that works and why he thinks it is in place and why, and this pretty much clears the way for interstate commerce in cannabis. And I mean, rather than reading the entire article from Marijuana Moment and Tom Angel, and we all know him, it was basically a 2-1 decision by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit that affirmed that interpretation, which is broadly meant to prevent states from enforcing laws that unduly restrict interstate commerce unless given specific instruction from Congress. Maine's residency requirement for medical marijuana licensing is an example of an excessive regulation to that end, the panel's majority found. So again, you know, it goes back to, in fact, when I was reading about this, and David Rabinovitz, he's kind of our resident historian. The Rohrabacher Farr Amendment is playing a role in this too, I guess, as you look at this, because that has been renewed every year since 2014. And Congress has acknowledged that this market may continue to exist in some circumstances free from federal criminal enforcement. And the reaction from the cannabis industry community that I've been reading, these comments online, feel like this is a great kind of a shot across the bow again to Congress to understand that something has to be happen. There has to be some kind of reform. And I'm going to guess it's going to help you out in the trenches, right?
Well, absolutely. But let's look at this historically a little bit. So you go back to 2005 with the Supreme Court case of Gonzalez v. Raich, where the federal government basically said that they can continue to prosecute people even if they're in compliance with state law, because even somebody having a small amount of plants in their house, or having a small collective of plants with other patients, is technically a way to, or will influence interstate commerce. And this goes all the way back to like an old case called Wickard v. Filburn. So that was like kind of the start of this. And then now we have so many people that are trying to get something done with interstate commerce here. And this ruling, I think, is very interesting, but I think it's going to take a lot of legal heads to kind of parse out what exactly it means. And it's also only precedent for that particular circuit. And if you look at the issues of what Maine was trying to do, which was trying to keep basically the industry completely in-state and homegrown. You know, that is a laudable goal, but at the same time, that also prevents any sort of out-of-state investment in any of the companies that might be trying to get a leg up, particularly small businesses that don't necessarily have access to either in-state or traditional lending.
Yeah.
So it's a very complicated issue.
Of course it is. And I don't understand most of it other than what I read. And I'm a good reader. So I'm going to read this again about the appellate court ruling is limited in scope, that it currently is only directly affecting states within its jurisdiction, which covers Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Puerto Rico, and Rhode Island. How did Puerto Rico get in New England? That's what I'd like to know on that. Does anybody have any idea? Josh, everybody, we're shaking our heads. How did that?
I honestly don't know.
I mean, just because Alex Cora is the manager of the Red Sox, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, is that the only thing? I'm only kidding. So you're right about this, but Josh, I'm sure you have a question for Morgan regarding this. I'm just going to see if I can find any other key moments in this this article and share.
Well, just to get everybody up to speed, dormant commerce clause is referring to the prohibition of the illicit in the commerce clause. So that's against states passing legislation that discriminates against the excessively burdensome interstate commerce. So you have Oregon that passed a law a few years ago that said they can buy and sell cannabis all day long once it becomes federally legal. But to get people up to speed, how can states supersede federal law? So if the whole West Coast, Alaska, Vancouver, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, California, they're all legal. Why can't we trade in between? It's because federal law says we can't. So the dormant commerce clause, I don't understand how that could even be something that's looked at because of the feds. You can't have state law supersede federal laws. Am I right on that, Morgan? Or does this have some other bearing that I'm unaware of?
Well, you're absolutely right. But at the same time, every single state law regarding cannabis, whether it be adult use or recreational or medical, is in violation of federal law. So technically, states could enter into interstate compacts, but they would be in violation of federal law. I feel like most state legislatures, as well as most state regulators for cannabis systems, feel like that might just be a step too far and would bring the hammer down on them. But they could do it and see what happens. Just like every single state that has passed sensible cannabis policy reform has done so so far. But the dormant commerce clause really kicks in as soon as federal law changes, which means that you can be able to trade in this substance and transport it across state boundaries regardless. So, if say Nebraska continues to be an illegal state, once cannabis is legal federally, you can't, Nebraska would not be able to stop people from shipping cannabis through its territorial borders, and the federal government would not be able to stop states from entering into either interstate compacts or just doing business across borders. So it does create a lot of considerations that both state and federal lawmakers need to think about when they're approaching this. I haven't read this opinion thoroughly yet, but I would think that it doesn't really necessarily say that all of a sudden interstate commerce is legal. And anybody that is saying such, I think you need to really take it with a grain of salt and consult a ton of lawyers before you start shipping across state lines, because while it might not be an enforcement priority, you will still be doing that one thing that the feds are still really kind of iffy about. Even if they're letting states do their own thing, but as soon as you get into interstate commerce, they're going to want to have a much stronger position and a much stronger structure on it. And if people start doing it willy-nilly, I fear that it could create serious crackdowns.
Idaho doesn't even want you to transport hemp. There's a lot of issues just trying to get legal products.
You're absolutely right. I mean, there's still people sitting in jail right now in places like South Dakota for moving federally legal hemp products.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of issues that are out there, and But I want to continue with this because it says if Maine's residency requirement violates the Dormant Commerce Clause as an unconstitutionally protectionist policy, the same could theoretically be argued about state laws that prioritize licensing people who have been disproportionately harmed by the drug war. So there already is some pushback from the social equity community because we've got Robert Mikos. He's basically saying court decisions like this one could put an end to a lot of social equity licensing programs because those social equity licensing programs have had to rely on the same sort of residency discrimination to work. And that's Robert Mikos' quote from Vanderbilt. And then Shalene Title, who's a very outspoken cannabis advocate and a former commissioner for the original Cannabis Commission in Massachusetts. Now,
Shalene's my dude. She's awesome.
Everybody loves Shalene. I agree. She's now the founder of the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, the CRCC. Here's her quote. The takeaway from an equity perspective is that regulators and people concerned about fair markets should understand the case and be prepared for dominoes to start falling, she said. Being informed and prepared is still the best way to counteract legal confusion and chaos that bigger companies benefit from. You know, Morgan, again, there's definitely a little battle inside the cannabis industry between the multi-state operators and those craft cultivators, the smaller ones. What kind of effect is that going to have on putting pressure to get anything passed in front of our Senate in the next, I don't even know, make it a decade at this point, because it doesn't look like anything's going to happen anytime soon.
I'm not even going to hazard a guess. But what I will say is that, one possible iteration of this ruling is that small businesses might be able to get additional funding from out of state in places where they were not allowed to do so. I mean, we all know, and, like groups like MCBA and others have all been just like harping on this, that, while we're getting very limited benefits and like emphasis on very limited from state level social equity programs, the best way to deal with these problems is to remove license caps. So I'm not sure if this particular ruling would necessarily have an impact on that. But all that being said, I think that we're really going to have to like dive into this, because I think that it could have, a lot of unforeseen consequences, both good and bad. I think that it kind of caught everybody a little bit off guard, and nobody is really sure exactly what this is going to mean. What I know for sure is that it's going to continue to be tied up in the courts, and this ruling is going to engender a whole lot more lawsuits for any sort of state protectionist structures. And unfortunately, most of the social equity programs that exist right now are based on limited license programs, which by their very nature are a little bit protectionist and might be thrown into a tumult because of this ruling. Right. But again, only within the jurisdiction of that particular circuit.
So Andrew Klein, I think you probably recognize, I don't know if you recognize that name. I do, senior counsel at Perkins Cole.
I respect Andrew quite a bit. I used to work with him at NCIA.
So he says there may be other non-protectionist reasons that states choose to ban such commerce under the status quo of federal prohibition. His quote, "It could be protectionist. It could also be that those state rules are in place because everyone, including state legislatures and state regulators, have been under the impression that the Controlled Substances Act prohibits interstate commerce. Therefore, they're trying to sort of walk a fine line between abiding by some portion of the federal law while allowing for state sales." Does that make sense to you? His quote about
I mean, it's pretty pretty complicated, and I think that that's a definite good point. But when you come back to it, every single cannabis system violates the Controlled Substances Act. So it really comes down to a question of how far are people going to push it.
Yeah, and it says Klein said this decision should send a clear message to Congress that without action on federal cannabis reform that thoughtfully accounts for the complications of interstate commerce between divergent state markets, the industry will continue to find itself grappling with issues like this dormant commerce clause case. And this is his quote again. This is Andrew. In some ways, this ruling is a shot across the bow for the industry. And in some ways,
it's a shot across the bow for Congress. More importantly, because I think that Andrew is absolutely right.
Right.
You know, a system of laws where large and multi-million-dollar economic systems are technically illegal, but are being tolerated, and the piecemeal system that we have is not sustainable. And I think that this ruling kind of really it highlights the fact that federal law is standing in the way. Now we have all sorts of systems where state laws differ about things. I mean, alcohol still is one of those things where there are differences between state to state, and there are also rules regarding interstate commerce when it comes to alcohol. Like some states will not, or some states have more stringent rules when you want to import beer or liquor than other states. They have more strict labeling rules. You have to go through more hoops and whatnot, and that is clearly going to continue in the cannabis system. But the fact that we have such a huge dichotomy between state and federal law, and states are continuing to move in the right direction on this, more and more states every year, and we're looking at potentially like 4 or 5 that could turn in November. I think that this court ruling is really a clear signal for Congress to get off their asses.
That's right, 100%. He says, this is Andrew again. It's a shot in the arm for the industry because the First Circuit recognized that a robust interstate market already exists that is likely to attract entrants far and wide and is supported by congressional action through the Rohrabacher-Farr law or clause or whatever. And one other little note here. New Jersey State Senate President Nicholas Kottari filed a bill this month that would authorize the governor to enter into agreements with other legal states to import and export cannabis. So this is just beginning. And you know what? Clarence Thomas is sitting there going, see, I told you these laws were screwed up, right? And he's right. I mean, and it's another reason why, and Josh, you probably heard me say this. Morgan, I know you said this. You want to invest in the cannabis industry, invest in a cannabis industry law firm, okay? Because they are going to make money no matter what the law says, right?
Well, I mean, a great person to speak with about interstate commerce issues is Adam Smith. I believe he's still with the Craft Cannabis Alliance up in Oregon, and he's been working on getting states to pass interstate commerce compacts that would be triggered as soon as they were allowed by federal law. And I think that at some point, some states might just say like, we're just going to go ahead anyway, regardless of federal law. But we'll see. At the end of the day, though, I think that it's really great to see that courts are recognizing that, not only do we have a vibrant multi-state regulated cannabis industry, but interstate commerce is already happening on the unregulated industry and has for decades. So do you want to control it, or do you want to allow the interstate commerce to only be the purview of underground operators?
Yeah. And isn't it interstate commerce when there's an edible product in California that's also available in Massachusetts? It's the same recipe, the same genetics, the same manufacturing. It's all tested. And I mean, seems to me that is interstate commerce. The difference is they grew it and created it in one state to make it exactly the same as the other state. So it's like a license to recreate that recipe in a legal state. To me, that is interstate commerce.
Well, I mean, I think that you're onto something, but at the same time, intellectual property is not necessarily something that is held under the umbrella of interstate commerce. So, you can use the ideas and the methods and whatnot, but unless actual physical material is crossing state borders, it's not technically interstate commerce.
Right. And if it came from a seed, is that a little material, or is that still the gray area in this industry?
I mean, you'd have to talk to a lawyer about that.
Josh, what's your feeling about seeds and genetics? Because all three of us know there's a vibrant market for genetics on the internet.
Yeah, I would say grab as many as you can and store them in a dark, cool place, because if you try to find tobacco seeds, you won't find any anywhere on the planet. So eventually, whether it's 10 or 20 years, it's going to be really, really hard to find good genetics because, like I said, you can't find it in crops like tobacco anywhere.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And you start to see proliferation of certain strains, and then other genetic material starts to kind of go by the wayside or disappear. I mean, I'm a hobby grower, and I save every single piece of genetics that I possibly can, just because I don't know if it's going to be available in the future.
Wow.
Do you have Blue Dream circa 2008? Because that was a pretty phenomenal sativa with its euphoric, energetic, uplifting experience that's been bastardized since with just genetic mutations or whatever. But if anybody's got some Blue Dream from 10 years ago, hit me up.
Me too. Right now, I'm rolling 2005 White Widow strain.
Nice.
And that was the
It's
first.
very weak, which is right where my wheelhouse is.
Blue Dream was the first strain that I bought legally when visiting California 6 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. And I do remember it, and I do enjoy that strain as well. Hey, Morgan, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, what's the latest on that CAO bill? Is it, excuse me, I know it's not going to go anywhere fast, but Cory Booker made a few little noise this week when he said, again, he's more concerned about the expungement issue than the safe banking issue. Is that a sign of a rift between the senators who wrote this bill?
Not really. Everybody knew that it was going to be pretty much like damn near impossible to get all the votes that you need in order to pass comprehensive cannabis policy reform that includes descheduling. But I think that CAOA, at least in terms of the banking language, does provide a blueprint for what the sponsors are looking for in terms of banking, at least, and also provides a ton of awesome language in terms of social justice and restorative justice. Right now, it's in recess, but there are conversations ongoing about exactly, what we would want added to safe banking, as well as what we would want attached to it, including both federal expungement measures, things like the HOPE Act, which would facilitate state expungement, which is, in my opinion, far more important just because of the numbers. And then, things like veterans access and potentially, firearm protections for medical patients. I think that it's going to be very difficult to get anything across the board in the current Congress that actually provides federal funds to cannabis businesses through things like SBA. But it's definitely something that we're pushing for. And right now we're in a position where we can push for as much as we can possibly get and then draw it back and, have some tokens to trade. But the conversations are happening, which a couple of months ago they weren't, and or at least not to the level that they are at now. And I have a lot of optimism that we're going to get something that involves banking, protections for social equity businesses, as well as restorative justice measures across the finish line this year. Wow. It's going to be difficult, but I think it can happen.
Wow, I love your optimism. It always makes me feel better after I talk with you, Morgan. I really do. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to it.
Well, we just got to let people know to contact their lawmakers so that their lawmakers know that this is something that they actually care about.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing polls showing more and more states favorably basically supporting legalization or at least decriminalization of the plant. So the movement hasn't gone backwards at all. It's moving forward and it's gaining more and more momentum. And this particular ruling, again, I think will eventually put a little more pressure on our lawmakers to actually get off vacation and get back to work. You get it, right? I know you get it.
I mean, I'm enjoying the break a little bit, but
I get it. I know. I appreciate it. Look, and everybody deserves it. It's a summertime, and it's been one of the hottest summers on record. At least they do recognize that there actually is a concern about climate change now. That being said, it still was a 50-50 split with the vice president making that vote to get that climate change bill passed. And I'm very discouraged about our system right now, but I also know it's the best one in the world. I'll be patient and I'll make it. We'll get through it. In the meantime, we're way past 4:20. Morgan, thank you so much for joining us. I look forward to talking with you again next month, and bring that optimism with you. Will you please? I love that.
Absolutely. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, and it's always like, one step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back, but things are heading in the right direction. It's victory is on the horizon. When it's going to happen, who knows? But we can't let up.
Right. Is that Cannabis Standard Time? I think that's what it is. All right. Hey, Morgan, thank you. We're going to take our break. We're going to come back. We're going to continue this discussion with some of our regulars on this show and some people that haven't been on for a while. So don't go away. Green Rush Live continues after this.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 1900. I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining
Hi,
us.
everyone. I'm PCM founder Jimmy Young, and you're probably wondering, what am I doing on a growing show? After all, I'm a convicted plant killer. That's why I surround myself with these beautiful plastic babies. But now I have found the secret to all those people out there who just don't want to deal with growing a plant indoors or outdoors. You just don't have enough confidence. Hey, check out greengoddesssupply.com. That's where you'll find the armoire system. Basically, it's growing for dummies like me. Check it out. The armoire at greengoddesssupply.com. Oh my God. Welcome back to Green Rush Live for Friday afternoon here in Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. Very proud to have a live phone in Zoom call talk show on the business of cannabis every Friday here at Pro Cannabis Media on all those social media platforms that we're on, like your YouTube, your LinkedIn Live, your Facebook Meta, and Twitch. And did I forget one? Yes, Pro Cannabis Media, now streaming 24/7 live on our homepage. So you want to check that one out too. Josh Kincaid is with us from the left coast, and an old friend, David Rabinovitz, has joined us in here because he has been the champion for interstate commerce. And before David, before I pat you on the back, I'm patting you on the back. So see if you can control yourself, because I'd really like to welcome in our media guy, Zack Huffman from Grown In. It's a great newsletter. I read it on a regular basis. His beat is the New England area. And Zack, pleasure to meet you and welcome to Green Rush Live.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
How did it come about? How did you end up with that gig with Grown In? And then we can give a plug a little bit for the other Grown In newsletters that are out there.
Sure. So, well, first I'll start with Grown In itself. I think they're going on like roughly 3 years now that they've been around.
Yep.
And for about the first 2 years of Grown In's existence, it primarily covered the Midwest, Illinois, Michigan, Missouri, and then Ohio. Last fall, they started expanding their coverage, and their first kind of step outside of the Midwest was New England. So I live in Massachusetts, so they were looking for a reporter who was local, and I got lucky. And so before then, I had I've written for local papers in the Boston area. I wrote for Courthouse News for about 5 years, which is why I have no choice but to cover this main case.
Right.
And then for the last 10 years off and on, I've also written for Dig Boston. So, alt
Gotcha.
media is kind of in my wheelhouse.
I gotcha. Well, alt media, I always came from traditional media, and now I'm part of the alt media, I guess, because we are just talking about cannabis 24/7 here. Walk us through this ruling by this circuit court and what implications it has, not only for the state of Maine, but perhaps for interstate commerce all over the United States.
Well, this this ruling starts with Maine's residency requirement. And so Maine, initially, they required that all owners, managers, basically anyone who can make a decision, whatever, it was kind of broadly defined in a company that either was providing medical or adult use had to be a resident of Maine. Now, before this current, lawsuit that we're talking about, the NGP or Wellness Connection, they had actually sued the state over the adult use residency requirement. And during that, and that was in federal court. And during that federal case, the state essentially reached a settlement saying, all right, we're just not going to enforce the residency requirement for adult use. And can we just drop this case? And that's what happened. And then, of course, a couple months later, they move on to the medical market. And so you have the same companies, Wellness Connection, who Wellness Connection is a locally owned, homegrown company in Maine, but Acreage wants to buy them, and so Acreage cannot buy them with this residency rule in place. So they sued again, and this time you had a patient activist group get involved that kind of helped push forward when the state may not have been willing to fight. I mean, that's just speculation. At the federal level, the judge ruled against the state, saying that this rule violates the Dormant Commerce Clause of the Constitution. And that's kind of what was being appealed. So I don't know how much you've kind of discussed that like aspect of it.
Oh yeah. Well, David will debrief, because he's the one who found Robert Mikos, this Vanderbilt professor, who wrote a paper about it, got published, and David read it because David reads everything. David, I'm sure you have a few questions, some comments about this whole thing.
Well, no, I'm going to let Zack keep going, because the article that I wrote back in April was a result of two things. It was Zack's coverage on, I believe, April 7th or April 8th of the case that was just decided. He covered the oral arguments, and I think did a phenomenal job on that. And so I'm going to let Zack keep going. I think what I did built upon a lot of what he already had done. So I think I'm going to leave it to the expert here with the foundation.
Well, he's on the beat, that's for sure. Go ahead, Zack.
I mean, in case you couldn't tell, David and I have had several conversations about this topic in the past. So we are both very aware of where the other one stands. So, the state lost at the federal level, and of course they appealed with the support of this activist group. Sorry, the exact names are escaping me. So they appealed to the First Circuit. And then during those oral arguments, it definitely seemed like the panel, they argue before at the First Circuit, you argue your case before a panel of 3 judges. And it seemed like for the most part, they were taking the side of the company that this does, in fact, violate Dormant Commerce Clause. And the important distinction is it's easy to kind of look at this and say, oh, well, the Dormant Commerce Clause is supposed to regulate interstate commerce, over commerce over state borders. That doesn't exist in cannabis because you can't, bring weed over the border. What was argued by, Acreage and Wellness Connection was that it wasn't cannabis that was being transferred over state lines, it was investment dollars. And so that's really what they were arguing, is that the investment market for cannabis was being unfairly restricted by this residency requirement. And the First Circuit seemed to agree, at least, 2 out of the 3 panel judges.
Josh, I don't want to ignore you. If you've got some comments or questions for Zack or David, knock yourself out.
I'm actually curious about that area. Was the legalization process through a ballot measure, or was that done through legislation and not on a vote?
Adult use in Maine was a ballot measure.
It was a ballot measure. Okay. Are you seeing that being a difference? Because with a lot of ballot measures on the West Coast, there's a lot less corporate interests, right? Whereas some of these limited license states have a lot of influence from a very small amount of folks. And then that can really kind of change or dictate on how things are being done. So do you have a feeling that there's a lot of lobbyists being pushed behind this, or is this still kind of an open free market?
I mean, there's certainly, lobbyist influence. It's kind of hard to tell what the difference is, looking, obviously my perspective is very much New England. And so I do have a mix of those versions, or those varieties. Massachusetts and Maine were both legalized adult use through the ballot. But say Connecticut, Vermont, and Rhode Island did it through the legislature. It does seem like, for instance, in the case of Connecticut, that the way it's been legalized through the legislature has been a way that very much benefits a very, specific set of operators. So, I guess in theory, there is more opportunity when it is ballot based. But at the same time, I mean, at least with Maine, although the voters legalized it in 2016, it took a while to be legalized because, of course, the next step is the legislature has to write the rules. And at the time, Maine had a governor named Paul LePage, who was a kind of one of the old school Tea Party candidates who came in that first wave against Obama, like I think 2010 maybe he got elected. He was very much anti-weed, and so he spent most of his time in the governor's office fighting any efforts from the legislature to fulfill the will of the voters. So it took a bit longer for Maine, and perhaps that gave more time for the legislature to kind of be more specific in how they're crafting this. But I mean, yeah, sorry.
David, from your standpoint in the bubble that you're sitting at on the East Coast, are you seeing the same thing where the ballot initiatives have maybe less influence versus there may be more protectionism is what I'm curious about from the legislative standpoint. If there's lobbyists and interested groups, they're not going to want to push for this interstate commerce because they're going to want protectionism. Are you seeing that?
I don't know if I'd say I'm seeing that, but obviously the MSOs, the larger MSOs have money now, and if they have money, they're going to hire whatever you want to call it, advisors, attorneys. They're ultimately people who are going to be lobbying on their behalf, right? Mm-hmm. Versus the grassroots folks who are putting the questions are trying to get a much purer market with a lot more equity in it. So I'm not sure how I'd respond to that. I think that by the time legislation gets passed, the local advocacy groups are in the legislators' ears. Look what just happened in Massachusetts. It took 2 years, but the governor signed a bill that upended our regulatory structure, at least as to how municipalities grant the local approval, right? Mm-hmm. And it is much more leaning toward what the grassroots folks wanted than what the institutional municipalities wanted. So I don't know. I'm not sure how to answer your question, but I don't know that there's outsized influence one way or the other, whether it's legislatively created or done at the ballot box by voter initiative.
Zack, I'm sure you know Shalene Title, the former commissioner, right?
Yep.
She's obviously concerned what this ruling might be, what effect it might have on social equity applicants. How's your read on that?
I mean, there's certainly a possibility that this could have a negative impact on social equity applicants. I think the important thing to remember, though, with this ruling is this isn't a ruling that's changing anything like from one day to the next, you know, like now that it's been ruled that the Dormant Commerce Clause can regulate weed, it doesn't mean tomorrow you're going to have trafficking over the state border. There's a lot of other dominoes that have to fall.
Right.
And it's possible this could lead towards more legal battles against social equity status. But, you know, they'll have to be initiated, you know?
Yeah. I think Mikos was quoted in an article yesterday, and that's what he pointed out, is if you can't restrict out-of-state parties in favor of in-state parties, does that mean that a lot of the in-state social equity programs could be challenged on the grounds that in Massachusetts, home delivery and social consumption licenses are exclusively available to social equity folks. And to qualify for social equity, you have to be a Mass resident. So that means that an out-of-stater can't get those licenses. I'm not sure how that all falls out. That's way above my research grade. And frankly, I'm not that focused on it, really. I can't see them saying, well, we're going to cut. First off, the case is going to have to go all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court for the Supreme Court to say, we don't want any more affirmative action type stuff, even in cannabis. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure how far they're going to go.
Isn't the Supreme Court saying, don't put any more cannabis cases in front of us, please? I mean,
other than Clarence Thomas, yeah, I think that's where they're going. But
right, they don't want to. They don't want to have to deal with it.
This is not far, Jimmy, from what you've heard out of my mouth for the past year, which is I don't think that Washington, D.C. is going to do anything for cannabis. I don't think they can get out of their own way. Even the people that are pro-cannabis don't understand the market, which is why their bills come out and the industry craps all over them. I mean, I believe for a while, and I said it back in April, marijuana legalization in the United States is going to get handled by the courts. And when the right case goes to the Supreme Court, Clarence Thomas has pretty much already said, I think he's going to come down under the 12th Amendment of equal protection and say, you can't allow one group that's got money and more white guys in it to be dealing in cannabis and then go after poor street dealers who are people of color and lock them up for the same thing. Right? Not equal protection under the law. You either enforce it and say marijuana is illegal, or you say it ain't illegal and you step away from it.
Yeah. I mean, and that, do you think, again, I just had Morgan Fox on, and everybody knows I get very frustrated about the political divide that is in our U.S. Senate right now, because I can't, we're not governing. They're not governing. They're staying elected. And that is wrong. And now the Supreme Court has become politicized. So there's two branches right there, guys, that I'm a little concerned about, right? Or at least 1.5 branches. But where's this going to go, Zack? What do you think will be the implications of this? Or is it really almost symbolic that something's wrong here? It is a shot across the bow. The industry is going to glom onto this and saying, look, interstate commerce is coming, whether you guys legalize this or not, it's here. We're going to fight it forever. Where do you think we're going to go with that?
I mean, I think there's certain, if we're looking at an end game of legalization, right? I feel like there's a number of different paths. You have more and more states that are willing to legalize. That's going to increase it. That's going to increase the palatability of it as an issue, I think. I don't see a solution in the U.S. Senate anytime soon, but I do also think a lot of the progress we're gonna see will be done through the courts. I mean, there's a lot of creative lawyers, and that's really what it takes. Get a creative lawyer, find your case, and you can, chip away at prohibition that way.
How much of these companies are going to be losing out in the meantime, though? Because anytime you have investors sitting on the sideline waiting for volatility to calm down, waiting for uncertainty to figure itself out, you're wasting a lot of time and a lot of opportunities. First mover advantages are moving away. Time value of money is being diminished. And so, I just talked to an investor earlier today who was talking about these social justice warriors going out there and trying to get everything they want. And I'm all for social equity. I think there's been a lot of damage with the war on drugs with minorities. But at the same time, the virtue signaling in politics with bureaucrats who really don't care except for the pennies that they earn. It seems like they're just moving from one side to another, one topic to another, talking one side of their mouth, not really doing anything. I don't see action. I just see virtue signaling from bureaucrats. So in the meantime, you have all of these people who actually need something to move. All of these entrepreneurs, business people, people of color that want to get into the industry. Are we actually going to do something? Or are we just going to sit here and destroy the potential investment opportunities that these folks have?
Josh, do you think that that's something that needs to be done at the federal level or the state level?
I think it needs to be something done at the state level and have the feds just get out of the way.
I mean, you got to look at viability. Federal's not going to do it. State seems to be willing in some cases.
Right.
Massachusetts just passed the law I was mentioning earlier. They're going to direct, I think it's 15% of the tax revenue into a separate fund where they will provide either grants or loans to social equity applicants who are trying to get into the business. I mean, I think that's going to be huge. I spoke to a social equity applicant the other day. He was all excited about it. I tried to temper his enthusiasm with, this isn't going to happen until next spring because they're not putting money up. They're saying take money out of sales tax revenue. And it's going to take a while before that gets funded in any meaningful way. Plus, they got to get whatever institution is going to pass this money out. They have to put that together, recruit board members, decide whether they're only funding full operations or they're going to give people exploratory grants or that type of thing. But I think that's at the state level. I think that's what's going to solve the problem you're referring to of getting social equity folks standing up in the business. I think the feds are only going to be in the way.
Hey, Zack, I want to ask you about your beat. How many of these meetings, New England's it's a pretty big territory. You're traveling all over from Augusta to to Boston to Hartford. I mean, how do you get around to cover all these states?
Well, I will say I am, one of the fortunate repercussions of, COVID is that everyone does their meetings remotely. So that's how I'm able to kind of keep up.
Hasn't that helped? Wait, hang on a second. Hasn't Zoom helped news gathering?
I think it has to some extent.
Yeah.
It's, in the perfect world, if I could travel all the time, I mean, being in person is always going to be a little better, but this absolutely has increased, access to public meetings. And that aspect I think has been huge. I've been able to cover meetings in, the meetings I've regularly followed where, I've done the main medical work group meetings, obviously Mass CCC over in Worcester. I'm in the South Shore of Massachusetts. So even that will be a little bit of a Vermont's meetings I cover, Connecticut Social Equity Council. Most of the actual travel I might do is just visiting grow sites, to be honest.
Why grow sites and not dispensaries, Zach?
Well, I go to dispensaries,
okay.
but not officially.
I understand. I know. I understand. So let me ask you a question about as a media member, how much of your time is on digging or as opposed to regurgitating what's at these meetings?
I mean, it's a mix. I mean, covering the meeting is always a good way to capture information that everyone's following, but I spend most of my day digging. I mean, there's only so many articles I have to write. And that's especially the case now. Grown In recently kind of shifted its format. For the longest time, we had, or at least for the last year, for the most part, we had separate newsletters for regions. We had a Midwest, New England, and then we had a Mid-Atlantic newsletter. We've kind of done away with that. And now we just have the general Grown In newsletter Monday, Wednesday, Friday, where between me and Mike Forche, my editor, we write more in-depth columns. So, I mean, we're not following the day-to-day meetings as much, but yeah, it's a lot of digging now.
What is the best way, Zach, that you're able to kind of keep your finger on the pulse of the industry to either adapt or pivot to stay relevant?
I think part of it is one thing that actually really helps us, if you look at our newsletter, is in every edition, we have aggregation of local news. Mm-hmm. So we'll just look at what the news stories are that involve cannabis for the last week in our different regions. And honestly, just gathering that kind of keeps me up to speed. I keep my eyes on social media. I follow a lot of these meetings to see what the results are. And I think that's very helpful to kind of keep me up to speed. And as long as I always have a new question to ask, that, is an easy way to push me forward.
Mm-hmm. How much, when you mentioned social media, are you getting accurate information from social media, or are you getting reaction to what passes at some of these meetings?
Well, I mean, you get reaction. Now, if you look at social media, you're not always going to get a direct, accurate piece of information from there. But for instance, let's say, you're writing about a company that got in trouble for, say, stealing tips from their employees. And maybe you go on Reddit and you find a couple of people who are saying, yeah, I worked at this company and it was terrible. So I reached out to them directly. I got them to prove it to me. They actually showed me reports they filed with the state about the tip theft. And now I've got sources who can give me that side of the story. You take it with a grain of salt, but yeah.
Right. No. It again, as long as you're getting to the person who posted it or has an inside of it, I think, and in a lot of ways, that has been a good thing for the turn away from traditional media. And now we have more alternative sources out there. And, as someone who spent 30 years in newsrooms, I just can't believe now how easy it is for these newsrooms to just report on what's on Twitter. Okay. And I mean, it's a quote thing. It just, here's a quote and they put it up, and that's a news story because it depends on who it came from. And if it's, related to a news story, they put it out there. And I don't know. I like the idea of the digging. I like the old days of the phone calls and working the calls and all that. And then developing sources and that you can reach out to, face to face or Zoom to Zoom, at this point.
Well, I got a question about social media and why cannabis is ideal for influencer marketing. And is social media actually worth the blood, sweat, and tears?
I mean, I'd say from what I understand, it's debatable whether it's actually worth it. I mean, there's only so much of a attention, say, I create for myself in terms of what I do on social media. But I do know that, I'm able to find information that way. I just don't know how effective it is for self-promotion.
What makes it so ideal for influencers? Because there's no like existing dominant folks in there. I mean, what makes it so ideal for influencers?
I think it definitely contributes to the success of influencers because there aren't any, because it is new. There's this opportunity for lots of folks to kind of go that route,
Mm-hmm. David, what's some stories that aren't being covered right now that you want to see more of?
Oh, gee, that's a great question, Josh. I'm actually not certain on that one.
You sent me an article about REITs back in April that are going to be crashing down. That
was my build on Zack's article and the reporting. The premise of that whole article was this case. And I do recall Jimmy telling me I got shredded by some of the guests he had on who thought the whole thing was a joke. And lo and behold, 2 days ago, that opinion came out of the first district. And what did they quote? They referred to Rohrabacher-Farr, the budget amendment, which was, as I laid out how I see the dominoes falling, that's one of the first dominoes that I think is going to fall. I'm sticking by everything I had in that April 25th article. And to anybody who's watching live, if you're on YouTube, it's in the chat, the link.
Just because you're early doesn't mean you're wrong, David.
That's right. Just means you get ridiculed more, but that's okay.
That's one of the things people don't look at when they look at the cannabis industry is the influence of REITs and real estate value.
So if Massachusetts prices are going down right now. And Aaron Goins, who's been on the show in the past, called me the other day and was telling me he was in a dispensary in Brockton, and I think they had $25 eighths. But if you bought a second eighth, you got it for like 50% off, something like that. And
that's my dispensary, yeah.
Right. And we did the math real quick, and what we determined was they're selling it at retail at about $1,500 a pound. Right. Start to think about those kind of numbers. Well, that means wholesale. If you're going to live right, you got to be selling it at $7.50 a pound. Prices are coming down, and as they come down, I'm sticking by what I had in that Canary article on cannabis.net, that the big MSOs are the ones who need to keep the protectionist walls up. They can't afford, with their expensive indoor grow facilities, to allow cheap West Coast weed to come in. And I'll tell you where that cheap West Coast weed is going. It's going to all the social equity players, because those are the folks who didn't have the money to become fully integrated. So you either you grow it in-house and it's real expensive, and you're competing against some little operator down the street who's bringing it in from the West Coast and undercutting you on price. I think it's going to just be a fantastic time to be in the lower end of the weed business.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we looking at a house of cards? Is it a race to the bottom here? Zach, what do you think?
I think to some extent, certainly if you're viewing it as in terms of investment opportunities, because when it starts, everyone is, when the market starts in a state, everything's exaggerated, and then, people want to return, and that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I think the house of cards is already, I made a prediction a while ago that I said 2022 is going to be the year of musical chairs. And a few months ago, a couple of merger and acquisition guys I know called me up and they said, explain to us what you mean by that. And I said, you're going to start to see the larger MSOs, like Massachusetts, you're limited to 3 retail licenses. I said, you're going to see the people who've got 3 stores in Massachusetts are going to look at the worst store in their portfolio and say, you know what? Let's get rid of that store and let's go get a license in a much better location. And that's exactly what's going on right now. We've seen it a couple of times. The MSOs is trading up their locations. Next year is going to be the year of the undertaker. We're going to start to see in a market like Massachusetts, we're going to start to see people going out of business. There's no doubt in my mind. We've got about total number of retail licenses. I was analyzing this earlier today in the state. This is coincidental. Is 420. Out of those 420, 188 of them are provisional licenses. There's just about, it's like 45% of the licenses that are out there are for stores that are not yet open. So there's about 232 stores open, I think it is.
242, I think, actually, David. I think
Yeah,
I looked that up.
Really?
Sounds about
Because the
right.
stuff I pulled off the commission this morning.
The commission's 3 months behind, okay,
Right.
when it comes to the public report.
I know that. But so they had 232, whether it's 232 or 242, right?
Yep.
It still is. Think about the fact that prices are coming down, right? Dispensaries are offering deals of buy 1/8 for 25 and get the second eighth for half price. And we only have 50% of the stores open that have licenses. Do you understand how crushing that could be to the market if all these other 180 odd licenses actually open up?
That's right.
Well,
I get it.
yeah, and I would also add that this has been covered and grown in by my editor Mike. I mean, just look at Michigan. With their growing seasons, everything's bottoming out there. Like, that's a state that's now starting to see closures.
Yep.
Right.
And they started, I think, after us.
Right. Well, yeah.
Well, they
and-
just went nuts, I guess, with the cultivation licenses. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Again, this is why I love doing live shows more than anything else, because we really can look at what's going on now and today, and then look back at it like David's been doing and saying, see, we talked about that 4 or 5 months ago. It's a fascinating time. It's why this Pro Cannabis Media Group exists. And we're certainly happy to have people on that we can count on, like David. And Zack, I tell you what, man, you're welcome here any Friday. You come up with a story, you want to push Grown In, you're welcome on any one of these shows. All right?
Sounds good.
How do
Sounds like we're
people?
going to a commercial break, Jimmy.
I'm going to a commercial break.
Right.
Is that all right?
I'm gonna jump because I got a 5 o'clock client call that I'm 3 minutes
Who's
late.
running this? Is that
All right,
David
you
or
go ahead.
Jimmy?
Go ahead. You can. Well, it's a group effort, actually, Zack. David, thank you. Great to see you, Zack. How do
Likewise.
people sign up for Grown In? You just Google it, right?
Yeah, grownin.com, grownin.com, or shoot an email to Zack, ZACK, at grownin.com.
I think you and Mike and the rest of the team do a great job. It is must reading if you are in this industry, because I think of all of the people of all those newsletters, I really think you guys turn it around faster than some of these others that are repurposing content from like even 2 and 3 years ago. Sometimes I'm seeing now.
Yeah.
So we like the fresh stuff. Zack Huffman from Grown In, thank you. Josh, stick around. We've got another journalist coming in from New Jersey. Dan Ulloa from Heady, New Jersey is going to join us next. Don't go away. Green Rush Live continues after this.
You want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
Hi, everyone. I'm PCM founder Jimmy Young, and you're probably wondering, what am I doing on a growing show? After all, I'm a convicted plant killer. That's why I surround myself with these beautiful plastic babies. But now I have found the secret to all those people out there who just don't want to deal with growing a plant indoors or outdoors. You just don't have enough confidence. Hey, check out greengoddesssupply.com. That's where you'll find the armoire system. Basically, it's growing for dummies like me. Check it out. The armoire at greengoddesssupply.com.
This edition of Green Rush Live is supported by Canna Business Resources, helping you grow with Canna Business funding. Check them out at cannabusinessresources.com.
And welcome back to another live Friday edition of Green Rush Live here on the Pro Cannabis Media Network. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. Josh Kincaid is alongside here today, as he is on a somewhat regular basis now. And in fact, I think Josh might be soloing next week when we preview a cannabis science and research convention down in Baltimore. So I think that's going to be a very interesting show. Josh, you're pretty familiar with that science and research group, aren't you?
I have, yeah. Went down to Oregon, I think in 2016 when they first opened that up. So I've been to almost every single one they've had on the West Coast until they moved to LA just this year. So I'm familiar with the founder. His name's also Josh, right? And I've been to the conference several times.
Yeah, great. Well, I'm looking forward to that show. Everybody should tune into that like you always do. I do see a very active chat room, which is great. I also saw a prediction, and I'm going to throw it out there, and then I'm going to go to Thomas on this, Dan. I'll get to you next. I think weed will be legal in 2025. And I wanted to put in, you mean in the year 2525? Thomas, tell us what your impressions of this latest court decision coming out of a federal appellate court from Maine about the Maine law as far as limiting licenses and perhaps opening this up to interstate commerce.
Technically, that's not what really the Dormant Commerce Clause does, but like these types of cases have been going around district courts, and so like in federal court, district court, circuit court. So the circuit court's finally spoken on it, and I saw that going around. I'm like, yeah, duh, because the district courts have been saying this for years, because the Dormant Commerce Clause of the Constitution prevents states from discriminating against out-of-state actors in interstate commerce. And so there is interstate commerce in this illegal product. There has been interstate commerce in this illegal product for decades. And then the dormant commerce aspect of it refers to this negative implication rather than expressed text. So in theory, if they legalized it and said it's okay for states to discriminate against other states in their regulation of their in-state cannabis markets, they could. But that means that they would have to first speak on the matter. And so for right now, as long as the cannabis remains illegal, there will be this Dormant Commerce Clause problem, and we've filed actions pursuant to it. I got several actions on it in Illinois to invalidate the social equity and in-state residency requirements there. And these types of in-state residency requirement invalidations have been successful previously. I've read opinions in Illinois, not dispositive, but the judge knew what was going on, just like the judge knew it was judges, a panel. It was an appellate circuit court. The first circuit federal court. I don't know. I never really practiced in front of them, but it has been around for a while, and it's around especially when Congress does not expressly authorize their power through saying that it's okay to discriminate from one state to another. And so until federal law changes, it'll be there.
Right. Just for the record, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit, Thomas. Okay.
Right.
Sure,
Districts, circuits, and then it's different in state and then in federal. And so like the district court is going to be the federal court at that lowest level, and then it goes up to the circuit, which is at the appellate level. I'm in the 7th. That's where Chicago is.
I get you. I mean, Lord knows that. Hey, Dan Ulloa from Heady, New Jersey. First of all, it's good to see you back in the Zoom room. I've seen you more at trade shows than I have in our Zoom room show, so I welcome you back. I do want to ask you first of all, your opinion about this decision that came down, and will it impact New Jersey, or is New Jersey already starting to make inroads about saying we should have interstate commerce?
Right. So like the whole interstate commerce thing, well, thank you for having me, but the whole interstate commerce thing is like a pipe dream. And this is just like one way to say, oh, maybe we'll get it. Like I'm not really a legal expert and haven't been following it, unfortunately. I can very much see why Maine did want to have like a buy local provision to protect like their great craft industry, which like a lot of people talk about. So like it's really interesting that way. Not being the lawyer here, I don't know how it's going to affect New Jersey. I do know we do enjoy a good buy local provisions and do want more local owners here. And we do want people of social equity, the people that are being left out of this industry, the small business people that would like an interesting podcast like this.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, the New Jersey social equity provisions are at risk, at least 50% of them. The ones with the long-time residency and they don't call it disproportionately impacted area in New Jersey. I think they call it some type of disadvantaged area pursuant to zip code. That is, and then they don't speak to interstate commerce at all on this decision. It was really about the in-state residency violating the dormant commerce clause, because Congress is not spoken to this. They've just said it's all illegal. Hence, every state has to play by the same rules. And one state's not allowed to prejudice another state in the administration of their current regulated markets. And so when they do these cases, and then it's strict scrutiny. It's not one of those rational basis tests in law. Strict scrutiny means the person bringing it, once they've satisfied the threshold of showing that there is discrimination going against out-of-state actors going on, they're probably going to win. And so that's one of the reasons when this came out, I'm like, good, it was not a surprise. I
really love that we're going to call that these large corporations that want in on the markets discriminated as if they're poor black people in 1953. So they're the ones getting discriminating against, I guess you can similarly get like interesting arguments in that fashion, but it's quite some time here.
Hey, Dan, in this article that I took from Tom Angel in Marijuana Moment, at the very end, it talks about your friend, New Jersey Senate President Nicholas Scutari, who filed a bill that would authorize the governor of that state to enter into agreements with other legal states to import and export cannabis. Is he going to be able to do that?
Yeah, Nick Scutari has a lot of pipe dreams himself too. It's one of these like wishful thinking things. If you want to be at the front of, he also wants to legalize shrooms and allow homegrown shrooms and not cannabis. So there's a lot of interesting things going on in the State House this summer.
Wait, hang a second. He's going to go with homegrown shrooms before New Jersey has homegrown cannabis?
Well, he did introduce a bill with the legalization of magic mushrooms and the whole magic mushroom industry infrastructure, and it did include homegrown, and he has not included that provision in any of his legalization bills. So it's a really fun summer in that fashion.
What's the money behind that? That's not logical. That doesn't make any sense. What are the lobbyists behind that?
That's a really good question, Josh. I really wish I knew. I'd like to meet a mushroom lobbyist. I feel like I hear a lot of cannabis people like, that's fun news. I applaud that news, but they themselves are not pushing it. I think it's right. It's one of those things. I think it's like, this is like the start of a process. A lot of times, a bill is going to take a while. And if you're a guy like Nick Scutari, who keeps winning re-election, this might take 6 years, but this is the first bill. You reintroduce it next time. and then so on and so forth. This might be the most expensive version, so you want to compromise. So you take those things out, but you start with this as the bargaining chip.
Mm-hmm. From a media standpoint, you have these small businesses, you have these social equity applicants, you have all of these brands, but there's a million regulations. So what are you recommending cannabis businesses do to promote their brands or products?
I recommend they read HeadyNJ.com and reach out to me to promote their products to the great community here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Tom,
Tom, go ahead.
Tom, you got any suggestions on? I mean, you got your own podcast, you've got your own advisory service, tons of regulations, but how are these businesses going to actually promote their brands and products to these interstate potential clients and or investors, business partners, strategic folks? How are they going to do that? What's the best advice you can give to how they can get their name out there?
Hemp-derived Delta-9. I mean, like that, you could just start a website and start selling that interstate and go right around it. But Cookies has like brands of CBD and caps and shrooms and stuff like that. And so they can just do that completely interstate and then get licensing agreements on an in-state by in-state basis, because then you have a brand that's nationwide. Then, of course, depending on what state we're talking about. In New Jersey, one day they may have, and it might be 3 years from now, it might be 5. They may have a glut of growers that are trying to move their product, so much so that one of those hemp companies could say, hey, here's our brand, here's our genetics, here's our IP licensing agreement. We'll pay this packaging fee. We'll be out there hyping your goods all over the internet. And I could see a lot of IP licensing agreements being in the future for those types of companies that are trying to go beyond their own particular state. I still think that, that until it's legal and the feds say it's allowed to discriminate, like one state can discriminate against another state, just for its marketplaces. You're not looking at discrimination when it comes to like a person. We're looking at discrimination when it comes to marketplaces. And so those cases are very clear, and we're starting to see it now at the circuit level. And I don't think there's not going to be a different outcome because that's how the Dormant Commerce Clause works. And so if you want to have that type of discrimination where one state's allowed to preference its own products, cool, you're going to have to build that into the federal regulation, but how do you do that and then still allow for the interstate commerce? And that's going to create a whole bunch of other tricky aspects because you're trying to protect your state's economy. Well, what does that do for states like California and Oklahoma that are like, what do you mean protect our state's economy? I got to move this product. I want to push this product into Tennessee and other states that are going to be federally legal. You're going to have that, these two competing forces against one another, and I'm not sure how it's going to turn out.
I got a question for you, Jimmy. How are you keeping your brand authentic while not selling out to sponsors' interests?
By not having as many sponsors as I want. How's that? Is that a transparent answer or what, guys? Look, it's not easy, and I'm not going to say this realist. I can't give you the real reasons on this, but it is a delicate balance when you're doing live talk or presenting the news, and you have sponsors that are in the industry that want you to cover their events and their stories. And, so we still have to set back and say, is this just another opening of a dispensary, or is there a story here that we can do? And both you guys, well, especially Dan, because you're definitely the journalist here. There's so many good stories in cannabis that aren't being told. And I'm talking about the ones that we all hear. Cannabis saved my life. Cannabis changed my life. Those are the stories that aren't being told, and those are the stories that we'd like to tell. So it's a balance. It really, and you know what? The separation of church and state in journalism has evolved during the commercial period as audiences have changed. They've moved towards getting their information from wherever, whenever, and whomever they'd like to get it from. And so we'd like to think that every reporter, and Dan, I'd love you to chime in here. I'd love to think that every reporter believes that they're reporting on facts and factual information. But the human element in that is that human is still deciding what are those facts that tell the story best. Dan?
Right, that is right, Jimmy. That is like the heart of it. That is like a big issue. the nature of objectivity and who's really objective. People can talk into like their natural biases and like popular thought, about the nature of the economy, for example. There's a lot of biases if you really read stories like that about those things. I myself say this is muckraking journalism in the fashion of like the early 20th century. Like, I am pro-cannabis. I am on the statewide coalition for legalization that pushed the referendum in 20. So, those are so I'm not going to say like I'm not unbiased here. I am pro-cannabis, and I've covered some of those patient stories and they are great stories. And, it's hard, as like a very humble operation to cover all the stories I want to. And, it is a line to walk there. When some people do want free press, and who deserves free press, we only have 27 dispensaries here in the state of 9 million people. Each of one opening is a story. But to say like when they have new products, is that a story? Maybe not.
Right. So do you think that traditional media, we all know that the stigma is still out there. We all know that there's been signs of normalization and acceptance of this plant medicine in various states, and every state goes through this. But the traditional media outlets, and I'm not going to name them, but I'm going to say network affiliates in each market, are always looking for the industry to stumble, to fail, to make a mistake, so that they can tell that story. Now, whether or not it's factual or not, what I have my biggest beef is they should be able to balance a positive development about a new industry with a negative incident in a new industry. That I don't see. And that's because it's commercial media. That's because they know, hey, did you hear that story about the company that threw out the inert weed in the dumpster, and they got fined $250,000. It was grass clippings. These were inert pieces of cannabis that were grass clippings, and yet they still got fined because they didn't dispose of it properly. But this was
the red tape in the industry, and that is the bias that they're playing into, right? Because who's going to watch like the 11 o'clock news, the 5 o'clock news? It's like old people that don't like cannabis.
Hey, I'm turning 65 in 2 weeks. Don't be doing ageism on this show.
I'm not doing ageism. I love old people. Old people got wisdom. They got a lot of need for cannabis products. I'm just saying that like the conservative nature, Jimmy, the people that are unenlightened, in stark contrast to yourself, are their core demographics. If you look at it.
But what is the chief advertiser on the evening news?
Go ahead.
If you go watch the evening news and they go to a commercial break,
yep.
What's the commercial about?
Pharma.
Poop in a box. Cologuard, something like that, where it's and they because they know their trademark law, they always have these fanciful, arbitrary names that they can get trademarked, and like Suliva. I mean, I'm not even sure that's a thing. And then it is nonstop pharmaceutical drug commercials, and then they get back to the news. Not one is about cannabis. You get, and then every Super Bowl that goes around, Weed Maps will buy another spot on the Super Bowl, and it'll make news that they aren't allowed to advertise.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and there is a bill. They are talking about allowing ads on traditional TV and radio now in front of the House. And, until these traditional media outlets don't have to listen to the FCC. See, this is the problem, guys. I think anyway. I mean, people still don't know. You could cut your cable, and you could still get broadcast television on your smart TV for free. You don't have to watch television and listen to the radio with a cable or your phone. Because we're so used to now with the phone, we opt into our communication devices. Because we opt in, that means that we're okay. You could swear. You could get away with stuff that you can't get away with on traditional media network affiliates that have to apply for a license every year because the FCC is still protecting the airwaves that nobody's using anymore.
Well, and the corporations are using them, Jimmy. I read a great book about this. It's really interesting, studying the nature of this. And so as like a guy who's like online news and like print journalism is unregulated, protected by the First Amendment, they use the public airwaves, which are regulated by the FCC, but the FCC from its very beginning was like controlled or like overly influenced by the corporations it was supposed to regulate and oversee. Like NBC made dictated policy that there never should have been 4 TV channels in the United States. There were or 3 TV channels that were the big channels. It's ridiculous. It's terrible. That's why this great internet media is so great. You know, we got you guys, we got Thomas in Illinois, we got HeadyNJ.com and Independent Cannabis News in New Jersey.
Yeah, again, but I don't know about you, but I'm being ignored about what we've built here and what we've been doing now for 2 years in media, in my backyard, in my hometown. I haven't been as proactive complaining about it because I would like to think that because we have a national reach, that we built this thing on during the pandemic on Zoom. It's a pretty good story that we can have a national talk show about cannabis. And I don't have to apply to the FCC for this because the internet we're all opting in. We're paying for the right to have access to as many informational outlets as possible. And now the consumer is in charge of what they watch, when they watch, how they watch, as opposed to when the networks first started and it was really commercials. It wasn't as political, Thomas, as you're saying, with the drug companies dictating what is in front of these people because they can afford the high cost per thousands that are now out there because the audiences have shrunk in national and local news. It's all niche casting now, not broadcasting.
It's personalizing the content. So how do you personalize it and yet still reach the masses?
That's right. Well, you know what? A network is a group of stations, a group of like-minded producers. This is what we've built here, you know? And look, Thomas's show, the legalization news. See, I think that's the new one, right, Thomas? We don't mention the C word.
Oh, they don't. It doesn't matter. I'll wake up tomorrow and they'll flag another channel. I mean, they'll flag another one. And so it's in the past month, we've been flagged 24 times, something like that. It's just, you just wake up and it's wow.
Difficulty because you're on their platform versus
but that's
running
the thing.
A WordPress site.
The entire, no, I have several WordPress sites, but then Google is still controlling all of the search traffic. And so Google is batching which search engine is going to, well, it's the only search engine. People call it Googling. And then Google is starting to self-deal a lot more stuff. They don't want you to get off the platform because they're selling ads. And so as a result of that, I'm starting to go back to doing short form scripted material on the channel because that's what Google wants. And then I'm starting to ask, people also ask questions. For example, hey, whatever happened to the fairness doctrine? That's a good one from the past and history.
It is.
And so,
from history,
it's history.
It's history. And so now we're all just living in our own little fantasies. But anyway, Google is still the platform that even if you have a WordPress site that people are going to reach you from. Or how are you going to get it out? You're going to go share it on Facebook. You're going to go try to get a viral on Instagram or TikTok. That's not going to happen. It's all platform based. And so at least with the FCC, it was the airwaves. And then you'd say, hey, at least you have to keep it fair. Now you don't. Now you can get Alex Jones Cuckoo Bananas, that's there just hustling their products. So we have legalization news. It's okay, popular, but it gets throttled, and we just don't grow very fast. I'll see if I can start growing faster, but they don't want you to have 100,000 subscribers out there listening. They don't want that. They want the stuff to continue the same way, and I think that's why when we hang up the feed, we get sicked with a whole bunch of whatever, like porno spam or like drug spam, where people are trying to say, yeah, you can go to this site and buy whatever, or you can go to this site and get whatever. And then it just contributes to the flagging. But it's not very helpful when the whole point is to change this law and to achieve good policy objectives when you're just fighting upstream all the way, because the thing is actually a federal crime to even really talk about,
Yeah, but that's, it's funny. I was a sportscaster for 25 years, and I always felt I was just doing a job. I was serving the public with information. That was my mentality. And I still think I'm serving the public with information. It's just information about a controversial plant. And, so I don't think I've changed that look, but Hey, Thomas, you and I, we are going to talk because we don't want you to keep getting pulled down on YouTube. You deserve your own channel. You deserve your own right to broadcast, to live stream, whatever we want to call it. I love being on with you and Mickey a couple of weeks ago. And what time is your show on Sundays? Can we say that?
Yeah. The show's on Sunday. You can go watch it live. It's 3 p.m. Central, which is 4 p.m. on the East Coast. So we actually do have a 420 somewhere on Sundays. And then I think if I can get into the habit of it again, I'll have like Wednesdays at 2, I'll release the scripted materials a couple of months. Last week I did one, how much does a dispensary make? And then next week I'll do one, maybe like IP licensing agreements or just something more about actual operations in the business in approximately 8 minutes, because that's what they want. Right. And then like, it's amazing. And so I could go through your data and show you, like, I'll have a podcast, maybe it gets viewed 5,000 times because people are trying to catch up with the cannabis news for that week. Right. And then 20 subscribers. But then I'll do a video about, these are the top states that are going to be legalizing in 2022. 300 subscribers, watched about the same amount of time, simply because it's a formula and they want you to do that formula because they want people on their platform. This is what happens when you become publicly traded. Right. You have to grow, you have to beat on earnings. I want to see treasury stock. You should be buying that stock back. Josh could talk more about that. He's the financial analyst on the panel. Absolutely. But it is up against the last half hour, guys. And we have a special guest coming on next. And you remember books, right? Remember books? I wrote one. Right? I think it's great. And I know somebody who's writing one too. But I read this book. And let me tell you, I'm a very slow reader. And I really enjoyed it. And it's about Tarris. It's by Tarris Batiste. He's going to join us next. And the title is Don't Let It Smoke You, Creating a Non-Toxic Relationship with Cannabis. And it's his journey with the plant from age 12. And I think he may be 30. I think, he's probably around that age, but he was drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. He played for Georgia State University. He's a college football player. We all know the athletes out there that are very pro-cannabis because they don't want to be prescribed opioids for the inflammation that is part and parcel of being an athlete. So Dan Ulloa from Heady, New Jersey, and Thomas Howard from Cannabis Legalization News on Sundays on YouTube. Thank you both for joining us. Josh is going to stick around, and we'll be back for the last half hour. Don't go away. Thanks, guys. Hi, everyone. I'm PCM founder Jimmy Young, and you're probably wondering, what am I doing on a growing show? After all, I'm a convicted plant killer. That's why I surround myself with these beautiful plastic babies. But now I have found the secret to all those people out there who just don't want to deal with growing a plant indoors or outdoors. You just don't have enough confidence. Hey, check out greengoddesssupply.com. That's where you'll find the armoire system. Basically, it's growing for dummies like me. Check it out. The Armoire at greengoddesssupply.com. Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information.
You would think that it is. However, there's quite a bit of debate right now in the accounting industry when it relates to cannabis with this exact question. I'm part of a few different networking groups that are solely accountants for cannabis companies. And there's been quite a bit of back and forth in those communities and discussion regarding whether 280E, if it went away, if the administration legalized cannabis or took it off of Schedule 1, what would happen? And it could go either way right now. The debate is it could make the accountant's life much easier. That's what a lot of the inexperienced accountants are saying right now, it seems. Whereas the accountants that have been in this industry for a while and have gone through the same thing that happened with hemp a few years ago are saying that it actually will make lives more difficult, because when hemp became declassified a while back, the accounting became more complicated.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the final half hour of Green Rush Live, our regularly scheduled Business of Cannabis talk show here on Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and I haven't reminded you, but please like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, not just Green Rush Live, and also support people like Josh Kincaid and his Talking Hedge podcast, and like Thomas Howard and his cannabis legalization news too, because we're all in it together. Right, Josh?
That's right, Jimmy.
All right. And speaking of someone who's in it together, an accomplished author, an accomplished athlete, his name is Tarris Batiste. And Tarris, thank you so much for joining us. He wrote this book, guys, and it's called Don't Let It Smoke You, Creating a Non-Toxic Relationship with Cannabis. Tarris, first of all, welcome to the show. Why did you write this book?
Yeah, so thanks for having me on the show. I'm happy to be here. Seriously, thank you for making this happen for me. And why I wrote the book. So in the short, I wanted to do both. I wanted to be able to use, but not let it control me and be who I wanted to be. Didn't see anybody doing it at the time that wasn't fitting the stigma. That's why I didn't see anybody doing it at the time. So just put all that mess into a message and wrote about it. And that's what came out of the book out.
One of the neatest things, now I read the book, one of the neatest things that you did for research is you sought out people who were, if we're pro-cannabis, you sought out people who had a different view of the plant medicine. What motivated you to do that?
Exactly. I wanted to hear both sides. I didn't want to be so much pro. I wanted to hear both sides, from the Nancy Reagan campaign, the multi-million-dollar campaign that kind of took over everywhere. So I went to go speak to Ulloa out in Sacramento, and that's where I got the information from. And she brought her team in, and they just dumped a bunch of information on me. So it was good. It was helpful.
So you've seen both sides of it, but this plant was part of your life since age 12 when you were introduced to it, typically through what I would consider to be peer pressure. You're comfortable with that, right?
Yeah, peer pressure, more of just environment. Let's just say that. Environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you grew up in Georgia?
I grew up in Georgia. I grew up in North Georgia. Went to Cass High School, to be exact. That's where my family is, and just kind of moved and went to Indiana from there. Yeah.
And, when it says, and again, there's a theme in here that is something I am very much conscious of. And it's a question I asked a guy named Dr. Peter Grinspoon about. He's the son of the late Dr. Lester Grinspoon, who wrote the book Marijuana Reconsidered in, I think it was 1970. He's a Harvard professor. And the question I asked him is, how do you tell the difference between an addiction and a dependency? And how, you love this, right? And how do you become not dependent on a product that you enjoy? And I was talking more about caffeine and coffee, because 91% of Americans have a cup of coffee every single day. That to me is a sign of addiction, because if you're not on it, you get a headache, you don't feel as right, we don't focus as much. So now relate all those things to don't let it smoke you.
Yeah. So just to kind of unwind and talk about the first part,
Yeah.
I don't know if I have enough knowledge just yet to talk about the difference between an addiction and a dependency.
Okay.
Right? I'm just going to be completely honest about that. But kind of from there, I could tell you what I was dealing with, right? So going through high school, going through college, I was kind of using just to use with friends. And then it kind of went to college around pain management and kind of my own self to kind of relax and suppress certain things. But I felt so good when I was using it, but my coach said it was bad, right? My parents said I shouldn't do it, right? Society said it wasn't the right time to do it at that time, but it made me feel good. So I didn't really understand. My message was kind of mixed in my head. I didn't really understand what was what. So that's why I went out to go do the research, to listen to other people, to kind of talk about it. Made me feel normal, right? Like, hey, you can love cannabis. You're okay. You're going to be successful. If you love cannabis, you're fine. So that's why I wrote the book. That kind of speaks to the book. And that's why I was dealing with my dependency and the issues around that.
Now, you were another part of this book that I read is you got a call from a high school football coach, and you went in and you talked to that team. And then I love the little anecdotal story you told about going into the bathroom. Walk us through that story, because that was, because I really think that was a perfect example of the power of an athlete who can relate to other athletes. Sure. and gain immediate respect because of who you were.
Sure. I think so. First, I talked to McEachern High School out here in Georgia, a big, phenomenal high school out here in Georgia, known for athletes. The coach let me go in there, had the opportunity to speak with them. I think the message sits with athletes so much because we're so like, get better, move forward. The sky is the limit. And the book's not telling you what to do. It's just saying, hey, if you feel like this is getting in your way, if this feel like this is an anchor in your life that's kind of holding you back, just suppress it to a side and move forward. So that's the message that kind of went to the athletes. To get to the story, right after I spoke to the athletes, I went to the bathroom to use the restroom before I left and went home. Heard the kids kind of going back and forth, making jokes around it. Heard a younger kid tell an older kid, hey, do what you do, just don't let it smoke you. It made me smile. It made me feel like it sat with them. And it's going to sit with multiple groups moving forward. So I love that. I love the message. I love how it doesn't tell people what to do, and hopefully it resonates with a bunch of people out here.
Well, and I'm going to give you credit. You poured your emotions and your feelings out into this book. And as someone who's probably, I think I'm close to twice your age, I always have had problems expressing my emotions to loved ones or to people in relationships or whatever. And I've learned that that's not a good thing, that you really do need to share not only your feelings about your use of cannabis, but also just how you feel at that moment in time. And I'm not saying, well, I feel high. No, I feel I'm a little perturbed that I wasn't included in that conversation. Or it really bothered me when you introduced everybody in the room, but not me, or something like that, right? How difficult was it for you to share your emotions for this book?
Very, 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 very difficult, especially with my siblings at that time being against it. But society was coming so legal. Like, I remember going to West Coast, going to UCLA, playing with some athletes out there, and they would use all the time. And then I would go to Indiana, and they were like, no, you can't do it here. So, it was kind of ups and downs for sure, kind of all over the place. But society in the world was bridging it, and so was the message. So I felt like it was the right time to let it out to the world, for sure.
Yeah. Josh, I know that you have not read the book, but I think you're familiar with the story, if you will. If you've got any questions for Tarris, I'm just going to put you right on the spot. Go ahead.
Yeah, very, very similar to a lot of other athletes. I was friends with Cliff Robinson, rest in peace. He was with the Portland Trailblazers. I spoke to Ricky Williams last year, who both players in the NBA with Cliff Robinson got, I think, busted at least 6 times. Ricky Williams ended up just walking away entirely from the NFL. And that's because, like you mentioned, the difference in the messaging, right? They felt good. They knew that was prolonging their athletic abilities. And yet the institutions that they work for said, no, not going to do it. And when we look at the MLB, predominantly white, they don't test. National Hockey League, predominantly white, they don't test. The NBA, predominantly black, they don't test. So I don't know if it's racist, but why is the NFL so slow to adopting these principles?
Well said. Well said. I don't have that question, but I'm glad you brought that up. Great point.
When you were in the NFL, was the culture a lot different? I would imagine people were keeping it secretive, but did you find that the majority were using?
Yes, absolutely. Everybody used in their own way. And that's across all sports arenas, right? But speaking to the industry that I was in, yes, absolutely. Yep.
And it isn't about the testing is not the reason why the testing is well known in the sports community is because they don't want to let their teammates down more than anything else. It's the people in the locker room that it's really their family. Am I speaking out of turn here, Tarris? I mean, I've been in a few of these locker rooms.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
And yet the league does take advantage of its athletes. And in fact, the biggest league that takes the most advantage of its athletes is the game of football.
Yeah,
it just is, guys. Look, if you've read up on how damaging football can be to you later in life, and the development of these proteins in your brain, the CTE, that can impact your life to the point where you're not the same person you were 30 years ago when you were playing the game. And the fact that now you got me going on sports, the fact that there's non-guaranteed contracts in the National Football League, except when you are an exceptional athlete like Deshaun Watson, who is going to be able to play football this year in 6 games, right? They're at 17 now. He got an 11-game suspension for multiple poor conduct, bad decisions. It was a really awkward situation that he put himself in, and now he's paying for it. But people have to understand, he still has $45 million in guaranteed money because it was part of his bonus signing with the Browns.
For sure.
How big a punishment is that? Tarris, men behaving badly is not just related to sports, correct? It just gets magnified more by sports. You agree?
I agree. Just being in that spotlight, or being in those type of shoes definitely gets magnified. Josh, you brought up something about, cannabis in the NFL that made me start to think a lot. And just to say, so I would say this. So I think, the NFL as an institution, I think it has partnerships or ties to big pharma.
Oh, yes.
Which kind of connects opioids and other things, right? You not understand that. I don't have to go there.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons why they've instituted independent concussion doctors now on the sidelines.
There you go. So, but on the flip side of that, I know cannabis. I love to use cannabis for adverse behavior. You know what I mean by adverse behavior?
No.
Explain it. Yeah.
So when I was an athlete, let's say anytime I was a receiver, anytime I ran a slant and I hurt my knee, anytime I went back to run that slant again, I'll be a little bit hesitant, right? A little bit worried in my head. But when I use it, we kind of throw that away, right? Forget about it. Now I can just go back to that 100% drill and run that slant. You understand what I mean by that correctly? So I think that's cool. I think that's good. I think it's good for the athletes. But on the flip side, you can't use every time stuff doesn't go your way, every time you have a bad game, every time you and the teammates are not on the same page. So, I see cannabis being good in the NFL, but if we don't use a regulation around it, especially for the young rookies that get in and just have the funds, just like we utilize with finance, with revenue, right? We teach them the class, et cetera. Same thing with cannabis on my end. And on top of that, when LeBron James gets a CBD deal, what do you think the little kids are going to say, Josh? Hey, Mom, I can use LeBron James does. They don't understand terpenes. They don't understand CBDN, CBDG, not yet. But they're going to say, Mom, LeBron James uses, or or Tom Brady uses. So I wonder how we're going to kind of, that's why I don't let it smoke you. I wonder how we're going to kind of, structure that out into a way that's kind of healthy for the league to use, for the athletes to use on a consistent basis, and how it's going to trickle into effect into the community and other places that are inspired sports.
Right. And you and I have talked about this. It's about education and enlightenment. And parenting is the toughest job any of us have ever had. It just is. Talk to any parent, they will say, and by the way, just because you have adult children does not mean you stop parenting. It's just a different chapter in the journey of life. Okay. And to me, educating the parents so that they can speak from experience and knowledge when they talk to their children about adult activities. And I'm talking about sex, drugs, and, well, it's not rock and roll, but it's certainly sex, drugs, and alcohol, right? And I'll put alcohol as a drug, okay? Because I think really and truly, a lot of people think alcohol is more closer to the poison than it is a plant medicine.
Yeah.
Well said.
And are we ever going to get to the point where we're not going to refer to the cannabis plant as a drug, but more as a medicine? And by the way, there were songs in the 60s by Jefferson Airplane about the drugs that mama will give you don't do nothing at all. That was the line in the song. Josh, I think you remember that song, don't you?
No.
Oh, man. God. All right. It's Jefferson Airplane's, Go ask Alice. That's the name of the song. Anyway, the point is, it comes down to education. Tarris, you and I have talked about this. You and I would love to go to parent-teacher organizations and events at night and talk to them and educate those groups about how best to talk to your kids about these awkward subjects for parents, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't know if you have any children. How would you bring up your children around this new environment of states that have legal cannabis, legal CBD, access to alcohol? And by the way, well, if you want to talk about it, I talked about it with the sociologist the other day. I really think that the drinking age has to come down to 18. It has to come down to 18 at the same time as those 18-year-olds have to give a year of service to their country. Because when corporal punishment was taken away from parenting because it's an assault, we figured out that timeouts don't work. Okay? It just doesn't work. Sure, there are consequences. Take away your phone, take away your computer. But those are communication devices. You don't want to do that for your kid. You need to enlighten and explain to your kid what this product does to a child's brain versus an adult's brain.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
And are we ever going to get there, Tarris? I know that you spoke to one group.
Yeah.
Are other people in Washington State athletics searching you out to come talk to their teams now about the legalities of cannabis and don't let it smoke you, right? Don't let it consume you, right?
Absolutely. I've spoke to a few places, a few organizations out in Seattle. I would love to speak to more, especially high school, college level. But I think you have to be bold, right? For the first time, cannabis is growing hand in hand with humans, right? Another cannabinoid is coming out literally daily. And first time the will of people is over legislation, right? Everybody wants cannabis to be legal, but the will of people are like, it's legal, right? So I think you have to be bold as the first thing when you're talking to your kids, right? Second thing, I think I would say really research the companies who've been doing this for like 5 to 10 years, right? Not companies who's just starting now, who's just trying to jump on the bandwagon. Really the pioneers, the people who've seen this coming. Really check out what those companies doing, check out what they're saying about different cannabinoids, terpenes, et cetera. And then the last thing, whether you're 18 and just starting or whether you're 55 and just starting, I would say start low and go slow.
That's right.
The amount and go slow, right? So those would be my 3 points for sure, what I would tell someone, and hopefully that's helpful.
But more importantly, it's about reading books like yours, reading books like Steve D'Angelo's Cannabis Manifesto, reading books like Bruce Barkart's Weed the People. Those are the books that I now have consumed, and it has impacted my feelings about my use of the plant. And, you know, I'm not a wake and baker, certainly not Monday through Friday anyway. I definitely have more of an on the clock, off the clock mentality. And it's because when I get off the clock, it's when my chronic pain starts to rear its ugly head into my brain again. So I need to balance those transmitters in my brain that are saying, holy crap, you can't walk because your right hip is bone on bone. Right? This is what goes through my mind. So is the moral of your story, too much of a good thing can be bad?
For sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. And to use it, learn to use it the right way, responsibly, starting low and going slow. And more importantly, ask your parents. You know, don't be afraid to talk about this, because at least now, the first thing, and Josh, I don't even know how old you are, but I was in the 60s and 70s, and always the first thing is you don't want to do that because it's against the law, right? That was the thing. You're going to get caught. You're going to go to jail. It's against the law. Okay, so you walk into the woods and you do it and nobody sees you and you get away with it because mom and dad told you not to do it. And as a child or a teenager, anything your parents are telling you not to do, like touch the hot stove when you're a kid, you're going to touch that hot stove to find out, what does that hot mean? What does this plant do? You know, and I always bring up the Robitussin thing, because when I was a kid, Robitussin was the go-to cough medicine. Now you have to show your 21 ID because the kids have figured out you can get buzzed off Robitussin. The kids are always going to find out the angles. We're always worried about them. Yeah, because we're keeping education from them. Why are there fewer alcoholics in Europe than they are in the United States? Josh, do you know the answer?
For the same reason that people in Amsterdam don't use cannabis, is once you take that away from them, they're not going to go after it for, you know, they're always going to rubber band. They're going to do opposite of what you say and then fling towards what's wrong or bad or whatever. It's just the way that kids are.
It's the way kids are. So whenever I hear those comments, and by the way, do you know how many kids' lives have been saved or prolonged through cannabis medicinal practices? Mm-hmm. It's ask Mara Gordon about that, right? Aunt Zelda there. You can save your child's life by using cannabis if they have those certain things that we all recognize that the plant has impact on. And I'm talking about seizures, epilepsy. I'm talking about MS. I'm talking about Crohn's disease. These are all things that the research has shown that this plant can help.
Including longevity. We had Lofa Tatupu, a previous Seahawk player in the NFL, who said
Mosey's kid, as we like to call him here in the New England area, okay? Because his dad was a freaking legend, all right?
Him and I are the same age, and yet his athleticism is unreal. And he said that he would still be able to play if cannabis was legal. The CBD that he takes has increased his longevity and everything about him, ability to play with his kids, all the way to throwing a football, his torn pectoral muscle, everything is healed. And so I'm curious what your opinion is on the longevity of using cannabis in sports. If you think people would be playing longer and being older and just enjoying life more if it were allowed in sports arenas like the NFL.
Absolutely. It would make everything better. I think you would see less spontaneous acts on the field. Just being honest, I think you would see a whole culture shift around cannabis for sure. Even off the field situations that kind of go on, you know, with certain things, with people getting in trouble, car accidents, you know, all type of stuff. I think all that stuff was said.
We mentioned CETE. That Antonio Brown thing was really disturbing, and how people were just criticizing him taking his pads off and walking off the field. That wasn't the actions of a normal person. That was the actions of somebody who had been hit in the head one too many times. And there's videos where you can really probably figure out the exact person who hit him at the exact moment that created that CTE. But all of that aside, when you see folks like that, I think we need to be a lot more empathetic and maybe reach out and have them use cannabinoids like CBD or anything else for those ailments. It's really kind of an issue mentally and physically that I think if we normalize it, it will become allowed a lot sooner.
Right. Tarris, did you have a concussion?
I did not.
Wow. See, I got one in a car accident. It still impacts me 3 years later. So, this is, the brain is still a fascinating organ in all of us. And it can do a lot. It controls a lot of things. And that endocannabinoid system that balances those neurotransmitters in our brain, that's the sweet spot. That's the Garden of Eden for the plant, right? So anyway, hey, Tarris, how do people get your book? Because I know how to get it.
Yeah. So you can go on Amazon and type in "Don't Let It Smoke You." It should pop up. I would love for you to leave a review too. If you check it out, you like it, if it resonates with you, please leave a review. That's very helpful.
Where do you want me to review you? Because
Amazon.
On Amazon, yeah.
Amazon. I had a little issue with Amazon earlier today. Let's not go into that.
Okay.
That being said, I will write you a great review. Okay, I promise you that, because I couldn't put it down. Granted, it was a thin book. Okay, my kind of book, about 110 pages. All right, but I was able to identify with exactly how this substance played a role in your upbringing and where it is now.
For sure. And hopefully the book helps so others can kind of navigate that through their life and be able to move forward.
There you go. All right, Tarris, Batiste, it's great to talk with you live on this show. I look forward to chit-chatting with you more. Josh Kincaid, again, thank you for being there, and look forward to next week's show, because it's really going to be you and the scientists. So make sure you get plenty of textbook time on some of those chemistry books and genetics, because they're going to be talking about research and really and truly, and Tarris, I don't know how you feel about this. I joke about this. When I'm gone, I'm leaving my body to science with a list of all the things that I put in it and how often, and then they can study. They'll have some live tissue that they can study. Anyway, so Tarris, Batiste, thank you so much. Josh Kincaid, great. Dan French, our director. Isabel Turner, our production coordinator. For everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. And as Tarris says, start low and go slow. See you later.
Coming up on Weed Talk News this week, New York City cracks down on unlicensed infused food trucks in Times Square. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker continues to lead the movement towards expungement of records, but is it at the expense of safe banking for the industry? And the Teamsters is recruiting cannabis employees in Illinois, while Michigan shakes up their flourless products and increases total THC content allowed in edibles. All that and state-by-state cannabis reports from coast to coast on Weed Talk News with Elena Pinto. Cannabis Media original content is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Accounting Buds, CPA services for the cannabis industry, and by stylighting.shop. Log on today to get your grow kit.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elena Pinto for Pro Cannabis Media, and welcome to Weed Talk News. While members of Congress mull over legislation about federal cannabis reform, one key senator says there's a big bill that's just not cutting it. It's the Safe Banking Act. This would give federal protection to financial institutions that work with state legal cannabis businesses. Members of the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition have written a letter to Congress issuing 10 specific recommended amendments to the bill in order to address social equity. Senator Cory Booker released a statement this week in support of the group's letter, saying in part, Legislation like safe banking requires changes to ensure that the communities most harmed by our broken marijuana policies receive support. So, while advocates are calling for changes to that safe banking bill before it passes, Congress is also feeling pressure from state regulators to get the legislation passed. Washington state is one of many whose leaders are now calling on Congress to pass financial cannabis reform. And Josh Kincaid explains in this week's Washington Report.
I'm Josh Kincaid from the Talking Hedge with the Washington State Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Washington state officials are still urging Congress to pass the Safe Banking Act. The lack of banking services threatens public safety. Due to the reliance on cash transactions, cannabis retailers have been targeted by armed robbers. Earlier this year, there was a man that was killed by working at a retail store, and clerks have been shot at, beaten while on the job. And during 2022, more than 50 armed robberies of state licensed cannabis retailers were reported. So back in 2012, Washington was one of the first states to legalize adult use cannabis. With 10 years of legal retail sales now complete, Washington's system has matured in all, but one critical aspect is access to federally insured banking services and electronic payment processing. Earlier this year, the governor and the attorney general penned a joint op-ed calling on Congress to act. And together with the treasurer and lieutenant governor, they followed with a letter recently to key leaders in Congress. And even more recently, the state's Liquor and Cannabis Board Director of Enforcement and Education joined federal legislators for a briefing organized by the U.S. Cannabis Council. At the briefing, they unveiled new TV ads highlighting the urgency of congressional action on the Safe Banking Act. The act would give cannabis retailers more options to accept credit card and debt transactions, with customers reducing the cash on hand and hopefully resulting in a reduction of robberies. We'll keep you posted. Next week, you guys will find out more about the Washington cannabis scene. With that, we're going to have to roll up this Washington State Cannabis Report. I'm Josh Kincaid reporting for Weed Talk News. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, or don't, and I'm out.
Missouri could become the first state to pass a voter-led effort to help prisoners of pot. Voters in the Show Me State are discussing spearheading what's called automatic expungement on their own, potentially voting for legislation that would require courts to automatically forgive past cannabis crimes. Missouri correspondent Brandon Jones has more from the Show Me State.
Hey everybody, it's Brandon Jones from Distribution Maven, the Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. And yeah, we are trying to get local citizens to put spear forward this effort to get automatic expungement. The biggest reason is because the new bill put on ballot here in November that we're going to vote on does not call for automatic expungement. It also has a couple of different stipulations that will still keep you in prison. And the biggest concern for people supporting the bill is it says the judge has the ability for good cause for denial. So no one has really defined what good cause is. And so at that point, there's no really precedent. So any judge should kind of deny that expungement just because of the way that they feel about the particular person in that case. So that's one of the main reasons that they're trying to find a way to get automatic expungement to happen here. Like we talked about the ballot being put on in November, there's a couple other things that people have read the fine line, the fine print since it's been since August 11th that it's been passed. So one of the major things is the people obviously that get licenses is very important. So they're going to give the recreational license to those already that have medical license. And the problem that people have with that is there was a lot of issues with the reports and how those people actually got those licenses in the first place. And then how little minorities we have. We only have one minority company here so far. And so they're worried about, how are we going to get more minority companies as well into here? So there's a couple things that we talked about. Expungement licenses on the ballot that are a big thing. And yes, we are very, very just people forward here. There's a lot of people on the grassroots just trying to make things happen to get all the people that are in cannabis or in jail for cannabis out. So very proud of the people here in Missouri just trying to spearhead it themselves. So again, I'm Brandon Jones from Distribution Maven of the Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Have a great week, everybody.
New rules are now in place for Massachusetts cannabis industry. Last week, Governor Charlie Baker signed a new cannabis compromise bill into law, which designates funds for social equity applicants in the industry and sets up the framework for cannabis cafes. The governor only removed one controversial section from the bill, a proposal to conduct a study on medical cannabis use in students during school days. Meanwhile, the Bay State's cannabis scene is booming as more companies take root in the area. Weed Talk News producer is on scene with Air Wellness this week to take us on a tour to get lit.
What's up, guys? It's Tori Chamberlain for Weed Talk News, coming at you from somewhere in Milton, Massachusetts, where I just got to spend the afternoon with Air Wellness and the Lit team on the Get Lit tour. So the afternoon started in Watertown at the company's new adult use and medical dispensary. We got to meet the co-founders of Lit and pick up some of their new flower for just a penny an eighth and talk about some great new strains, some of which haven't even been named yet. How cool is that? Then we traveled to an undisclosed location in Milton where we got to check out the Air Wellness and Sierra Natural's new cultivation facility. There, we got to see the dry rooms, the grow rooms, everything the team is building out, and even got to talk with the Massachusetts head cultivator.
Normal people don't get to touch genetics like this. Like, these are so unique that, you know, in the entire time I've been in the industry, like, I've never really worked with these kind of crosses. So having the ability to do so and then having direct contact with the breeder himself, like, that's a paradise for a cultivator.
We've been trying to create lots of different cultivars that actually will work for this sort of, you know, this sort of commercial cultivation, right? And so it's great to see guys that are actually performing and hitting, you know, the right sort of standards that we all look for in cannabis, and you guys really are.
The Air Wellness, Lit, and Sierra Natural teams continue to build their expansion in the Bay State with this new cultivation facility that's not even open to the public yet. But I got to take an inside look, and let me tell you, with this place having 16 massive cultivation rooms inside, it's definitely going to be a sight to see. And then we traveled all together over to Worcester to the Summit Lounge, because what is a good get lit party without actually getting lit and celebrating at the end of the night? So if you're out at shops in Massachusetts, whether it's Air Wellness or somewhere else, keep an eye out for that lit flower and try it for yourself. For now, I'm Weed Talk News producer Tori Chamberlain, reporting in Milton. See you next time.
New guidelines have been set in Michigan for smokeless THC products like edibles and drinks, mainly by distinguishing new categories for oils and tinctures as well. The board chair for the Michigan Cannabis Manufacturers Association says the distinction will help companies avoid legal trouble. And the new regulations also double the amount of THC allowed in an adult use edible package to 200 milligrams, bringing recreational products more in line with medicinal ones. Michigan NORML Executive Director Rick Thompson has more from that state this week.
Hello again, everyone. This is the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News. Let's begin. Instead of several stories today, we'll focus on just one story, the current situation in Michigan's cannabis marketplace. Recently, we told you about store closures from some of the state's most well-financed cannabis retail and cultivation organizations, and there's more of that to report. Several social media posts have indicated a second wave of firings at Common Citizen has taken place, and that's bad news for those who are counting on those cannabis industry jobs. Jazz Cabbage Cafe on Tuesday had a special episode dedicated to those people displaced by the recent industry contraction. You can catch that one on YouTube, on the Facebook page, or of course on Pro Cannabis Media's television stations. Current reports from the Cannabis Regulatory Agency indicate July was a record-setting month for cannabis sales, but also provided further evidence of the decline of the medical market in Michigan. The overall sales numbers had regulated market cannabis sales in July at nearly 210 million, of which only 10% was medical, and that number continues to shrink. Per ounce pricing continues its decline, with medical sales at $110 per ounce and adult use at $121 per ounce. Now, just a few months ago, people thought $150 an ounce was the market's bottom line. It wasn't. Our problems continue to get worse, though, as the adult use industry now has 1.35 million cannabis plants under lights, and the medical industry has another 500,000 plants growing. Yeah, that's right. Our Michigan cannabis industry now has about 1.85 million cannabis plants under regulated market cultivation. Here's another tough statistic: the number of pounds of cannabis on the market in Michigan. Now, currently, retailers in both medical and adult use are holding about 82,500 pounds of cannabis flower. Now, that's a lot, but consider that cultivators and processors are holding 246,000 extra pounds of flower that's already passed testing and is being packaged or prepared for market. Now, that's 250,000 pounds. And those figures do not include flash frozen or infused liquids or infused solids or concentrates. So to summarize, there's a lot of cannabis on the market. Lots more cannabis is coming. Not many new retail stores are opening, and that means greater competition for retail shelf space. Earlier this year, I reported on a trend in California where shelf space in retail stores is being rented to cannabis brands. Some places in Michigan are rumored to have begun this predatory behavior, which may make retailers more profitable, but it places an additional hardship on the cultivators and processors who put out those cannabis brands, and it will absolutely disproportionately affect the smaller brand names. The increased competition on retail shops provides incentives for some companies to cheat at the game, and there are many ways to do that. THC inflation is the most obvious culprit, and that form of cheating seems to be creeping into more than one cannabis testing company in our state. Shorting the customer on their products is another form of cheating, making those 0.7 gram joints a 0.6 doobie without relabeling, or offering a 3.25 gram eighth instead of a 3.5 gram eighth. Cheating can also come in advertising, where the rules state pricing can't be mentioned in your ad, but if you do, the CRA just gives you a phone call warning. A tough market makes for a vicious marketplace, and nice guys don't always finish first when the sharks are running the show. Just ask former director Andrew Brisboe about how vicious this regulatory marketplace can be. But now, the good news. Our industry just set a new in-state sales record. There's more players in the industry, which means more opportunities for those ancillary industries. The Michigan Cannabis Industry Association just announced they have now over 400 members, and their summer annual retreat this past week was a rocking success. This weekend's Canna Cantina and Blues Brothers cannabis-themed events will also be very successful. Huge conventions like CannaCon and the Benzinga conferences continue to remind us Michigan is not only firmly on the national map, we are the center of the national map, and our market dominance is not going away anytime soon. Now, it is right that we pay attention to the troubles and the tribulations of the industry and community that we love so much, but those doom and gloom discussions should be tempered with both optimism and hope. And that's it for the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson for Weed Talk News.
Another state looking at changes is Colorado, but not with regulations. For the first time ever, the state is reporting a downward trend in sales. Colorado made national waves when it legalized recreational cannabis all the way back in 2014. And ever since then, their cannabis industry has been on the upswing. That is, until now. One of the biggest fears is that if the downward trend continues, state taxes that go to things like public schools will fall short. We'll keep an eye on what happens in Colorado. But for now, let's check in with Deborah Borchardt for this week's Green Market Report.
I'm Deborah Borchardt, and this is the business update for Weed Talk News from the Green Market Report. Earnings season is still upon us. This week, Cresco Labs reported approximately $218 million in revenue during the period. The company also reported that it has maintained its position as the #1 cannabis wholesaler in the country. Now, not doing so well is Green Lane, who delivered $39.9 million in total revenue during the quarter. That fell from $46.5 million in the previous quarter. The company also said it was looking to decouple from its cannabis packaging company, Kushco, which it merged with not long ago. Now, conspicuously absent from the company's earnings statement was CEO Nick Kovacevic, who had been the CEO at Kushco before taking on the role at Green Lane. Also turning in a disappointing number was Jay-Z's cannabis company, The Parent Co., who reported about $27.4 million in revenue. That was a 27% drop from last year. And the company also had a net loss of $30 million, and that's on top of last quarter's net loss of $33 million. Now, if you need total coverage of this week's earnings, head to the Green Market Report for more detailed reporting. And I'm Deborah Porchart, and this has been your business update for Weed Talk News.
A battle over cannabis in the South. Some advocates for adult use cannabis in Arkansas say they are willing to wait 2 more years to potentially transition from a medical-only state to adult use. That's because some activists say the current Arkansas adult use cannabis amendment is simply a money grab for already established medical businesses, and they want to see more inclusive legislation before taking it to the polls. And next door in Tennessee, Democratic gubernatorial candidate Jason Martin is calling on his state to go green, tweeting this week, while our neighbor Arkansas is on track to bring in $60 million in funds for communities as a result of legalizing cannabis, Tennessee continues to criminalize small drug offenses and lets the cartels maintain control. Legalizing cannabis is simply common sense. Couldn't agree more. Now let's travel north to the Keystone State. Here's Claudia Post with this week's update from Pennsylvania.
I'm Claudia Post from Scarlet Express, and I'm here in the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, reporting for Weed Talk News. The Pennsylvania General Assembly has spent a lot of time in committee discussing whether to legalize recreational marijuana. But the Fed holds everything up more than the state level. One issue that complicates the legalization relates to the Second Amendment. And the Department of Justice continues to argue in federal court that medical marijuana patients should be barred from owning guns because it's a danger to trust regular marijuana users to exercise sound judgment. And I say, in parentheses, what about wine, beer, and liquor? Do all of those fine folks always exercise sound judgment? I don't think so. The second issue is that marijuana-related businesses cannot access the banking system due to the risk of federal penalties. The problem is serious, and that a national conference of state legislatures announced a policy change to support a cannabis banking reform bill, which is really terrific. However, over here in Pennsylvania, we have a woman named Judy Ward. She is in Hollidaysburg, Pennsylvania, and she is so not informed about what the plant is, how it works, etc. So Judy says it's a horrible thing because it will risk workplace impairment of employees who are operating heavy machinery. Again, I go back to, does Judy have wine, beer, and liquor? Judy needs to take a class in cannabis. I would love to do it. Yet another issue is that state laws classify any driver as impaired with a trace of cannabis in their system. Now, when you smoke cannabis, it does not leave your system right away. It could stay there for weeks. So that doesn't mean that you smoked like 5 minutes ago. That means that you could have smoked 3 weeks ago and it's percolating around in your system, excuse me. So we have a lot of challenges here, but there are a significant majority of Pennsylvanians who support legalization for recreational use. And as I said, the difficulty is that with New Jersey rec, New York is going quickly. You have Ohio, you have Delaware. We're sort of in this terrible little pocket of stupidity here in Pennsylvania, and we're going to miss a lot of revenue, but oh well, can't do anything about it. Now, this is a really good one and very close to my heart. Having been in the transportation business for many years, I understand the difference in the misclassification, or should I say the proper classification of workers as independent contractors. Many people will bring on what we call ICs in an effort to avoid paying overtime. And I think that's really horrible. I had employees, I had ICs. My ICs were treated very well. They were paid on time for the work that they did. They could come and go, and they could set their own hours. There is a list of qualifications to be classified as an independent contractor, and it's right in the internet, and I urge you, if you're interested, to go take a look at it. But a company right here in Pennsylvania called Pharmaceutical RX violated the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act and the Pennsylvania Minimum Wage Act by not paying their drivers higher wages when they worked for more than 40 hours a week. I don't know anything about this company, and I am not going to condemn someone without knowing all the facts, but I would say, having been in that business, courier business for a long time, I know there were a lot of people who were skirting what they should have been paying and doing and whatever. I'm not saying, like I always say, I'm not a virgin, but I run a clean ship. And I think that you have to comply, especially you're depending on those drivers. They are your face to the public, and you better treat them just like you treat your employees. Hopefully you treat your employees well. You must treat your independent contractors the same way. So there was a class action suit, I believe, because all the workers complained for an unspecified period of time and a lack of overtime pay. Pharmaceutical RX and its subsidiaries fired them and replaced them, the lawsuit claims. So they were they were acting up, says Pharmaceutical RX, and guess what? Boom, they fired them. That's just awful. So Pharmaceutical RX hired the 5 plaintiffs to deliver medical marijuana products to dispensaries in the Commonwealth. They were clearly employees. Now you have to, again, go prove that they were employees. That's a whole big other thing. And that the driving schedule was totally controlled by the company. The plaintiffs all used company vehicles and equipment to deliver the cannabis. None of them owned an independent delivery business, which you have to do. You have to have a separate book, would be, under Claudia Poe's delivery driver. But they didn't have it because the owner wasn't paying attention, and that's his job or her job. Shortly after being hired, the drivers often complained they were being misclassified as independent contractors and asked for overtime pay. The lawsuit claims the company said it would correct the mistake, but fired them instead. Nice going, Pharmaceutical RX. So that's a wrap from Pennsylvania. I'm Claudia Post, reporting for Scarlet Express, and I'll be back next week to talk about what's hot and what's not in Pennsylvania. From We Talk News, have a fabulous week.
Things may not be so sunny in the Golden State. While California cannabis regulators have been working to reform the state's tax infrastructure for the industry, businesses may have another barrier to entry, as a provisional license program in the state is ending. Provisional licenses provided a path for businesses to continue operations and maintain state compliance while they applied for more permanent annual permits. But that program is now coming to an end, and state regulators now have 3 years to convert more than 8,000 of those provisional licenses to full permit holders. Cannabis could be more popular than people think. While most Americans willingly enjoy a nice cold beer or a cocktail, it looks like more of them may be looking toward the positive impacts of cannabis. Vote Pro podcast Phil Adams takes a look at the new poll and more in this week's DC Report.
Hi, this is Phil Adams from Vote Pro podcast, here at the Weed Talk News DC Report. By more than 2 to 1, more Americans believe cannabis has a positive impact on people and society than alcohol. According to a new Gallup poll, 53% of respondents say cannabis is good for those who use it. By contrast, only 27% say that alcohol is good for drinkers. Additionally, 49% say the use of cannabis has a positive impact on society at large, compared to just 23% who would say the same about alcohol. This despite the fact that cannabis is still federally illegal, while alcohol is not. Significantly, the poll finds that those who have actually used cannabis are far more likely to advocate for its positive effects than would the small fraction of drinkers who feel that way about consuming alcohol. Gallup surveyed 1,013 adults over a 3-week period in July. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker said in a press release this week that changes to a standalone banking reform bill are needed for it to pass. Specifically, Booker says equity provisions must be included in the Secure and Fair Enforcement Banking Act before it can advance. Booker, along with colleagues Ron Wyden and Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, have long resisted a standalone banking bill in favor of comprehensive marijuana reform. Last month, they formally introduced the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act in the Senate. Since then, however, they have expressed a willingness to compromise on the Safe Banking Act. Booker's comments coincide with a press release from the Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, which calls for a series of 10 equity-related amendments to the bill. Among them are provisions requiring institutions to prove compliance with anti-discrimination laws and a mandate for regulators to promulgate best practices toward achieving racial equity in financial services. While Booker did not specifically endorse any of the CRCC's amendment proposals, he did call for changes to the bill that would ensure support for those most impacted by cannabis prohibition. That's this week's Weed Talk News from the nation's capital. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Here at We Talk News, we have told you about a number of lawsuits or legal controversies involving edibles that resemble popular trademarked candy. And it turns out the problem isn't exclusive to the US. Debbie Facey has that story and more in this week's Canada Report.
Hi, and welcome to We Talk News with Debbie Facey, your Canadian correspondent, with your weekly joint of the week. Here and in the States, we have been battling with an infringement when it comes to Skittles. Skittles is a well-known brand between both mature and the young and has succumbed over a battle when it comes to marketing and branding. A lot of Ontario dispensaries have been selling these products where the infusion has either been laced over top or infused within the product and has been unfortunately landed in younger hands. With this being the case, Mars has been able to set a lawsuit on these 5 John Doe companies and have been able to, per se, win their battle. What we also have here in Vancouver, BC, Burnaby to be exact, is a strike of 33,000 workers where they are picketing right now at the border where their liquor and, unfortunately, their cannabis is supposed to be able to come through. With most of the stores in Burnaby having to deal with empty shelves, it has landed them to have to figure out ways in order to still fulfill their customers' needs and have not only their empty shelves not empty, but still be able to somehow find a way to restock them. One thing that Toronto Pearson Airport is thinking about, the GTAA Association has been in talk about including a casino and a cannabis store in the airport. This is to help with their $700 million loss over the last 2 years due to COVID-19 and the obvious turmoil with the amount of wait times and complaints that they have been dealing with. So they have been reworking and thinking of ways to bring in revenue from different outlets and with different partners. Let's see how that happens. Once again, this is Debbie Facey, your Canadian correspondent for Weed News Report, with your Canadian Weekly Joint of the Week.
And finally, if you are considering a trip to Thailand on the heels of cannabis legalization in the country, you may want to think twice. Just 2 months after new laws were passed that have largely decriminalized the plant in Thailand, this week the country's health minister discouraged tourists from visiting the country only to smoke weed. Despite the country seemingly welcoming the medical benefits of the plant, the health ministry told reports bluntly, "We don't welcome those kinds of tourists." People caught smoking in public risk facing a 3-month jail sentence or fines. So you may want to reconsider location if you're planning a cannabis vacation. And there are plenty of other options too. After all, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Remember to use it wisely. I'm Elena Pinto for Pro Cannabis Media. We will see you next time on Weed Talk News.
Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first. Hey, you want to grow your own plants? Check out Style Lighting's Grow Kit. It has everything you need to become an expert home grower and bring the power of the sun indoors. Style Lighting uses TCP's high-powered commercial LEDs that deliver twice the output in the market. The Grow Kit has a grow bag, a timer, chains to hang the light, and of course the best in the business lighting system by TCP. Check out stylelighting.shop for more information. Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, happy Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. So happy to welcome you all to a very special live edition of Green Rush. You know, for over a year now, every Friday afternoon from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern, I've co-hosted this Business of Cannabis talk show with David Rabinovitz, a trusted friend and advisor. And we've had amazing guests from the cannabis industry from coast to coast. And today's show continues that dedication to high-end business discussions. Now he's going to be joined by Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net for this special edition on interstate commerce in cannabis. Me? Hey, I'm going to go head into the chat room after I play this soundbite or clip from an interview I did with Dimitri Downing from the Marijuana Industry Trade Association out of Arizona last week at MJ BizCon and MJ Unpacked. Now, Dimitri believes in the importance of interstate commerce for the patient and the industry professional.
You have to wrestle with how you deploy capital and plan for long term. And we all know interstate commerce is coming within 3 to 7 years. We need an industry that's going to advocate aggressively for interstate commerce. And when interstate commerce comes, hopefully, you won't have to manufacture in all these states. Just adjust to little things like labeling, testing, and packaging, etc. Now we've shifted over to paradigm 2 over the last 10, 12 years, which is the concept that we're kind of wrestling with right now, that we've inherited and kind of accepting merit-based applications, limited licensing applications. There can only be a few dispensaries. There can only be a few manufacturers. All that is nonsense. We need to fight for paradigm 3, which is the open markets, which is competition, which is opportunity, because ultimately paradigm 3 is going to be best for the patients and the consumers.
Welcome. I'm David Rabinovitz. We do this every Friday. Thanks for joining us here on Pro Cannabis Media in the Green Rush. I'm joined by my co-host, Kurt Dalton, and by our exceptionally special guest that we're thrilled to have today, Professor Robert Mikos from Vanderbilt Law. This is basically for us a very special show. We're going to take a really deep dive into whether or not interstate commerce in cannabis is going to be allowed, or how it could be allowed, what the ramifications are. And I think we have the best lineup of industry guests that we have ever had on this show. So with that, I'm going to flip it to Kurt, and then we're going to let the professor introduce himself and start the discussion going.
Thanks, David. Welcome, Professor. If for those folks just tuning in and kind of seeing the some of the links out there, we did an article based on Professor Mikos's paper and got a tremendous amount of comments and shares. I think it's over 1,400 shares. Basically saying that interstate commerce, I'll let the professor correct me, may actually be legal for the cannabis and marijuana plant based on the dormancy commerce clause in the Constitution. So before you even get into the paper, Professor, what was the inspiration to kind of, one night at dinner, go down the road to the left and say, hey, I think marijuana interstate commerce is legal. Let me pull out some of those books in the library. How did it start? What was the germination of this paper?
It's a great question, but first, thanks both to you, Kurt, and to you, David, for having me. Happy to be here this Friday afternoon. In large part, I saw what the states were doing. And I noticed that they've got these weird bubble-like markets. So Massachusetts will have its own cannabis market, its own cultivators and processors and retailers. And then, across the way, you've got Connecticut with its own set of suppliers, New York, New Jersey, Colorado, go down the list. And there's no cannabis moving across state lines, and actually very limited investment across state lines. And I think one day that just struck me as so odd in comparison to every other market we have out there. You go to the grocery store now, you might be in Florida, but you'll see avocados from California. Tennessee, we're a big auto state, but we'll see autos made in Ohio. So normally we don't see this sort of segmentation or bubble-like markets in the state. Normally see that. And I know there's a constitutional doctrine out there, the Dormant Commerce Clause, that's designed to stop that. It's actually designed to promote free trade and the development of national markets. So I started to dig into, why isn't that dormant commerce clause operating here? Why is it that the states are allowed, and every state that's legalized cannabis right now bans the importation of out-of-state product, and a lot of them ban outside investors, non-residents, from investing in local industry. So I started asking, how is it that states are getting away with this? And I never got a satisfactory answer. One thing led to another. You keep digging, you keep digging, you keep digging, and you discover, hey, maybe this is unsustainable. Maybe the states can't keep doing this. Maybe what they're doing, actually, they can legalize cannabis, but they can't say, we're going to legalize it only for insiders. You really got to treat those insiders and outsiders alike. And that's sort of where one thing led to another. It's just noticing that incongruity between cannabis and every other market that's out there.
So is this, I guess we'd say like the dormant commerce clause is the smoking gun of this debate. Does that include a Schedule I drug when that was put in? The federal government's CSA, Controlled Substance Act, has it as a Schedule I drug, cannabis, unfortunately. There's no precursor or excluding when it comes to a commerce clause if it's a illegal federal drug.
It's a great question. So in a nutshell, that dormant commerce clause, it is a default free trade principle. So this is states, you can't unduly burden interstate commerce. But the question is, well, what if the federal government has made that commerce illegal?
Yeah.
And clearly Congress has done that. And I think the states, when they adopted all these bans on imports and exports and out-of-state investment, I think they kind of assumed that, hey, maybe Congress has turned off this principle. Because as I mentioned, the Dormant Commerce Clause is really a default constitutional principle. It's not explicitly stated in the Constitution. The court has just looked at that and said, we assume that Congress wants to promote free trade. But if it tells us otherwise, it can suspend this Dormant Commerce Clause. And I think the states all assumed, hey, Congress banned this. You've got no federal right to sell it, so we can do with it as we please. We can legalize, say Massachusetts, we're going to let locals grow it and sell it, but if you're an out-of-stater, you're out of luck. And I think everybody kind of bought into that without kind of testing that assumption. And what I've done in a couple of papers is really one called Interstate Commerce and Cannabis. It's really testing that assumption and kind of picking it apart. To the federal government's perspective, from Congress's perspective, it doesn't care where the cannabis comes from. It's not like it says, hey, you grow this stuff in Boston and sell it to somebody in Boston and we don't care. That's legal. But the moment you take it outside of Boston and take it into Connecticut or some other state, we care about it. Congress has no reason to care where cannabis comes from. Its objective in the Controlled Substances Act was to quash this market entirely, to wipe it out. So I think once you recognize that Congress doesn't care whether you're selling across state lines or entirely within a state, this idea that Congress has somehow permitted the states to discriminate against outsiders starts to fall apart. And that's why I think today, all of these barriers states have erected to interstate commerce and cannabis, they are subject to challenge under this Dormant Commerce Clause principle, notwithstanding that federal ban.
Would you say, this is the meat of it, you brought up the word test it. Spoke to a few lawyers today. What does that look like? We have a lot of stories about a guy named Dale Jackson from Georgia who has an autistic son, and he went across state lines, invited the press, bought some cannabis oil, brought it over, asked the press and police to follow him, arrest him if you want. Is that kind of what we're looking at for a test, that a medical license holder or a recreational license holder, say in Massachusetts, which will be a good lead in for another guest we have coming on, goes to California, orders from California, or ships it, says, here's my package, I'm putting it in the mail, or I'm driving it to New York or California, have the press follow them, please arrest me, my lawyer's with me. What does a test of this look like in reality?
Yeah, so that's one possibility, and that's a very sympathetic test. So if you want to push a legal theory like this, you want to find the most sympathetic case you can, and that might be a case of that. That's a patient, though, sort of just possessing it and bringing it across state lines. Another possibility, and there are actually several legal cases out there right now, test cases, including one in neighboring Maine. You could be an outsider, you want to invest in the cannabis market in another state. That state says, can't do that. We only allow residents to own our shops. Well, you could sue the state and ask the court for an injunction blocking that residency requirement for a cannabis license. And in fact, there have been such lawsuits filed in Maine, Missouri, Oklahoma, Michigan, and I believe Washington State as well. We have decisions striking down those residency requirements in at least 3 of those states. The federal court in Maine said, Maine, you can't do this. You can't limit your market just to residents. It violates the Dormant Commerce Clause. Same answer, just at the preliminary injunction stage in Michigan, same answer in Missouri. Oklahoma had a weird reason for getting rid of the case. And so those are test cases, and they're coming out for the way I've predicted. The courts are saying this violates the Dormant Commerce Clause. The next step would be somebody pushing to sell across state lines. That's a harder test because I think for a variety of reasons, federal judges might be a little bit leery about saying, you know, state of Massachusetts, you have to let in Oregon product. The optics of that are a little bit different. The fashioning, the remedy is a little bit different. But yeah, lots of different ways that you could test these state restrictions on bringing product across state lines or investing across state lines.
So if somebody were to decide to challenge this, a licensee wanted to challenge this particular issue, would they be better to go to federal court or state court? Doesn't matter?
Oddly enough, you're probably better going to federal court. And each of these cases has actually been, that I mentioned, has been litigated in the federal court. Might seem strange because it's a federal that bans this, but it's also a federal constitutional principle that you would be invoking. And you might worry that a state judge, that forum selection is always an important issue in litigation. You might worry that a state judge is going to sympathize with state lawmakers and say, hey, they wanted to keep all the benefits of legalization and reserve those just for state residents. They didn't want outsiders making a profit off this. They didn't want outsiders taking some of the jobs. So a state judge might be elected, might be reluctant to invalidate a state restriction in state commerce. I think a federal judge may not be so hesitant.
Interesting.
In a couple scenarios David and I talked about earlier, one was I see this being a 3 to 5 year process. If you're going to invite, say, the press or the police to join you, you're going to ship it or drive it over a state line, arrest me, you're going to need a legal fund. You're going to get federally indicted at the time. It's going to take 3 to 5 years of appeals. And if you win, you may be the person, maybe at the Supreme Court, that gets this done. David thinks it would all be a much quicker process, kind of pre-trial motions. What do you think how would it break down on timing and money?
Yeah, it does take time. So this is all assuming no federal legalization, because I think that'll speed the process up dramatically. But it will take time because like that Maine lawsuit is just now going to the federal appeals court. One of the parties, the party challenging the residency requirement, won in the district court. The suit was started more than a year ago, I think, at this point. Just now getting to the appeals court. The appeals court has agreed we should stay the injunction, which means you get to keep your residency requirement, Maine, until we can rule on this issue and decide whether or not this is unconstitutional.
Really?
Yeah, so 2 to 3 years is probably the amount of time it would take to get kind of a higher court to rule on it. Maybe not the Supreme Court, but at least a federal appeals court to rule on it. You can get those preliminary injunctions and so on, and maybe that's helpful. But what you really want is sort of a precedent from an appellate court sort of validating this position. I think that sends a much stronger signal. And you wouldn't necessarily, to sort of Kurt's scenario where you've got a patient who says, arrest me, you wouldn't necessarily have to do that. There's a famous old Supreme Court case, not that old, but Gonzalez versus Raich. The Supreme Court said, hey, Congress, you can criminalize intrastate activity, not just interstate activity. That was actually brought by a couple of women who are participating in Prop 215 out there. They asked the court for a declaration, a declaratory judgment, basically a statement from the court saying to the Attorney General of the United States, the application of the Controlled Substances Act to purely intrastate activities is unconstitutional. It took years and years to get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said no, ultimately, but you don't necessarily have to be arrested to bring one of these actions. You could seek a declaratory judgment as long as you had a reasonable chance that you're going to be facing some sort of prosecution, probably from the state, because you want to challenge state law, not federal. But if you had that reasonable probability, you could seek a declaratory judgment, an injunction to block the state from discriminating against you because you're an outsider.
My recollection was that it was the Butte County Sheriffs and the DEA that raided Angel Rach's home, I thought in 2002. That sound right?
I think that's about right.
Yeah.
So that's what sort of triggered it. And so they, of course, they had an interest going forward. They wanted to know, hey, can we recreate this grow? And there were a couple of other patients that glommed onto that. And they sought that declaratory judgment. But Supreme Court didn't get around to ruling on that, giving a final ruling until 2005. So a 3-year time period. If you want to get all the way to the Supreme Court, that may be how long it takes.
Right. That actually, from my limited understanding, I'm not an attorney, but to get up to the Supreme Court, 3 years is kind of quick.
Yeah, unless it's something involving some emergency action, or presidential action, that they're going to take their time with these things. They want the lower courts to.
So if a licensee would need to initiate this, right? Because I could see two ways this could happen. One is the licensee says, I'm going to import it. And we'll talk about that on one of our panels, because I've got this great scheme. I got my hat, my dark glasses, and tomorrow we're going to start importing weed from the West Coast.
There he is. All of the media follow you.
Here we are. So it seems to me there's two ways to initiate this. One way is you bring it in and wait for the feds to do something, and the other one is you say, I want to do this, and I'm suing you to get a declaration that says you can't stop me from doing it. What would? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't know if it's the feds you want to worry about. I think, again, to my mind, the big barrier to importation and exportation is the states. Yeah, Massachusetts says don't import the stuff. Colorado says don't import the stuff. Yep. So you really want to challenge state law. So you want to get some state. You would want to be arrested if you would ever want that to happen. You want to be arrested by the state authority and then challenge their law. Their ban on importation, say, hey, this violates the Dormant Commerce Clause. You're letting all these other people grow and sell the drug. You're discriminating against me because I grew it out of state, and that's unconstitutional. You'd want to do it that way, but the alternative and the safer route is to seek that declaration. And that's kind of what these out-of-state companies or investors that want to own cannabis businesses in other states, they're in a safer posture there. I think that's why those lawsuits have been brought first, because they can go to the state and say, we're just applying for a license. The state says, you can't, you're an outsider, you're not a resident. And then you can sue the state and say, this violates the Constitution, without risking criminal penalties.
So Kurt, take that saw blade out of the banana nut bread you were making for me. I don't think I'm going to need it. We'll challenge it in advance.
Yeah, we should do this all in advance before getting arrested. We should get all the paperwork ready before you get Logan on the air.
And don't bake any weed into that loaf.
We've always, the situations we're throwing at you, Professor, have always been licensees. For those people who don't have a license, an illicit grower takes a minivan across country from Emerald Triangle to New York City, boom, he's arrested. He should not just say, I invoke the dormant competency clause of the Constitution. I invoke the dormant. That's not going to cut it, right?
That's right. So in that instance, the state would say, what the Dormant Commerce Clause at its core, it bars geographic discrimination. So it says, New York State, you can't treat outside business people different than inside business people. You can't give those insiders a regulatory leg up. But all of the states that have legalized cannabis, they continue to ban the black market, whether it's the in-state black market or the out-of-state black market. So they'd say to that Emerald or Emerald Triangle grower, hey, we're treating you just like we would treat the guy in-state that's doing this without a license. And so there'd be no Dormant Commerce Clause challenge to bring there.
Wanted to clarify that for some of our viewers.
Yeah.
Pull out their cell phone and show the police our show as they're getting arrested.
Yeah, just as a disclaimer, none of this is legal advice, either for you or for your viewers, of course. But these are my prognostications about how the law would shake out here.
So I understand we've got a lot of people in the chat room. Thanks for joining us. It's 4:20 on the East Coast, and most of you know what that means. Even though Jimmy's not with us today, he's actually in the YouTube chat room monitoring and texting me with questions that people have. So we're going to take our standard break. We're going to be right back. Don't go away. Enjoy the 4:20 break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes here in the Green Rush.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 1900. I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. prohibition never works. It's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard. It's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. Going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
And we're back. Thanks for sticking with us. It's Friday afternoon here on the Green Rush Show on Pro Cannabis Media. We're kind of jump usually from about 4:26 or so when we're done with the break till 4:30. We just fill in. But this is such an exciting topic. We're bringing in the 4:30 panelists now. We're very happy to have with us Stephen Huffman, who's the chairman of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, and Scott Moskal, who co-leads the cannabis practice at Burns & Levinson, one of the leading law firms in the Boston area. So I'm going to give them a moment just to introduce themselves, and then we're going to get back into it with Professor Mikos. Stephen, you want to start?
Sure. I think you've already introduced me, David, but thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Steve Huffman. I'm the chairman of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission. I've been in my job since September 1st of 2017, and it's been quite a ride to see how much we've accomplished over the last 4 years. There are now 317 operational marijuana establishments in the state, including over 150 retailers. We will, in calendar year 21, do approximately $1.3 billion of business, retail business in the adult use space. So the industry is taking off Massachusetts. I think we still have a long ways to go, and we're excited about the future. And again, thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Great, and thank you as well for allowing me to join this group. My name is Scott Moskal. Like David mentioned, I co-run our cannabis practice at Burns & Levinson. We've been working with cannabis clients since 2013, mostly on the corporate and finance side, as well as obviously regulatory, because you have to know the regulations in order to do a transaction in any state in this country. And basically our practice is nationwide, but besides representing operators, including some top MSOs, we also represent a lot of banks and credit unions, as well as lenders, venture capital funds, PE funds in this space. So thank you for inviting me and looking forward to the conversation.
Great. Kurt, you want to pick up? You want me to go?
Sure, I'll go. So, Steve, in the first 20 minutes, we have Professor Mikos telling us a licensed operator, if it got to the point of crossing a state line due to the dormant competency clause, may actually be legal. You're in charge of mass licensing. You have I have my lawyer here. It was Burns & Levinson. I want to test this. What would you say if they came to you first with this idea as a licensee in Massachusetts about either importing or exporting cannabis?
Well, first thing I'd say is it's a violation of our regulations. Second of all, I would say as a regulator, I'm not a lawmaker, and my job and the commission's job is to enforce the law. And so if the law changes, or if the law is challenged, or our regulations are challenged, and that's the ruling, we would adhere to it. So I don't really have an opinion on what should happen. Well, I do have a personal opinion. I think it would be a bad idea for the industry in Massachusetts, but legally, as I said, we enforce the law. And right now our regulations are that you cannot cross state lines, both coming into the state or coming out of the state. And we enforce those regulations.
You just said, though, it'd be a bad idea in your own personal opinion. Do you want to expound on that?
Yeah, I took this job because I really believed in the objectives of the law of Question 4 and the subsequent legislation that created our commission. And if you read that, the legislation was very explicit. They wanted to create a diverse industry. They wanted to create an industry that created room for smaller players. They wanted to create an industry that created room for farming in Massachusetts, particularly small farmers and co-ops. They absolutely wanted to ensure that the industry provided an opportunity for participation by those that were harmed by marijuana prohibition. All those things, in my opinion, would be at risk if interstate commerce was allowed. And I support all of the objectives of the law, as I said a few seconds ago. And interstate commerce, to me, would be deleterious to every one of those specific objectives that was part of the legislation.
And I have to agree with that. I mean, the referendum for was one of its primary focuses was establishing this industry for the benefit of those who have been harmed by the war against prohibition, but also for minority social justice, social equity. And, I do think that if the Dormant Commerce Clause were to allow interstate commerce in the cannabis industry, essentially Massachusetts would be flooded by all the cannabis from the Emerald Triangle. And I think that would put a lot of social equity EA applicants who have run their business for a period of time at risk because they're not going to be able to stand up to the big boys. And I don't necessarily think that that's a good idea as much as I'm a capitalist. I do think that we have a social contract. Referendum 4 is an example of that. And, we do need, I think the state does have a valid reason, whether it's public safety or whatnot, in order to prevent that to happen.
So, I'm sorry, Commissioner, you look.
No, go ahead, David.
So I'm going to take an opposing view. And if, as it stands now, it's the larger players in Massachusetts that are vertically integrated, generally speaking, who grow their own, process it, and sell it at retail. Many of the independent retailers tend to be the smaller players. So if you've got a smaller player who now has to compete with the large players who have the full margin, getting interstate commerce would likely hurt the local growers.
Right.
But I think it might actually help the local product manufacturers and local retailers because it may place them on more equitable footing against some of the bigger growers or the fully integrated growers.
Yeah, I disagree with that, David. I mean, I think I understand your point, and I think there's validity to it. But why I disagree is that we have Scott's used my line when he said he's a capitalist. I'm a capitalist too, and I believe in competition and free enterprise. And one of the things we've done in Massachusetts is we said we're not going to put caps on the number of licenses we're going to issue. We have caps on the number of licenses any one individual or entity can control, but there are no caps on the total number of licenses. And if you look at the licenses we've issued to date, as well as what's in our licensing queue, there's going to be enormous competition in terms of cultivators competing to sell to manufacturers competing to sell to retailers. I think we have a ton of competition, and we will continue to have more competition in the state that will not allow the big players to dominate the market. I just think it's an efficient market, and there's plenty of room for small players. You did make one point that I absolutely agree with, which is that there's no debate to the fact that farmers and cultivators in Massachusetts would be devastated by interstate commerce. You just can't debate that fact, in my opinion.
And I agree with that. I mean, with respect to the smaller growers in the state, many of them have now taken to sort of the craft beer concepts, so the craft cannabis concept. And so they are carving out their own particular niche in order to compete. And I'll agree with the commission. That's capitalism at its best, right? Trying to figure out where you can make the best margin in the business and to adapt and to evolve.
So what I was going to say, David, if I could, you asked the original question was, what did I think about Professor Miko's paper? And I just wanted to make a couple other comments again without commenting on the legal argument. One is, he pointed out the Cole memorandum and said that's not a basis, at least not a legal basis to forestall interstate commerce. That might or might not be true, but it's certainly a policy decision that we made and will defend, that we don't want to set our licensees up to be, in trouble with the feds. I guess I don't have, that's not particularly eloquent, I apologize. But the Cole Memorandum was pretty clear on the topic of interstate commerce. And I'll further point out that the Cole Memorandum was rescinded, I believe, in 2018 by Jeff Sessions, either 2018 or 2019. I think it was 2018. It was rescinded by then Attorney General Sessions. And what Sessions said is, he said, I'm going to let my individual U.S. state attorneys determine what their policy will be with respect to legalized marijuana in the states that have legalized. At that point, U.S. Attorney Lelling, who was the U.S. Attorney of Massachusetts at that point in time, was pushed pretty hard by the industry, including people like David, to say, okay, what are you going to do? And what Lelling articulated was essentially a reinstatement of the Cole Memorandum, the things that the Cole Memorandum prohibited in terms of underage consumption, in terms of criminal money coming into finance businesses, and particularly interstate commerce, all were articulated by Lelling as reasons that he might intervene in the industry. And so we think there's a strong policy reason for listening to the Cole Memorandum, even if there's not kind of a legally binding reason to do so, as you argue. There's certainly a good policy reason to do so, in my opinion.
And just piggybacking off that, I agree. May not be the law of the land per se, but don't forget, so FinCEN issued its memorandum in 2014 detailing somewhat how banks and credit unions can take cannabis deposits and deal with the money laundering issue. In that part of that calculus is the Cole Memorandum factors, the prosecutorial priorities. So to a certain extent, maybe one could argue that the Cole Memorandum isn't necessarily policy of the Department of Justice as a whole, but in terms of the Department of Treasury, it still remains really important with respect to ensuring that money laundering isn't going on. And so it isn't necessarily fully rescinded in totally throughout the country.
Professor, do you want to respond to that? Go ahead. Yep.
Yeah, just a couple of points on background. I mean, one, if you read the Cole Memoranda, I don't think it says no interstate commerce, period. I think it raises a concern about where it says diversion across state lines.
Right.
I think what Jim Cole had in mind with that was you're in Colorado and you're shipping it over to Nebraska, a state that doesn't allow it. I think that raises a different set of concerns, and you could see why the DOJ might be interested in intervening in that case. But it's not like a blanket prohibition or a statement against all interstate commerce. I mean,
right, but also you have to remember, like, let's just take New England for example, right? So Mass and Maine have adult use and medicinal. Connecticut, Rhode Island, Vermont, New Hampshire have only, Mass and Maine adult use. The other states besides Vermont, medicinal only. Vermont technically has legalized adult use, but not for commercial sales. So, you can't necessarily legally, right, under the Cole Memorandum, technically you can't necessarily take adult use cannabis and cross the border to New Hampshire because adult use is not allowed there.
Sure, that would be a different form of diversion. I think that the bigger problem with relying so much on the DOJ is that the court has repeatedly said, Congress and Congress alone can turn off that anti-discrimination default rule of the Dormant Commerce Clause. Yeah. So even if the Attorney General tomorrow came out and said, I sanction what you're doing, Massachusetts, I agree with you fully, and discriminate all you want in interstate commerce in not just cannabis, but hey, beer and tobacco and everything else. The DOJ has no power to turn off that Dormant Commerce Clause. So I think that's a more fundamental problem.
Well, what the Justice Department does have the ability to do, though, is take a legal business in the state of Massachusetts and say, well, it's in violation of federal law. And it doesn't seem to me to be bad policy. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry for the double neck. It seems to be good policy to do as little to poke the bear as possible. I will also say, my job, as I said, as a regulator, I don't make law, I enforce the law, and I'm a state employee. So my job is to enforce Massachusetts law. The law, this is one of the reasons we came to the conclusion about interstate commerce. The law has a clause in it, which I found amazing when I first started, which is, quote, the commission shall establish separate regulations for Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket, period. When I first started, it took me a month or two to figure out what they were talking about. And because they didn't give us any guidance, they just said separate regulations. It turns out, of course, that what they were concerned about is the transport of product across federal water between the mainland and the two islands. And to me, that is a strong indication that the intent of the legislation was to keep this within the state of Massachusetts, to not cross federal boundaries, to not cross state boundaries. Now, again, that we made a policy decision. I will defend the policy decision, but as I said, if a court overrules a policy decision, we'll implement the new laws. But I will absolutely defend the policy decision.
And I just want to jump in real quick, Scott, and then I'm going to come right back to you. But we've been, Bo Whitney has joined us, and he's been sitting there patiently and quietly. So I want to introduce Bo to the audience. Bo Whitney is probably one of the leading economists in the cannabis space. We're thrilled to have him have us. Scott, I'm going to give it back to you, but Bo, feel free to just jump right into the discussion once Scott makes the
comment. I'll just, and because myself and the commission will just go on and on. So please just jump in. But looking at your law review article, Professor, one of the things it did discuss is that perhaps in a carve out, let's say for the Dormant Commerce Clause, is public safety, public health, and there are components of the regulations that do promote that in many different ways. And I'm not just talking about like packaging regulations per se, but, for example, the regulations provide you have to utilize certain lighting for energy conservation. You have to have an energy conservation plan, which is for the public safety because of environmental concerns. It prescribes that you have to have minimum insurance for certain things. I mean, even something like that is certainly something for the public safety. And if you are having product produced elsewhere, stormed into here, perhaps those public safety covenants or provisions in the regs are being tripped. And I mean, those are just a couple that come to mind. I'm sure the commissioner can rattle off like 10 off the top of his head. But it's more than just, people, well, even like the testing, right? So not all states have the same testing requirements for cannabis. Some allow different types of heavy metals. Now, granted, I guess you could come to a uniform set of standards, but that would probably take Congress longer than it would to pass something so simple as to say banking act. So I'll just leave my political commentary there.
I thought the role of CANRA was to establish those state by state common sets of rules so that when the topic of interstate commerce comes up, then there would be an infrastructure already in place in order to support that. And so, but I haven't seen much results yet out of CANRA in terms of the harmonization of rules and regulations to support cross-border traffic.
I think CANRA is a great organization, and our executive director is part of it. And I think that, it's a wonderful forum for states to learn from one another, share best practice. And so I support it completely. That being said, CANRA's not going to tell the state of Massachusetts what to do with our regulations. We're certainly willing to learn from other states, and to the extent that there's some benefits of getting in line with other states, we'll do so. But I don't view CANRA as an organization that's going to enforce consistency of regulations across states. That's taking away our prerogative, and that I don't believe will happen.
No, I'm not saying CANRA as an enforcement tool, but more as a way in which to educate from state to state and then drive towards harmonization on packaging, on testing, and all these other protocols in preparation in the run-up of either full federal legalization or with some type of interstate commerce pack or what have you.
Yeah, it's possible, and I agree with you. It's a very useful body. You talked about federal legalization, and that was the other thing I would love to hear, Professor, your perspective on, because in your paper you talked about this might all be moot if there's federal legalization. I guess I want to hear a couple of things from you, if you wouldn't mind. One is, they've been talking about federal legalization for a long time. I do not have a crystal ball, but I do see how dysfunctional Congress is, as we all do, I think. So I'm not sure that it's imminent, but let's say it happens. There's, to me, a lot of different ways that it could be legalized. And I don't think it's a laydown that is just going to become a nationally regulated national market kind of phenomenon. As a matter of fact, I have argued with our state's federal delegation that would be a bad thing. And that another path towards legalization potentially is just tell the states, if you want to do it, do it. You know, here are the guidelines you have to follow, do it, but we're not going to interfere, nor are we going to tell you that you have to allow for interstate commerce. Now, again, I have no idea what or if Congress is going to do anything, but I don't think legalization is just, you know, kind of one size fits all. There's a couple of different paths that it could go down. So I'm very interested in your thoughts on that, Professor.
Yeah, one thing I want to get out clearly is that, you know, hopefully it's clear from the papers. I'm worried about interstate commerce.
No, I saw that.
Oh, yes.
A lot of the same reasons. I don't think we want to go down that route, at least in the short term. So I'm kind of, you know, the bringer of bad news, but I'm not the champion of this. I'm not saying, hey, this is
well, can we blame you anyway?
Do it.
And Commissioner Huffman and I did not. Sorry, go ahead.
But I would say, you know, if there's federal legalization, I wouldn't say this is moot. Instead, I'd say this is settled. You can't enforce those. I mean, you can, but they're going to get shot down by court. All those restrictions on interstate commerce. The moment Congress legalizes, the only way to stop that, the Dormant Commerce Clause, the only way to stop that is through crystal clear congressional legislation that says to the courts, don't apply the Dormant Commerce Clause.
No, I agree with that.
So even something like, you know, there are other ways to do this. I agree. Congress, you know, it's not up to the task. Federal agencies not up to the task of regulating this. You guys at the state have a lot more experience, a lot more regulations on the books. It would take a while for the federal government to sort of catch up. But to turn off that Dormant Commerce Clause, you need very clear language. It wouldn't be enough for Congress to pass something like, you know, the States Act. That's another proposal where Congress says federally legal, but, you know, states, you handle it. Dormant Commerce Clause would still come in and tell the states, if you allow this, if you allow people to grow and sell it, you can't discriminate because they're based in another state.
No, I get that. By the way, I do get that you were raising a concern. You weren't advocating. As a matter of fact, you're the opposite. So I respect that and appreciate that. But I think I just heard you say, well, it might be hard. It is doable if the legislation is written correctly. It's doable to enforce a ban on interstate commerce if this was federally legalized. I think I heard you say that. Maybe
Yes.
a long shot, but it's doable.
No, it's doable. And I think there's, you know, I think you can, you know, and to the extent that state regulators help to push in this direction, I think there's a strong case to be made to Congress to turn off this Dormant Commerce Clause, at least for a period of years, you know, this transition period. And actually in a piece with Scott Bloomberg, who's a law professor at the University of Maine, we spell out exactly how Congress could do that. There's legislative language you could borrow from insurance. That's, you know, a very similar market, it turns out, to cannabis. 70 years ago, the Supreme Court threw everyone a curveball. Before that period, before 1945, the Supreme Court said insurance isn't commerce, so it's not subject to the Dormant Commerce Clause. And then the Supreme Court did an about face. Companies started challenging those state laws that said you can't be an out-of-state insurance company and sell insurance here. Created chaos. Congress stepped in, the Karen Ferguson Act, and said, we suspend the Dormant Commerce Clause. That's the language you would need to use. And no federal proposal right now for this CAOA or the CAOA, Cannabis Opportunity Administration Act. It's hard to get the acronym down. It doesn't have language that would do that. The States Act doesn't have language that would do that. The MORE Act doesn't. I think this has kind of been an oversight, just an accident by Congress. There's so much language in there saying, hey, we want to preserve the states and help them out, but they don't realize that the moment you legalize this federally, you activate this Dormant Commerce Clause and you wreak havoc with the states.
I have a question, Professor. So I totally agree with respect to adult use that, you know, the Dormant Commerce Clause is going to, you know, take down those barriers. Now, my question is, I have no idea what the answer is. I don't know if you've looked into this, but I'm curious, what about the medicinal market? Because to me, that's more pharmaceutical. right? I mean, if it is fully legalized, let's say, I mean, cannabis is a form of medicine for many, many people, including myself. Do you think there's a public safety exception there, and how the medicinal market might be treated or governed, and whether the dormant clause could override that? And again, I don't know the answer. I haven't, just something that came to me as a question.
Yeah, so it's hard, and it goes back to your earlier point that the Dormant Commerce Clause will give a state a chance to justify its regulations. So if Massachusetts can come up with a legitimate reason for discriminating against outsiders, it's not protectionism, it's not saving jobs for locals, even for locals of disproportionately impacted communities. It's not that, it's public health and safety. And if discrimination is absolutely the only way you can do that, the state can win. It can sustain its regulations. It's just really, really tough to do that. The court might say things like, you're worried about testing. Well, apply Massachusetts testing requirements to out-of-state product. Don't just say you can't sell that Oregon stuff here. Just subject it to the same testing. Require them to use, testing that complies with Massachusetts law. That it's just tough once you get into that corner. Once the Dormant Commerce Clause applies, it's tough to justify kind of blatant state restrictions against outsiders.
Let me stoke the fire here and bring Bo in, and I'm gonna poke and prod. I hear a lot of state protectionism talk from Steve and Scott about protecting our farmers, protecting our manufacturers. But at what price to the consumer, Bo? And being an economics guy, I think the price for a pound in Emerald Triangle, $700-800 in Mass indoor is $4,200. And there's your arbitrage of why so many people want this thing to happen. Economically speaking, would it be a boon or a bust for, say, a Massachusetts with these differences? At what price is the consumer paying for this Massachusetts cannabis that now it can't come in and bring the prices down for consumers? What would you think would happen, Bo?
Well, initially the prices would go down, but they're set to go down anyway as markets mature and saturate. It's just how far do they go down? I think by having a national distribution or national supply system, it would actually raise prices coming out of California and Oregon, for example, on the wholesale side, while lowering the prices until there is an established equilibrium. And so I think that's how I view it. I mean, that's why there's a big push in Oregon, California, and elsewhere on the West Coast to establish these trade relations with the East Coast, because it gives a market opportunity that they don't currently have. Now, in California and Oregon right now, there's a supply surplus. So I would tend to disagree with the unlimited license hypothesis that was presented earlier, because there's, in these siloed markets, there's only so much demand, and until it's not economically viable. But once you open up that market and open it up to the entire domestic demand in the US, then that risk of saturation and further price declines, commoditization, et cetera, doesn't necessarily exist as much, unless you start licensing in Massachusetts to support the US market, and then New Jersey licenses on the cultivation side to supply the entire market. That's when there becomes these market distortions. But overall, it would be good for consumers because of lower prices. There would be an increase of demand because of the demand elasticity. It would also, with lower prices, would drive out and be more competitive relative to illicit market. So you'd be able to convert more consumers over to the legal market relative to the illicit market. And so there's, that's where the public safety factor comes in as well. So you've got a lot of benefits associated with opening up interstate commerce to cannabis suppliers, especially from west to east.
So I guess the roll-off question to Scott and Steve would be, and Professor mentioned this earlier in the show, avocados, oranges from other states. Why do we have to protect the cannabis farmer as opposed to our apple farmers when we import apples if we do get legalization? Why the barrier? You sound like capitalists, but state-centric capitalists, not full-on capitalists. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Scott, if you want to go first. I'm happy to go first. I was being polite, I was not
Okay.
Trying to dodge the question. I was being polite, which I know is out of character. So,
go ahead. You want to go?
I think Massachusetts has some specific policy objectives that are certainly subject to debate, but there are specific policy objectives. They are trying to encourage small cultivators, particularly outdoor cultivation. I respect that. You can disagree with that as an objective, but I respect that. It's a very explicit objective of the law. I think that as much as the law is focused on farming, though, there are other objectives as well that would be substantially threatened by interstate commerce, and those are really important. I mean, the idea that, again, people that were harmed by marijuana prohibition can be full participants in this industry. We're doing everything we can to help those people get into the industry, and I'm very proud of the progress we've made, although we have a long ways to go. But they're struggling. They're having a hard time raising capital. They're having a hard time getting through the municipal bureaucracy to get a host community agreement assigned before they can even apply to my commission for a license. Those are in my opinion, those are worthwhile social objectives. And we have cultivated or developed a set of regulations that are, unashamedly, explicitly attempting to incent those outcomes. I support those outcomes personally. I guess I said I wouldn't have taken this job had I not, or did I not? And that's the way we built our regulations. People can absolutely disagree with policy. I mean, look, I've lived for 4 years with the fact that question 4 passed by 53% in favor, 47% opposed. There's a significant percentage of the state that doesn't like the law, some because they don't like marijuana, some because of the concerns like you raised, Kurt. That's democracy. The law is the law. My job is to uphold the law. And as I said, I would not take this job, or would not have taken this job, unless I supported the objectives of the law. And I think the intended outcomes are desirable.
And just to kind of coincide with that, I mean, the war against marijuana started, it has its roots in racism. I mean, that's a fact. And to the extent, if the national legislation that legalized the end of prohibition, descheduled, whatever we're going to do, also had a component in which, social equity, social justice, whatever you want to, EA, economic empowerment, if that was a consistently implemented across the country, then, maybe I would have a different perspective of the state's rights and the state's needs. But, the referendum, I mean, again, referendum 4 did specifically carve out this necessity, right, for making sure the industry was available, and there were certain benefits given to people who were affected by the war on drugs or marijuana. And so to me, that's the distinction with pure capitalism.
Professor, what do you think of that? I use the apple example. We grow apples here in Massachusetts. We import them as well. Where does social equity and economic empowerment candidates fit in the dormancy clause if this kind of moves forward? Can a state say, hey, look, those higher prices and things you're seeing are necessary for these applicants and what we're building and in our referendums and our laws?
Yeah, it would be an argument I'd urge Stephen to push to a court if challenged on this. I don't know if it would win, though. The social equity applicants or social equity licensees, they're really the ones who are going to be hit hardest, I think, interstate commerce. In part because this national market in interstate commerce is going to invite a lot of consolidation in the industry. So now you're going to be the minority-owned businesses are going to be less well capitalized, even with access to banking compared to a lot of other firms. It's going to be an uphill battle against the behemoths, and I doubt they'd survive. But they're going to be hit in another way. And one of the things some states have done is they've tried to carve out a special set of licenses. They restrict the number of licenses. They'll say, here are some that we're going to designate for these communities that have been disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. They can't award them based on race because that would violate the Equal Protection Clause. Instead, what they've done is they've awarded these based on geography. They said, here are some communities in our state where the arrest rates were 5 times higher than they were in other states. And we're going to give residents from these communities more of these special licenses. You can't do that if you can't discriminate based on geography. And so that class of licensing, I think, is going to dry up. Maybe you can tell a court, hey, we've got a special reason for doing this. You know, this community was disproportionately impacted. I don't know if a court would buy that, though.
We've given those licenses, as you know, Professor. We've given exclusivity to social equity and economic empowerment applicants for several categories of licenses, delivery as well as social consumption. Although social consumption, unfortunately, is still a theory until there's a way for cities and towns to opt in. But nonetheless, your point about geography, I understand. What we've done is we've said there are multiple criteria that you need to meet. You don't need to meet all of them. You need to meet 2 out of 4. One of those 4 criteria is, residency in a disproportionately impacted areas. Others have to do with things like historical arrests in your family or yourself, income. So we've tried to make it so it's not purely discrimination based upon geography. There are other, what we think are strong policy reasons that we've set criteria up. What's your thought on that? Because again, geography is one criteria, but you can actually meet the other two of the other 3 criteria that have nothing to do with geography and still qualify for one of these licenses.
It's smart to have that, I think, as sort of an addendum or additional criteria. I think a court would probably still say, going forward, if a court said the Dormant Commerce Clause applies, you can't use geography at all. Or maybe what you have to do is you have to say, all right, we'll accept applicants who live in communities in other states that meet the same criteria, which maybe that's not appealing to Massachusetts. Maybe you don't want to be giving out these licenses to some.
No, I'm laughing just because
Idaho,
one of the other things the legislature did to us is say we had to ensure that people from disproportionately impacted communities were full participants in the industry. They did not define what a disproportionately impacted community was. We've gone through several rounds of analysis to try to define that, and I'm just smiling because God knows if other states have to go through the process as well.
Oh yeah. There's oftentimes those tough questions are foisted onto the regulators rather than taken on by the lawmakers. But you could continue to use those other criteria, but it might mean, hey, did you have a family member who was arrested in the past?
Right. Well, that's one of the criteria. Right.
But it may be, all right, I'm from Idaho and I had a family member who was arrested.
No, I understand your point.
Where's my license?
I don't wish this definitional issue of what constitutes disproportionately impacted community on any other state. That's all.
Yeah. Fair enough.
I'm going to jump in, folks. It's 5 o'clock. We got to take our top of the hour break. Stick with us. We're going to be right back here in the Green Rush.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy, but can't help with the hands-on.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Difference is building a solution for that individual, not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the costs low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Hey, and we're back here at the Friday afternoon of the Green Rush. Thanks for sticking with us. We are now going into our next panel. I want to introduce Adam Smith, referred to us by Bo Whitney. Thanks, Bo, for that. And David Holland. I'm going to let them introduce themselves rather than me take the thunder away. Let's start with David.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for this honor to be part of this panel here. I'm a litigation attorney in New York with the longstanding interest and advocacy in this space. I'm the head of Empire State NORML, which is New York's chapter of the National Organization for Reform Marijuana Laws. I'm a co-founder of the New York City and the Hudson Valley Cannabis Industry Associations. Thank you for letting me be here today.
Okay. Adam?
Hi, I'm Adam Smith. Forgive me, I'm working off my phone. I'm having an audio problem on my computer. So if you can bear with the video. I am the founder and president of the Alliance for Sensible Markets, and we are specifically concerned with bringing about interstate commerce prior to federal legalization. And I think it addresses a lot of the issues that you've been talking about in the last segment.
Right. So the last segment we had a couple of guests who were very much looking to hold back the tide of interstate commerce in order to protect the local market. Now we're going to have, at least Adam is going to start to talk about why we should move forward with it. New York is a big state, but if you travel through upstate New York, you'll find it's like going through rural mid-America. It is a much different world than downstate is. And when people think of New York, they think of Manhattan. That's where David is, in that densely populated area that has a lot of cannabis activity that just went fully in the other direction. You can smoke out in the street. The police no longer, from what I understand, seem to care about it. And it's just passé. But now we're going to get another feel for what these folks think about Professor Mikos's paper. Kurt, you want to?
Yeah. So Adam, you're kind of going to be the professor's first true supporter on the sideline here. We've had a lot of state protectionism, and let's protect everybody, and no, let's not do that. And there are good reasons: social equity and economic empowerment, not just financial protection. Why are you a fan of the paper, and why do you want to see this before legalization?
Well, I mean, I'm certainly a fan of Professor Mikos's legal argument, and I'm trained as a lawyer, but have never practiced 35 years after taking the bar. So my legal advice is worth exactly what you're paying for it at the moment. But I think on the economic side, I think there's some important points that it really misses. First of all, there is no future in growing cannabis at scale in various parts of the country. There are parts of the country in which there is very well is going to be a future in growing cannabis. I believe that there is probably a future. There is almost certainly a future for locally grown craft cannabis anywhere that it's environmentally reasonable to do so. But what we've done with the siloed markets in many of the states that have siloed markets is we've really handed over the industry to a few large players who can afford to put in tens of millions of dollars into giant production factories that would not exist and that no one would have invested in absent these siloed markets, right? You would never, if someone said, go grow cannabis anywhere in the country you want to sell it nationally, you wouldn't pick New Jersey, almost certainly, right? I'm from New York, so I pick on New Jersey a little bit. At the same time, and in those states, right, in those consumer states that traditionally have always imported the vast majority of the cannabis that was sold there, right? Thousands of potential businesses in retail, distribution, delivery, product development, manufacturing, wellness, hospitality, all of these areas, most of which have far lower economic barriers to entry and capital requirements than large-scale cultivation, are stuck waiting years for a supply chain. They are then limited in their supply chain to very few choices. And out here on the West Coast in Oregon and Northern California, you have thousands of growers across legacy communities that have depended upon the economics of cannabis for generations, that have put everything on the line to go legal and do this right, that are now looking at an economic catastrophe from what looks from the outside like an oversupply problem, but it is actually a market access problem. If we had access to the markets that this region traditionally served, we would need every ounce of cannabis we could grow under current licensure, right? So that is the other half of or another part of the equity issue, the traditional market, which went from producers out here in the Pacific Northwest into consumer markets all over the country. What we're looking to do is to go to the Department of Justice to ask for clarification on what their stance would be if two legal or medical states decided to regulate trade between them. And Merrick Garland has said where the states are regulating, we're not going to get involved. And that's about all of the permission that any of the legal adult use markets have. On the medical side, you have the Rohrabacher-Blumenauer Amendment, which forbids DOJ from getting involved in state medical programs. And so we want to know if a state medical program in Delaware, for example, which has legal patients but very little access, said we're going to bring cannabis in from California or Oregon to provide for our patients, what would the Department of Justice do? And because this is an opt-in situation, it would allow states that want to protect their nascent production industries to do that. But it would allow states where it doesn't make sense to build an entire industry around production that will ultimately become non-competitive under federal legalization to get their industries going or to provide for their patients in a way that makes economic and environmental sense and is better for consumers.
Professor Mikos, what's the Justice Department say to that request?
They would demur on that request. Anytime you ask them, hey, can I do X, Y, and Z, they'll say, no thanks. So I'd be surprised if Merrick Garland actually responded to that, or one of the deputies actually responded to such a notion. But I think Adam is onto something here, which is that the claim that the federal government would somehow be bothered by interstate commerce in cannabis. As I mentioned before, I don't buy it. I don't think they see a difference between in-state and across state line sales. But certainly if both states that were involved in the transaction, the exporting state and the importing state, were okay with it, I think any pretense that the DOJ would object to that goes away. So I think there would be value maybe in that first step that Adam describes, which is getting two states together, getting Oregon together with Iowa or some new state down the line that legalizes medical cannabis that figures, hey, we can't grow this stuff. Other states have a head start on us. We're not going to have a cultivation market here, but we've got consumers that need the product and don't want to wait 3 years for the industry to develop. I think getting two states to agree to this, and they could plow ahead, or at least they could say, hey, if you want to try this, firms, go ahead and ship it. You're taking on the legal risk, but we're not going to stop you. then I think that the chances that the DOJ would actually intervene are slim to none.
So, Professor, would it matter whether the states are contiguous or not?
It would make it a lot easier. You have to pass through Idaho, for example. That makes it tough. But if you had, if this were Oregon,
you can't even get hemp through Idaho.
That's why I chose. Yeah, that's why I chose. I know it's great that you put that out though.
That's when you put it on the roads, but right, contiguous states, it's very easy. So I'm gonna lay out my plan, and then I'm gonna be quiet, and I want to hear everybody's response to this. It would have been nice if I had done this with Huffman still here. I got to make sure nobody can identify me. So here's what I plan on getting a medical license here in Massachusetts, because with a medical license, I'm protected under Rohrabacher. I'm going to fly out to California, find a licensed grower, buy product from that licensed grower, have it tested in California to the Massachusetts standards, put it on an airplane, and fly it back. When it lands at Logan, I may actually invite the DEA and the FBI to meet me there, because if they have any problem, I'm going to explain to them that Rohrabacher keeps them from expending their resources, and I'm a medical operator. So I'm bringing it in under the medical license. And then once I have it in the warehouse in Massachusetts, we're allowed as a medical operator to convert a certain amount of that to rec use. So tell me, what am I doing wrong?
You're breaking state law.
Adam nailed it.
You're also outside the realm of what Rohrabacher allows.
Right. You're right. So the thing is that none of this happens politically until two governors decide to match up their systems, right? Otherwise you're breaking state law, right? And so, I appreciate the thought that the DOJ would demur, which is why we are attempting to get governors to ask this question, right? And specifically to get, on the medical side, to get clarity on what does Rohrabacher cover, right? And I would tell you that I'm pretty confident that Earl Blumenauer believes that Rohrabacher that his amendment would already cover interstate commerce, but it's going to have to be approved by the governors. It's going to have to leave one regulatory system and go into another regulatory system. So you need this. Yeah, that's the problem.
But the problem, under your scenario, though, the problem that you have, David, is that you've created Rohrabacher really specifically pertains only to medical marijuana and only within one single state siloed operation. So to fly over from one side of the country to another to then convert what's otherwise probably recreational use, but would qualify as compliant with the medical standards of Massachusetts, and fly it back and then claim it to be, while interstate commerce, effectively as good as what had it been grown in Massachusetts. That's going to defy pretty much every precept of state and federal law and put you into the problem. So you're not really in interstate commerce as much as you are operating outside of every legal structure, which there is a tolerance for right now with regard to Rohrabacher and the other things that have been out there as spending appropriation amendments.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that, well, two things. One is that you could do this, and I agree with David and Adam. The fact that it's against state law means it's also not protected under Rohrabacher FAR.
Right.
The only quirk is that you could then say, well, the state law itself is invalid because it violates the dormant commerce clause. And so you might be protected by Rohrabacher FAR, but then there's another problem, which is that remember that Rohrabacher FAR applies to the DOJ. That's just one federal agency out of about a dozen that can get its hands on you. Department of Transportation, Department of Homeland Security, the folks who run security at the airport, they can do whatever they want. They can seize that shipment and destroy it. They can't criminally prosecute you because the DOJ and the DOJ alone does that. But there are a lot of other federal agencies involved, and Rohrabacher FAR only shuts off the DOJ, doesn't apply to anybody else.
David, I won't be picking you up at Logan on that one. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Kurt. 2 hours ago, you were like, okay, I want to go up there with you.
I don't know that guy. I'm here for my mom. I don't know who he is.
How do you get tire tracks off the back of a pullover?
So I will go to David Holland. I forgot I had two Davids. New York, flower now, medical patients, big announcements. People are selling it. New York is an expensive place for sure. How would interstate commerce or the dormancy clause affect the New York market? Tell me 2 years out.
Sure. I think it's an inevitability. New York will never be able to meet its own demand. And unofficially, it's believed to be the world's largest marketplace. And New York City alone does something over £1 million is what's been estimated. So that inevitably it's going to have to seek outside sources, whether it's going to be legal or not. It's going to be how it's always been done. So interstate commerce in that regard would be great. And I think that if they could come up with GMP and other testing standards to allow that to take place easily, that would be probably the best way to go. But with that, the Dormant Commerce Clause issue, it's an interesting thing. And I really have enjoyed reading the professor's law review article on it, because I come at this issue a little bit differently, which is, yes, the states can't discriminate from out-of-state product, but I'm not so sure that the feds would demur. But on a different angle that I've taken this, and I wrote this in an amicus brief to the United States Supreme Court in the case of Washington versus Barr, I believe that the federal government actually, when all three branches of it, being Congress, which has passed spending appropriations measures, and you had the executive branch with the Ogden and Cole memoranda and FinCEN guidance, and the United States district courts and going through courts of appeals upholding not only the McIntosh case, which said that medical patients were immune from prosecution under the Rohrabacher, but also that ancillary contracts other than flower-related contracts in the cannabis business are enforceable. At that point, when all three coordinate branches of government are trying to actually promote the state legalized cannabis industry, they have ceded the power through the 10th Amendment back to the states, which they had otherwise reserved under the Supremacy Clause of the United States Constitution. You have a nullification crisis that really needs to be resolved simply by Congress, rather than constantly batting around the States Acts, the MORE Acts, all the other proposals. Simply legalize it, deschedule it, and let the states handle it as a matter of, under their 10th Amendment and their police powers, regulate what they think is healthy and fair. And then the Dormant Commerce Clause becomes a much bigger, more forefront issue, because it will be then who are they going to get supply from and what should those standards be? So that's sort of how we look at it from New York. So 2 years from now, I believe New York will lead the way, because if it is and it remains the largest marketplace, then it's going to need to be supplied by all the other states that are out there. And if we go by Adam's theory, and Adam and I have talked about this before, if two states enter into a compact, and were that approved by the federal government, you would run into the same sort of estoppel problem, that they can no longer enforce the law because they're actually allowing the states to defeat the supremacy of the Controlled Substances Act. But then it would be just easy enough for all 48 other states to say, you know what, I want to join in that contract, but I don't have a ready need for a market to be supplied yet. But that's how you would just get around it. So it would be, an exercise of futility to find other ways around this, rather than Congress just simply stepping in and saying it's time to simply deschedule this and make this a states' rights matter.
Hey, one thing to note is your estimate of £1 million is not so far off. I've actually calculated the total amount of consumption by state and the amount of requirements to support both oil and flower consumption, and it's 1.3 million pounds. So you're not so far off, and I'm in the process of refreshing that right now. So good job on those estimates.
Well, thank you. No, it's nice to know that it's grounded in statistical analysis there, because I think that it's a big marketplace. Let's just leave it at that for sure.
David Holland, let me throw a follow-up question to you.
Sure.
And I'm going to give you a little background. Massachusetts legalized medical marijuana. You had to be fully integrated to get a license. We had, I forget how many licensees who were in that market. Then we legalized rec. And part of the deal was that the medical licensees got first crack at the rec licenses. Our rec operators who first opened up were extensions of the medical operators. And that happens in every state, because you can put together a dispensary quick, you can get a manufacturing facility put together reasonably fast, but no matter how quick you put together a cultivation facility, you can't rush Mother Nature. So you're waiting months for this plant to grow, to be harvested, to cure, and to be ready to be sold. How would it impact the development of the New York recreational market and, let's say, the social equity scene? Because one group in Massachusetts that got locked out in the beginning were people who were not fully integrated, and the social equity crowd couldn't afford to get fully integrated. So they're getting licensed, but very slowly and at a huge disadvantage. would it help New York if you could import immediately so that you had inventory available to feed those smaller operators who are not going to be fully vertically integrated?
Absolutely. And I think that you've identified what's really one of the biggest concerns out there for advocates like myself and others, which is that there are 10 registered organizations. Those are the medical operators that are fully verticalized, meaning they plant, process, cultivate, process, and sell their product. And they now are being given entree as the leaders into the recreational market. And it's going to be probably 18 months to 2 years before anybody else is going to be coming in with legalized sales. So you're giving them a multi-billion-dollar head start in a business that I don't think that the medical operators had much to do with to sustain it for the last 50 years of prohibition. So there is talk, and I've been in talk with both the cannabis industry associations and some legislators about provisional licenses to allow legacy operators that already have the not only the wherewithal, but they have the supply chain to be able to go and actually become the first retail sellers out there. So they're not put out of the market effectively by the 2-year head start that the registered organizations otherwise get. And it's a question of fundamental fairness. And this is where the dormant commerce clause comes into play. Fundamentally, people are being encouraged to spend millions and millions of dollars to put together cultivation facilities that, if and when that day comes of federal legalization, they may very well be put out of business because New York, environmentally and otherwise, just is not as good as like California and Oregon and elsewhere. And somebody is, as Adam's saying, is going to be the Iowa of corn. Somebody's going to be the Iowa of cannabis. And I think this is a fairness issue that needs to be considered, and putting legacy operators first with provisional licenses would be the best way to continue to at least let the marketplace operate as it has for the last 50 years.
I mean, which is, I'm sorry, I don't mean to jump in, but which is why we are seeing in most of the limited license, consumer states that don't have, that don't organically have a cannabis production industry. That's where we're seeing domination by a few MSOs, right? If you look out at Oregon and California, we don't have that, right? Everybody says, oh, interstate commerce is going to happen, and then the big players are going to dominate the market. But the truth is that production out in the places where cannabis actually grows is very, diffuse. It's not, there's nobody that has 2% even of the production market, right? It's small farmers and small growers, right? And they're the ones who are getting killed out here for lack of access to markets that they need to serve. And it's smaller operators in those states that want to do anything else other than actually grow cannabis, that are then in total thrall to a few companies waiting for them to, grow, 1 million square feet in Lodi, New Jersey. And so, and the longer this goes, the more ensconced a few boardrooms get in dominating those markets. And the harder it is for smaller businesses and equity businesses to gain a foothold and to gain economic power, right? And so this is why we think it's vital. I have also seen, I know you were mentioning this on the last segment, the dysfunction in Congress. And I've been in and out of drug policy reform and these issues for 30 years. And, I think that it's quite possibly, 5 years or more before we get full federal legalization. And in the meantime, you're going to wipe out the legacy market out here and disadvantage all of the small businesses that don't have, millions of dollars to build, giant facilities in places where cannabis, has no future.
Yeah. So just to piggyback on what Adam is saying, so I've actually looked at how much wealth destruction would occur if you insist upon these siloed state systems, and then there's full federal legalization. So basically what this does is it wipes out all these smaller businesses disproportionately because they have less revenue and less access to capital. But to set up all of these businesses only to have them lose out due to increased competition, the wealth destruction is to the tune of $80 billion. And so, and those are real dollars. And right now there's no bankruptcy protection. So is there really truly a safety net for these businesses? I would say no, not at this point.
I mean, we're badly misincentivizing production in places where it has no future. And while a few large companies will be able to get their ROI, sell everything they can grow for the highest prices those states will ever see before the walls come down, everyone else who takes longer to license and get going is under huge threat, right? Where I come from New York City, right? And we had over a 20-year period, we had 430,000 people arrested for cannabis offenses. 86% of them were Black and Latino. Virtually none of them were arrested for growing cannabis, right? That's not what the industry has been there. And then when you silo the market, suddenly everyone says, "Oh, we can't see a pathway to equity," because you've turned the economics of an existing industry on its head, and you've put all the power in the hands of a production industry that has never existed there and has no real future there.
So I'm going to pull you guys down a little bit of a rabbit hole. I'm curious, and this
isn't a rabbit hole already?
No, we're going down a real rabbit hole now. This one is directed more to Bo and to Adam, and I'm just looking for a little stock advice here. So, if in fact interstate transport happens, how do you think I believe there's 2 REITs that are servicing this industry, right? And we invited the CEO of one of them on to hear what he had to say about this, but he didn't seem to have interest in this particular topic. But what happens to these REITs that have millions and millions of dollars invested in really big grow facilities in really cold states?
Go ahead, Bo.
Yeah, so interesting question. I've looked at this as well. So basically what happens is the value of the property appreciates due to its the nature of it being in cannabis. Once the opportunity associated with cannabis is removed, then the value of that property goes back down to what is another comparable business that could be supported in that structure or on that property, et cetera. And so it's not as high a value. It'd be like taking a warehouse and saying, okay, it's been cultivating cannabis now. Maybe the best use for that outside of cannabis would be to, be a cold storage or to produce something else. So then on that, it would massively decrease the value of those properties and therefore the value of those REITs.
I've already figured out what the use of those warehouses are going to be. We tackled that on another show. We're going to turn them in, and we're not going to go into this one because it confused everybody last time. But the new wave in the funeral industry will be the composting of humans, not burying them underground, not pumping them full of formaldehyde. And all of these beautifully tricked out warehouses are going to get turned into that kind of facility. I wrote an article about that, but so you think these REITs are really going to tank should interstate commerce come into play?
Well, there's a potential. I'm just the good-looking economist wearing a sweater vest, right? So I'm not somebody that can talk about stock prices and REITs, but if you think about it, the value of those properties the economic value would decline because they're no longer useful for cannabis purposes.
Right.
Professor Mikos, go ahead. I wanted you to respond to how David read your paper, but go ahead.
Well, I think two broader points I think David is getting at with that question. One is that you've got some people who have invested in the existing regulatory structure. And there's a question about what do we do for them? Do we just tell them, hey, you took a risk, you took a gamble on this state law and this crazy new cannabis legalization, and sorry, but the national market is rising and you're out of luck. You lose millions of dollars, either in the grow facility that you made or in the REIT. So that's one big question. I think you could make a case for some sort of compensation for companies that stuck their neck out and invested money, not knowing what the federal government was going to do down the line, not knowing if there would be interstate commerce. The other thing is, I think interstate commerce could affect different parts of the industry in different ways. I think that's what Adam and Bo and David were getting at before. Maybe it's good for retail. I'm not sure I buy that. Certainly we see in alcohol, heavy concentration, the production side, much more fragmentation at the retail side. But that's kind of the weird regulatory structure of alcohol. That's what we've endorsed through the 21st Amendment, through federal statutes that give states a little bit more leeway. we could have consolidation. I think we could have great economies of scale in production, like in cultivation, in processing, in retail, and there's no little guys, or there's a few craft players at the margin. But I think it is important to recognize that interstate commerce will affect different parts of the industry different ways.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here for a minute. I just realized we're past the bottom of the hour. We're going to take a very, very quick break. We're going to be right back. Don't go away. And we've got a couple of great additional guests we're going to bring in that you're really going to want to hear from. So hang with us. We'll be right back.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
All right, thanks for sticking with us. We're back here with the Green Rush on Friday afternoon. I'm your host, David Rabinovitz, joined by Kurt Dalton, and we've got another guest that just joined us. And this is going to be very insightful. Andrew Klein is with a law firm in Washington, D.C., though he is out of Colorado, and he does a tremendous amount on the national level with cannabis. And one of his partners in the firm is James Cole of the Cole Memo. So hopefully Andrew's going to give us a little bit more insight as to where they think the federal government might go, how much leniency there might be, and where the line that you could get hit really hard is. So this way I don't have to wear the glasses and the hat. Andrew, thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, no pressure, Andrew.
No pressure. I think, just to clarify, I think James Cole is at a different firm, but I did work with him at DOJ.
Okay, that was the connection. My apologies.
No worries.
Okay, so I don't know how much of our discussion you've been hearing, but in general, we're debating this issue of how it might become legal and what the government's position would be if a couple of states tried to import and export to one another, legalized states. What are your thoughts on this?
So I can't see if Professor Michaels is still with us here.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm still here.
We're not letting you go anywhere.
Hi, Andrew.
All right, good to see you. Look, I mean, I think, Rob and I have spoken quite a bit about this issue. I think he is spot on. In some ways, frankly, I don't know that he goes far enough. But I think he, he's onto something legally significant. And I know Adam is going to hate me for saying this, but my view is that we should go a little bit further and even be having a conversation about a transition period prior to interstate commerce, because we've had a rough time watching what's happened in hemp. When Congress descheduled hemp in 2018, I testified before the FDA in 2019, We still haven't seen any regulations. We've seen nothing. We have no idea what FDA's views are on CBD. And, now you can buy Delta 8 in a gas station and in a convenience store, unregulated, untested, potentially unsafe, intoxicating products. And that's a real problem. So I actually would like to see the federal government get its act together, not only on CBD and hemp, but get their act together once cannabis is descheduled before we unleash interstate commerce.
In our previous segment, we talked about, is there some type of payments to those operators that are displaced by interstate commerce? But Professor Michaels, I'm not sure why that wouldn't apply to the hemp industry as well. I mean, the lack of regulations, the slow walk by the FDA and the like, I mean, that has definitely negatively impacted the hemp industry. Just due to falling prices and regulatory murkiness, the value of hemp processing capacity declined $9.9 billion over the course of a 5-month period last year. So, why wouldn't there be, some type of payments made to those? I'm not sure if that's necessarily viable relative to interstate commerce. And so the best way to not have that type of impact is don't set up siloed structures where you're forcing people to set up cultivation and when it's not necessary.
Yes, it's too late. We've already done that. Maybe going forward, you could say that. You could warn people, don't do this anymore. But the most sympathetic case, I think, can be made for those companies that have invested in states, recent legalizing states, adult use states like Michigan, for example, where they've just invested in this. They've spent a lot of money to build these indoor cultivation facilities. And all of a sudden, we're talking about, all right, tomorrow there's going to be interstate commerce and your business is uneconomical, and you lose, you're able to get a return on your investment. I don't think it has to be a cash payment. I think kind of tying into what Andrew mentioned before, this wouldn't be the first time in history where we've said, all right, you invested in a regulatory structure and we're changing the structure and we're going to try to compensate you. But you could compensate these firms just by saying, we're going to give you a little bit of time to recoup your money. Just like we give federal regulators and state regulators time to get up to speed on how to deal with interstate commerce. How do you tax and track product that's introduced from outside your closed loop? Those are tough questions. States need a few years to deal with them. Maybe you give them a few years not to deal with interstate commerce, and you give those companies they're just now getting up and running a few years. It's inexact. It's not like, okay, we think you lost $3 million, so here's a check for $3 million. But giving them a couple of years to recoup their investment, maybe that's enough. Maybe that's a form of compensation. That's sort of what I envision doing here.
I would say two things. What Andrew came in, the first thing he said was I was going to be upset with him, but I don't think so. I think there's a difference between the fear of what happens after, with interstate commerce under federal legalization, were it to happen today, right? And what might happen with interstate commerce if you left it to the states to opt in or out under their own systems, right? I think that I got involved in drug policy reform in 1992. And so, cannabis legalization has been sort of the holy grail for a long time. But watching the last couple of years and what has come through, I am not convinced that getting cannabis legalized at the federal level right now is going to in any way leave us with the kind of industry that many of us would like to see. And in fact, I think that there's a very good chance that it ends up really consolidating the industry and making it very difficult for any of the small players to survive. And I think that you have an entire like I've mentioned, that an entire generations old legacy production industry out here, and entire communities, entire region that have depended on the export of cannabis, right? And that that are now have done everything they can to get legal, and thousands and thousands of farmers are looking at economic catastrophe because they, and so you could, by allowing states to opt out, if you're that concerned that, okay, we just invested all this money in production and we don't want that to, be pulled, the rug to be pulled out. So Michigan could say, okay, we're not going to opt in until the feds force us to open our doors. We're going to leave that in place and give everybody a chance, but the truth is that most of that production, whatever your timeline is going to be non-competitive when those doors come down, when those walls come down, right? It's not, you're not going to catch up. You can grow avocados in New York if you want. You can build a facility. It's just a terrible business idea, right? And so the time is great, and for those states that have really incentivized investment in production, and I've seen a lot of investment, would like to give that time to at least pay back before a lot of it goes under, then give them the chance not to opt in. But you have a state like Arizona that's about to start using water to grow cannabis for 11 million people. That's insane, right? There's no way to justify that, right? You have a state like Delaware that is medically legal, and they're never going to have a fully fleshed out production industry, and their patients are stuck in illicit markets for years. Totally insane and unjustifiable, right? If you have legal markets in a free country, right, then we need to be able to allow those markets, and by keeping the feds out, we allow them to opt out, right? And you have to allow those markets that need to do so to be able to have normal commerce. Bo's the economist, I'm not, but my name's Adam Smith, so I think about economics a lot. And what we are doing right now in a lot of places in the country is economically insane, and it's hurting a lot of people, and it's hurting mostly small businesses, right? And so for the states that need, if you're gonna, Minnesota and Wisconsin may legalize next year, there's no future in growing cannabis at scale in Wisconsin. Maybe, but I don't think so. And for them to start down that road so they can feed their industry for some period of years before something else happens and everything has to get reorganized, then no one would ever choose to do that. And so we need to come up with something that does transition us, but it needs to transition us from here. And it needs to let the states that want and need to engage in normal commerce in their legal markets to do that. And if Massachusetts wants to sit that out until their doors are forced open, that's totally fine. And so I think, federal legalization is one thing, and I'm not so sure it's a great thing, and I'm thankful that it's a ways away, but let's get the market right.
So I want to introduce another panelist that just jumped in. He was a little delayed with some technical issues, but Big Ed D'Souza. Ed runs River Run Gardens. He is a cultivator in Massachusetts, very well known. Thanks for joining us, Ed. And he's going to be able to, and as we talk about this, Ed can give us the vantage point of how does it impact a smaller independent grower if all of a sudden the stuff can move across state lines, and what he can do to protect his turf. Ed, introduce yourself to everybody.
Yeah, good evening. Again, I apologize for being a little late. I was trying to get on the on the link here, and anyway, let me just jump right to it. So my name is Ed D'Souza. I'm a managing partner, founder of River Run Gardens. We're a licensed cultivator here in Massachusetts, based out of Newburyport. My license is a micro business license, which is something that Massachusetts had put in play to give mom and pops an opportunity to get into the game. I've got over 20 years of experience in cultivation on the original market, now in the legal market. And I'll say that I am one of a very few that have actually made it to where I am, with lots of others struggling to get to my position. Even though I'm in the position I'm in right now, I'll tell you I'm still in the red. It took me 5 years to get to where I am. It took me about a year or so to actually put out the product that I'm kind of happy about. And I still say another 6 months to get to where we want to go. That said, listen, this is it's a moving train. And, now that a lot of people are seeing the money coming in, municipalities, the feds, everybody, there's nothing we're going to be able to do to stop, I'll say it, corporate greed coming in, dominating the industry. My biggest fear with federal legalization, aside from the proposal of putting another 28% of taxes on the product, is that you're going to have, with interstate transportation, you're going to have organizations like Monsanto grabbing a piece of this industry. And they don't take a piece, they take the whole thing. But here's my issues. Right now, we had, medical market for quite some time. We've got a legal market that's still trying to take shape, at least in Massachusetts. But other states throughout the union, everybody's got their own set of rules. So if the feds step in and they decide that they're going to try to harmonize the rules, which rules are going to take place? You look at Massachusetts right now is a very hard state to get the material passed. There seems to be some sort of idea that you can have less than 10,000 CFU, colony forming units, on a product, and you're testing 7 grams out of a 15-pound batch. How is that going to fly in states like Michigan that aren't testing for certain microbiologicals? Who's going to, how are you going to bring cannabis from a state that doesn't test for certain microbiologicals into a state that wants to test for certain microbiologicals? What are you going to do for states that have to use the metric system and other states like California that are fighting using the metric system? So is there going to be a universal seed to sale tracking? Is it going to be up to the states? How do you harmonize that data? And if you open up the door for interstate travel, how it's going to stop the WTO from saying, listen, Chile, Portugal, all these other nations that are growing cannabis, how are you going to, stop them from coming in here? I have no problem with free trade. I honestly feel that if your product is good, it will speak for itself. People will want it. People will support it. But I think we need to really shape the regulations here. Let's figure out, let's get the states that are legal right now to get their act in order before the feds step in, because we all know what happens when the feds step in. I mean, we have a industry right now that is dominated by people that don't even really use this medicine. I mean, they're going to separate medicinal and recreational, where realistically, I'm sorry, everything is medicinal. You want it to relieve the stress at the end of a hard day's work? That's medicinal. So there's a lot of stuff that has to get done before we can open up the borders. And, in terms of, how my business will survive, well, my business will survive through tenacity. If I don't put out a good product, I don't deserve to survive. Let the next person step up. But there's a lot of other people that were in the position I was in 6 months ago that deserve to be here as well. And yeah.
So I'm in the middle of conducting a national survey of cannabis operators. It's a business conditions and industry sentiment survey. And some of the preliminary results show that just as in the case of Ed, only 43% of the respondents are actually making a profit in this space. A lot of the issues are associated with lack of banking, lack of finances, and 280E taxation. So in terms of getting the industry from point A to point B, the interim solution seems very logically to be interstate commerce, but at the same time, it needs to have some type of federal reform associated with access to capital and not having these oppressive taxes that go as a result of it being federally illicit. And so that would tend to give more opportunities for profitability and for survivability post legalization. But right now, it's so oppressive that very few are actually making a profit. Many are surviving, majority of which are small businesses.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I mean, if you don't mind me jumping in about the profit here, there's plenty of profit. It's just a matter of it's only in the hands of a few. I know that my state of Massachusetts pulled in over $2.2 billion since 2018, but that's really only in the hands of about 5% of the operators. You have big business who's jumped in and pretty much bribed municipal boards to say, we don't want to allow a special permit or a community host agreement for this business to operate. We had, as soon as, you have a building open, they will buy it and sit on it and not allow that to be leased. So while that there are, you know, a lot of taxes, a lot of regulatory fees and stuff that go into it, you also have a monster out there who are stepping on the throats of potential small businesses and not allowing them a piece of the pie.
But isn't that an argument for interstate commerce?
No, it's not, because what's happening here is that you're not allowing this market to really develop in the areas that have already had the market, but under the original market. You're now allowing all of a sudden now it's attractive to venture capitalists. It's attractive to Wall Street. It's attractive to Canadian companies. It's attractive to the Russian mob. It's attractive to a lot of these entities out there that are squishing the dream that has kept food on the table for families for hundreds of years.
Well, it sounds like pick your poison, because at this point, it's either 95% of the market is with these big players, or go the route of interstate commerce and be subjected to the things you just mentioned. So is there any good answer for the small grower, let's say in Massachusetts?
Good answer? Listen, I can't solve the world's problems. I don't think anybody can in one conversation. I think maybe it takes a round table. If I were to sit there and give an opinion, I would say that if you look at like Massachusetts, we have a Cannabis Control Commission, we have a Cannabis Advisory Board. But if you look up who are sitting on those two different tables, you really don't have a representative that would, represent each faction that is in this game. You've got, a person who represents big business in Netta, who was bought out as soon as they had an opportunity to. You have a person that is in charge of representing labs, who's in charge of a lab that's currently going throughout the country that's dominating. Its representation's huge, and without people having the voice, it's just going to be a matter of an uphill battle for a lot of small players looking to legally pay taxes.
Professor Mikos, he brought up some good points Edward did about money laundering, Russian mob, obviously venture capital's legal. Where does your paper or your ideas fit if we did interstate commerce? What are the downsides, like he mentioned? Are there some risks to that, or would the DOJ kind of be looking out for that?
You mean in terms of if someone just tried to run the gauntlet before legalization?
Yeah, exactly. Try to set up their chess pieces before the game.
Yeah, I mean, it gets back to one of the scenarios we talked about early on, which is that you do risk prosecution. You have to take on the risk and then convince a court that, hey, this is something I'm allowed to do. But if the federal government wanted to target you, it would be within its rights to do that. Everything we're talking about here today, whether it's in-state or across state lines, is fully illegal. And unless it's protected by that Rohrabacher FAR, unless you're talking about what a state sort of captions as medical, which maybe Edward is right, that's an illusory distinction, but states make it. Everybody is vulnerable for possessing, cultivating, processing, testing, distributing, possessing cannabis. And there's no way around that without federal legalization.
Yeah, you were going to speak, Andrew. Go ahead. When Edward was going, go ahead.
I was actually going to comment on something that Bo had said, but I just want to say something here. I mean, if you're concerned about organized crime, go ahead and unleash interstate commerce and see what happens, because the illicit market will explode without clear regulation in place. No one is going to be able to tell what's legal and what's illegal. You're going to have trucks driving across the country bringing cannabis wherever, and it's going to be virtually impossible to know where that cannabis is coming from. But I did want to just say something, comment on something Bo said, because I think he was onto something, which is we have to deschedule. No matter what, whether you're for interstate commerce or against interstate commerce, or you want to pause on the dormant commerce clause or you don't, we have to deschedule, because there are so many obstacles in the way of the cannabis industry right now because of scheduling. And he mentioned a couple, 280E and banking, but it's really the only way to get us to real social equity reform. It's the only way to get DEA out of the way and put FDA ultimately in charge. It's the only way to really fully displace the illicit market. It's the only way to remove cannabis from a schedule of drugs that the federal government right now deems to be dangerous, like LSD and heroin and meth, and put it where it belongs, which is in the public health realm. It's the only way to open research. And so, there are 1,001 reasons why you might be for or against interstate commerce, or for and against a pause in the Dormant Commerce Clause, but not descheduling is not an answer.
Hey, I'm going to jump in for a minute. Professor Mikos has to leave in about 1 minute. He's got another obligation. So Professor Mikos, thank you for joining us. I've got 2 very quick questions for you. If somebody wants to find your papers, how do they do that? And can you just give them a quick list of some of what you've written that's relative to the cannabis sector and what each paper is about?
Yeah, happy to do that. I've dropped some links in the chat function. Not sure if everyone can see that, but maybe David, you can pass.
I'm going to get it and drop it over to YouTube.
Great. So those are links to a website that I run where I blog about current developments in this field. Also have links to some of my papers. The second one is a paper I wrote, I believe, with Scott Bloomberg. This is the latest paper that talks about why interstate commerce, at least in the short term, could cause a lot of problems in the industry and for regulators, and why Congress, how Congress could suspend that, at least temporarily, create this transition period, Andrew puts it. The other one is talking about why we're going to get interstate commerce potentially sooner than people realize. It's called Interstate Commerce in Cannabis. Makes the claim that, in fact, this dormant commerce clause, it's going to kick in immediately, even before federal legalization, and cause these disruptions that I've talked about. So it talks about the economics of that and some of the concerns. But the paper with Scott is really about how to address that and maybe temporarily. You don't, as Andrew said, you don't say, okay, let's just not legalize for 7 years. That may happen anyway, just because of inertia in Congress. But instead, what you do is you deschedule, you legalize this federally, but you manage the transition to interstate. Maybe you give states the option, they can opt in, as Adam suggests, but you don't force them to accept it, at least for a few years. Give them a chance to adjust, give some firms a chance to adjust, make a buck on this, maybe figure out how to deal with the national market, but you don't foist it on them sort of overnight. But thanks so much for having me. Great to see everybody. Hope to do this again soon, but I do have to run.
Great. Professor, thank you very much. You've been a great guest. All right, we normally run from 4 to 6. Every now and then we have great subjects or passionate guests, and we run a little bit over. And I think today is going to be, unless somebody has to jump out, and if you need to, go ahead. We're going to keep the conversation going for a little while longer. Please stay with us. And I'm going to turn to Kurt because now I'm running out of, I got a couple of questions, but I was grabbing the professor's papers. The paper he just mentioned about legalization without disruption, why Congress should let states restrict interstate commerce in cannabis. I would urge you to get it and read it. I just printed it today, and you'll look really smart to all your friends, because this paper, while he's published it, it won't be published in a law review until March of next year. So when it comes out, you can look at everybody and go, yeah, I read that.
So I guess I'll start it off real quick with Bo. I feel Edward's pain because he's damned if these do and he's damned if these don't. He's going to get crushed by the bigger players. They're getting the majority economically, or you open up the valves and he's going to get crushed from out of state. What's the solution? What can he do? Rock in a hard place here.
Well, I think some of the issues that folks in the industry do not consider is the fact that this is a global industry, that this is a national industry. And a lot of times folks don't do their due diligence on what is their risks, to their operation, and they don't monitor that. And so I think maybe I don't necessarily have solutions, but they definitely need to start with just an understanding of what their risks are, and then adjust accordingly. A lot of folks are positioning themselves right now for exit, looking to get acquired by larger groups. Others are trying to band together via cooperatives so that they can have smaller groups banding together so that they can compete relative to larger, more commercial operations. And so those are some solutions, but by not understanding the risk, then you fall into the same pitfalls that were bestowed upon the hemp industry. You know, it's a very salient example that we've got going right now.
Kurt, can I jump in on this? Because
yeah, go ahead.
I think the answer is, you know, what I said in the beginning, it's got to be a transition period before interstate commerce kicks in for these reasons. You know, my understanding is big tobacco can move a pack of cigarettes across the country cheaper than the U.S. Postal Service can move a piece of mail. And, you know, for someone who is just getting in, or even someone who's been in the industry for a couple of years, it's going to be impossible to compete with that kind of infrastructure. And so you've got to give, especially these social equity license holders who are just getting up and running, you've got to give these small businesses time to solidify in the marketplace, to build a brand, right? That people want to buy, that people recognize, and to build brand allegiance takes time. But you've got to give people that runway, and because look, interstate commerce is inevitable. We're all Americans here. We all believe in free trade. We all believe in commerce. Of course, it's going to happen. It should happen. It must happen. But there has to be a runway where the people who have, you know, taken all the risk in this industry, right? I mean, the people who have been in this industry from 0 to 10 years are the people who have taken all of the regulatory risk. They have been, you know, violating the Controlled Substances Act for as long as they've been in business and facing potential jail time over it. And as soon as cannabis becomes descheduled, there is no risk for anybody, right? Other than financial. And so you've got to give those people who have been rolling up their sleeves and taking that risk the time to be successful. And the only way to do that is a transition period before interstate commerce happens.
David Holland, go. I know you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And one of our taglines with the New York City Cannabis Industry Association is to infuse consciousness into capitalism. Because if we're going to market or structure a market around notions of social equity and equitable participation by those people that created the marketplace, you got to let them in. You know, their one facility, GTI, has just, you know, secured a 400,000 square foot grow facility when they get their opportunity to get their legal license here. That's not the way to do this. And I completely agree with Andrew that you got to, those people that created the opportunities of the market have to be the ones to enjoy the benefits of it first. And I don't think that offends Dormant Commerce Clause. I don't think that offends anything else other than it's a rollout plan, just like any other rollout plan, whether it be one round of licenses, then another. Nobody says the big licenses have to go out immediately to the REIT facilities, who, again, you know, while they operate at a grand scale, they aren't the people that operate the grand market that's here right now. So to avoid market collapse, I really do think we've got to create, you know, an opportunity for provisional licenses like we talked about earlier, and other opportunities for people to sustain the market that's already here, but in an open and notorious way so they can start to generate the tax revenue that then goes to the social equity funds.
I do have good news for Edward, though, because according to Bo, David and Adam are 300,000 pounds short of supply in New York. So if Governor Baker and Governor Hochul got together, you might be getting some good Newburyport weed shipped over.
Let me just say this. I'm sorry for anybody who thinks anything good is going to come out of New York, because if you look at New York's testing, you know, right now, they're going to sit there and have a threshold of 200 CFU. That means that unless you grow your cannabis in a class tier 1 clean room, and then somehow we're able to sterilize your package and have it sitting in a dispensary that's sterilized, you're never going to have your cannabis naturally passed. So what's going to happen is what's already happening here in Massachusetts and other states. People are going to start investing in remediation machines, gamma ray technologies that's going to irradiate that bud, and there's no long-term studies. We don't import fruit and vegetables from Chernobyl, so I don't understand why it's okay and acceptable to go ahead and smoke cannabis that has been irradiated. Other than that, I want to thank everybody. I do have to jump off right now, and I really appreciate you guys inviting me on this.
Thank you, Edward. David's on mute there, unmute. You know what? We are at 6:08. So how about everybody give us your wrap-up minute on where you think of the dormancy clause and legalization, starting with Bo.
Well, I think that there's a very compelling economic argument for interstate commerce. And with the time to market, with the ability to deploy a regulatory program, a tax program, without the wealth destruction, with the lowering of prices and increasing the access not only to the commercial adult use users, but also providing greater access to genetics by the medical community, there's a very, very, very compelling argument for interstate commerce.
All right, thank you. Who wants to go next? How about Adam? We haven't heard from you. Go ahead.
No, I agree with Bo. I understand the concerns of Andrew. I think that we need to allow states that feel like they have a nascent industry, that there's a future that they want to support, to leave their doors closed until the federal government comes in and says you have to. But I think that to force every state to create siloed markets has already shown to be an economic problem, and it is warping the market in a way that is going to create a bubble and burst in a number of states, and is going to wipe out a lot of the people that we want to see as being part of the market, whether that's on the production side from where cannabis actually grows, to on the consumer side to where it has always been sold and distributed by small businesses. And so 5 more years of this, and I think this industry will be almost entirely run by a few boardrooms.
David C. Holland, go ahead.
I don't know if I'm totally on board. I understand Adam's fear, and I agree that there's a lot of problems here, but there's brand loyalty and there's other loyalties that exist within the cannabis space. And particularly one thing, unlike Philip Morris, like Marlboro cigarettes are one versus another in whatever state they're in. They taste the same, they smoke the same with beer, same with other, mass-produced products. But cannabis really seems to buck that trend. And when we used to put on the cannabis cups with High Times magazine, the one thing would happen is the winner of the cup would immediately, growers would start hybridizing that seed with other strains, trying to create new and different plant alternatives. So I'm not sure that mass production at the level that Green Thumb and others that are doing hundreds of thousands of square feet, well, they could grow the strains. I don't think they can do it in a way that's going to appease the consumers and in a way that they have the same knowing intelligence on the ground of who that consumer is. So I think there's still a lot of room for that concierge service that delivery brings and other small craft growers. But, it is something that I hope will, continue, that there's room for everybody in the marketplace, just like you're seeing the reemergence of craft brewers. I would like to see not the decline of craft and then come back, but there's definitely a place for all of it. And I don't know that mass production is the best production.
I need a whole 3-hour show to go on branding. I'm on the Millennials Top 10 Wanted site, so don't get me going. Go ahead, Andrew, finish us off.
I think we should be myopically focused on 3 things. We've got to deschedule. It should have happened yesterday. My brother, who's from New England, died at 37 from an alcohol overdose. I've never heard of anybody who's died from an overdose of cannabis. There's just absolutely no good public policy reason to keep cannabis as a Schedule I drug. We've got to deschedule it, but we have to do it responsibly. So after we deschedule, we need a transition period to protect the public health. Let's make sure that FDA gets those regulations in place and TTB gets those regulations in place before we just open up the marketplace. Let's make sure those state regulations stay where they are until those federal regulations are up and running. And we have to protect those social equity license holders. We've got to give them a real runway, a real opportunity to succeed. This is an industry that historically has screwed a lot of people who don't look like most of us on this Zoom, right? And so we need to make sure that those folks who have taken the risk in this new state legal marketplace get the benefit of it. And the only way to do that is a transition period prior to interstate commerce.
Well said. Now to our host.
Thank you. I want to thank everybody. You guys were great panelists. This is probably, we've been doing this show for a little over a year, and I have been more excited about this particular episode than any other episode we've done. You guys did great. We got a lot of really good perspectives here. I've got one final quick question, and that's for Bo. If somebody wants to participate in your survey, how do they do that?
Yeah, I can. If I can forward over to a link to send out to your folks, it's and so yeah,
great.
If that's probably easiest.
Send us over the link and we'll get it published for you. But
Yeah, I appreciate that.
And everybody out there, thanks for watching, and everybody who's going to see this over the next couple of weeks as our production team slices and dices this and puts it out on the web. You should be watching it live. It's a whole new world of weed out there, as Jimmy would say. Use it responsibly. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next Friday at 4 p.m.
Coming up on Weed Talk News this week, MJ BizCon and MJ Unpacked. History now in Las Vegas as over 30,000 people return to check out the trade show business. Plus, cannabis flower is coming to New York State as long as you're in the Rochester area and have a medical card. Plus, employers in the Empire State can't fire employees for cannabis use after hours anymore. And more bad news for the vape industry as the U.S. Postal Service bans shipping of cartridges and hardware. Plus, is there movement towards cannabis reform at the federal level? 10 Republican senators are leaning in that direction. Details on that and more on Weed Talk News next. Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
I'm Elena Pinto from Pro Cannabis Media, and our top story today is a look back at the largest cannabis trade show in the world. It's the 10th annual MJ BizCon in Las Vegas, and Jimmy was there. So how were the crowds for the first face-to-face cannabis convention in Las Vegas? And it's been 2 years, right?
That's right. And I'll tell you what, there was probably 95% masked up, as were the regulations for the Las Vegas Convention Center, about 27,000 attendees. And that's about 85% of the record turnout of 2019. CEO of MJ Biz Daily, Chris Walsh, was relieved after a difficult 2 years off because of the pandemic.
It's extremely gratifying. We had a very tough year in 2020. I think all of us did in one sense or another, right? For a business like ours too, it was very rough. And I had taken over as CEO in January of last year, and got into a period with COVID where we had to make business changes. We couldn't do MJ BizCon, we couldn't do our events, and we had to really rethink what we were doing. So to finally have gotten here to a place where we have the industry all together, it's bustling, it's busy, people are excited about the future of cannabis. It's a really surreal and amazing feeling that we were able to come roaring back, not only as MJ BizCon, but also as an industry. And the industry did really well throughout all this. And you can see it here. Other events are coming back at 50% of where they were in 19. Look around here, look at the buzz. Look at how many people are here. This industry's rocking and rolling, so we're really excited.
On the other side of the strip was MJ Unpacked at Mandalay Bay, a much smaller trade show more focused on investment capital. There, I interviewed the Marijuana Industry Trade Association's Dimitri Downing from Arizona, who believes interstate commerce of cannabis is coming sooner rather than later.
you have to wrestle with how you deploy capital and plan for long term. And we all know interstate commerce is coming within 3 to 7 years. We need an industry that's going to advocate aggressively for interstate commerce. And when interstate commerce comes, hopefully, you won't have to manufacture in all these states. Just adjust to little things like labeling, testing, and packaging, etc. Now we've shifted over to paradigm 2 over the last 10, 12 years, which is the concept that we're kind of wrestling with right now, that we've inherited and kind of accepting. Merit-based applications, limited licensing applications, there can only be a few dispensaries, there can only be a few manufacturers. All that is nonsense. We need to fight for paradigm 3, which is the open markets, which is competition, which is opportunity, because ultimately paradigm 3 is going to be best for the patients and the consumers.
Coming up on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis this week is interstate commerce of cannabis already legal under the Constitution and laws? One law professor from Vanderbilt University says yes. It's Professor Robert Mikos, and his thoughts were published by the BU Law Press. Now he'll be joined with legal leaders, compliance officers, CEOs, and other economists to debate this on Green Rush Live, the business of cannabis talk show on PCM TV and Pro Cannabis Media.
California is arguably known as the world's epicenter for weed, but the grass isn't so green for everyone in the industry there. The founder of a medical dispensary in San Luis Obispo has pleaded guilty to bribery charges. With that and more on the California cannabis scene right now, here's Christopher Smith from the American Cannabis Report.
I'm Christopher Smith, publisher of the American Cannabis Report, bringing you the roundup from the great cannabis state of California for Weed Talk News. An Emerald Cup judge likes what he's seeing in 2021. Joey Sullivan is head of procurement for Mercy Wellness, but on the side, he coordinates the judging effort for the Emerald Cup, the industry's premier annual event for judging the quality of this year's crop. And how's the 2021 harvest shaping up? Honestly, right now, it's probably been the most promising I've seen in a couple of years, Sullivan told LA Weekly, especially since fire season didn't impact the Emerald Triangle very much this year. As for what he's seeing so far, a lot of exotics, but expectations about a lot of dessert weed like cakes, gelatos, and sherbets have proven correct so far. Oaktown, otherwise known as the city of Oakland, is known for its cannabis social equity programs. According to a report shared with the Oakland Cannabis Commission, 59 social equity license recipients have secured $3.7 million in loans from the city. About 60% of the loans are current, 34% are at least a little behind, and 7% or 4 social equity businesses are so far behind, the city has sent them to collections. Jason Russell, a San Francisco attorney, said these borrowers sent to collections don't have many options because corporate bankruptcy laws are federal laws and therefore unavailable to cannabis businesses. Rumor has it that the legal cannabis industry does about $7 billion in revenue, but the illicit market does $8 billion. One reason is too many cultivation licenses, which produce about 3 times what the population demands. At the same time, too few dispensaries. Almost 70% of the cities and counties opted out of allowing cannabis shops, and as a result, there are only 2 dispensaries per 100,000 people in California. By comparison, Oregon and Colorado have about 18 shops for every 100,000 residents, and Alaska, even more. Operation Hammer Strike is getting results. Over the last 8 weeks, the sheriff's office has served 183 search warrants, made 238 arrests, and seized 187,000 cannabis plants, 39,000 pounds of processed cannabis, 57 guns, and $563,449 exactly in cash. No change. Which the sheriff's office described as illicit narcotic sales proceeds, which means the sheriff's office is going to be grabbing that cash. Operation Hammer Strike has also taken down 1,000 greenhouses and 2 extraction labs. And I'm Christopher Smith for the American Cannabis Report, sending peace and love from the cannabis heaven, California, for Weed Talk News.
Hey, Elena, have you ever had to take a drug test for employment?
Nope, haven't.
Well, if you're in New York, now that the Department of Labor has introduced new guidelines, you can actually consume your favorite cannabis plant at home. Just make sure you don't bring your weed to work or show up high. That's a precedent-changing policy in that state now that New York has legal adult use cannabis laws.
And that's not the only changes in New York State. Their medical program has never been able to sell flower to their patients, just tinctures and edibles and topicals. But now that the adult use law is in place, medical dispensaries can now sell flower to their patients. The only issue with this right now is that you have to be in Rochester, New York, and you have to go to Columbia Care because they are the only ones licensed to do just that at this point, Jimmy.
And now with our Michigan report, here's the NORML executive director for that state and our Cannacaster, Rick Thompson. Rick?
Hello again, everyone. This is the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News. Let's begin. The big news of the week is the performance of the House Regulatory Reform Committee on Tuesday regarding the controversial package of 6 bills proposing to radically change the 12-year-old medical marijuana program. The first contentious hearing saw Committee Chair Roger Houck give preferential treatment during testimony to government agents, public relations specialists, and corporate sponsors. They received 80% of the time available for testimony, forcing the 100 patients and caregivers to have their say after some of the committee members had left the chamber to attend to other duties. Despite stating over and over that everyone would get their chance to speak, in the end, it was all a lie. The committee resolved their voting business and dismissed from the chamber with more than 1 hour of committee time remaining. Representative Houck could have used that empty time to allow testimony from the organizations and people affected by the proposed changes. He did not. The chamber was filled to standing room only capacity with people ready to tell their story. Once again, government refused to let the people speak. Now, the next stop for these bills is the House floor, again, where citizens are not allowed to speak and corporate money buys votes on a regular basis. We'll keep you updated on the progress of the bill package. November 4th is Lobby Day for Michigan's patient, caregiver, and adult use consumer groups. Dozens of participants are already registered and will engage the lawmakers on a variety of issues of relevance to consumer groups, including the bills I just mentioned. There's no cost to attend and participate. Groups are meeting in the Lansing offices of the Michigan Cannabis Industry Association to prepare for the multi-pronged effort. Register to participate in the Lobby Day by visiting minorml.org/no changes. And Tom Beller of Real Leaf Solutions is in the news again. Now, Wednesday was his birthday, and congratulations, but he's in the news for publishing an op-ed with his wife, Krista, regarding the role of the regulated industry in the parallel caregiver program in Michigan. Mr. Beller argues that the two systems are complementary, not in conflict. And as former caregivers themselves, he and Krista are in support of keeping the current medical program as is, without changes. You can find that editorial on bridgemi.com. And that's it for the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson and Weed Talk News.
Opportunity grows on the East Coast. This month, medical marijuana patients in Connecticut can finally start cultivating their own plants. Under the state's recreational law, adults 21 and older can grow plants starting in July of 2023. So that's a bit of a wait. So Governor Ned Lamont is taking marijuana matters into his own hands and implementing new legislation to move things along. Now, medical patients 18 and older can grow up to 6 personal plants. They have to be grown indoors and kept away from recreational users and minors. But still, it's good news for those medicinal users who would have otherwise had to wait another 1.5 years for the recreational rule to take effect. With that, let's get to our Green Nurse report from Jessie Lynn Dolan in Vermont.
I'm Jessie Lynn Dolan from Nurse Grown Organics and Vermont Cannabis Nurses, and this is the Weed Talk News Vermont report. In town news around Vermont, both Londonderry and Jamaica voted to allow cannabis retailers to set up shop next year. Jamaica also rejected an article to allow integrative licenses, which effectively bans large-scale cannabis operations from the town. Woodstock will be voting about retail shops at Village Meeting in March, and the Ludlow Select Board will be having a retail cannabis informational meeting on Monday, November 1st, with the vote scheduled for Tuesday, November 2nd. Vermont Cannabis Control Board Advisory Committee member Tim Wessel published an op-ed in Vermont Digger opposing a recent decision by the licensing subcommittee to cap town cannabis licenses at $100 a year. Chris Brimmer, the zoning administrator for the town of Fairleigh and secretary of the Vermont Progressive Party, also published an op-ed in Vermont Digger saying the 1% option tax should be automatic instead of opt-in. High Fidelity Inc., the parent company of Series Med, formerly Champlain Valley Dispensary, applied for an Act 250 permit for building a $6.6 million facility in Milton to grow, harvest, and process cannabis, largely expanding its current corporate operations. That's the Vermont report for Weed Talk News. I'm Vermont's cannabis nurse, Jessie Lynn Dolan.
Elena, have you ever visited the INSA dispensary in East Hampton or Springfield, Massachusetts by any chance?
East Hampton. I definitely have been there.
Well, we've been to East Hampton as well. That's the manufacturing dispensary for INSA. But the really cool, what I would call destination dispensary is INSA in Springfield. It's right down the street from the Basketball Hall of Fame. And right now, INSA is celebrating because they were the most awarded brand in the first ever High Times Cannabis Cup for Massachusetts. Now, I believe there were 11 categories. They won for Best Vape Sativa. And I've got to recommend this product, the Double Caramel Sea Salt Chocolates. Just saying that makes your mouth water, doesn't it? I mean, they're so good. Julian Rose is the director of manufacturing there. He's a award-winning chocolatier. We have sampled those items at INSA, and we want to congratulate the INSA dispensary for that. With more from the Massachusetts area, the Bay State Cannabis Report, if you will, here's Ron Marshalsea. Ron?
I'm Ron Marshalsea with the Massachusetts Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Deanna Martin, the owner of Northern Herb, was sentenced to 4 years in prison for tax evasion, money laundering, and cannabis distribution and possession. Northern Herb allowed medical marijuana to be purchased and delivered to those who did not prove that they were registered with the Massachusetts Medical Cannabis Program. From May 2016 through July 2018, Northern Herb's revenue exceeded $14 million and did not pay taxes on its profits. They also did not withhold, remit, or pay any payroll or income taxes, including not reporting worker wages to the IRS. Through the High Times' first ever Massachusetts Cannabis Cup, cannabis consumers across the state selected INSA as its most awarded brand. Products came from 45 local brands, and INSA was a finalist in 6 categories, including 2 first-place awards. Co-founder of INSA, Peter Gallagher, was quoted as saying, "For the very first time in Massachusetts, High Times magazine asked cannabis consumers to judge the state's range of products, and we are honored that people across Massachusetts rated INSA products so highly. To be judged as the Commonwealth's most awarded brand overall is a true honor." INSA's products are sold at their own retail stores in East Hampton, Springfield, and Salem, as well as other retailers throughout Massachusetts. Speaking of products, Garden Remedies, a cannabis shop in the state, has introduced a new type of spice in an edible for Halloween, and it's not pumpkin spice. Made with ghost pepper and capsaicin extract from a Massachusetts supplier, the spooky spicy gummy edible packs a punch of heat. The head of the kitchen at Garden Remedies wanted to take advantage of all the spicy food challenges that have been popping up across social media. Thus, the spooky spicy gummy edible was created. That's this week's Massachusetts Cannabis Report. For Weed Talk News, I'm Ron Marshalsea.
Delta 8 has been the buzz of the cannabis market this year, making headlines with its mere existence in a legal gray area. But unlike other states that have outright banned the synthetic cannabinoid, Louisiana is looking to bite into the trend by allowing Delta 8 in food. Under Louisiana state law, consumable hemp is allowed. And according to the State Department of Health, applications are now open for businesses to use cannabinoids in food, including Delta 8. Meanwhile, the FDA won't come up with guidelines for CBD in food. So no wonder Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas said our federal cannabis laws are contradictory. Oklahoma allows Delta 8 sales, and their cannabis industry seems to be booming, at least in some capacity, as Dion Osborne explains in our Oklahoma report.
I'm Dion Osborne with the Black Wall Street Times. This is Weed Talk News.
I recently sat down with the director of Oklahomans for Responsible Cannabis Action to talk about two bills that were recently filed, two petitions, one to legalize recreational marijuana and one to give the industry its own freestanding agency.
So the effort here, what we're doing with the petitions that have been put forth, is we're looking to keep the success but clean up the mess.
The issue of expungements was intentionally placed in this proposal. Tell me why you felt it was important to include that.
We believe that there are some common sense things that hold people back unnecessarily. That's basically residue from the war on drugs. And so we want to clean that up. I've heard maybe 10, 12,000 folks that would probably qualify for this type of records expungement.
That's very interesting just to hear that is in this bill. So on to the Medical Marijuana Enforcement and Transparency Act.
By having our own freestanding agency, it will increase transparency. There's another thing going on there. Industrial hemp is currently a complete different side deal for Department of Agriculture. So what we want is an Oklahoma Cannabis Commission that deals with all of it. It's all the same plant.
I'm Dion Osborne with the Black Wall Street Times. This is Weed Talk News.
There's been another acquisition of a media company that is pro-cannabis. Beringer Capital, a private equity firm, has acquired a majority stake in the stock market site Benzinga for $300 million. Now, Benzinga was started in 2010 by Jason Raznick on a $3,000 monthly budget. Benzinga now has an international workforce of more than 100 pros and a monthly readership, a base of 25 million people in over 125 countries. Now, with the Green Market Report, here's Deborah Borchardt. Deborah.
This is the business update for Weed Talk News from the Green Market Report. This week, the trial between MedMen and its former CFO, James Parker, got underway. Parker stunned the industry with his explosive allegations when he filed his case in 2019. He claimed back then that MedMen founders Adam Bierman and Andrew Maudlin were paying brokers to prop up the stock price, amongst other allegations. And he also said that they created a toxic workplace. MedMen says Parker was just a bad CFO who broke his contract. MedMen also named a new COO this week. Hydrofarm bought the company Innovative Growers Equipment for $58 million and lowered their guidance, blaming an oversupply of cannabis. The company now forecasts net sales in the range of $470 to $490 million. Before, the forecast was for over $500 million in sales. And finally, STEM Holdings, also known as Driven by STEM, is buying High Country Supply, better known as Colorado Harvest Company. They are one of Denver's oldest and most respected vertically integrated operators with 2 delivery permits, 3 retail dispensaries, and 2 cultivation facilities. Now, they didn't say what they paid for them, but they did say that the company is expecting $13 million in sales in 2021. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt with the Weed Talk News business update from the Green Market Report.
A back and forth in the Badlands. People in South Dakota voted to legalize adult use cannabis back in 2020, but Governor Kristi Noem challenged it with a lawsuit. Well, this week, a state cannabis committee decided to push forward a new draft bill that would allow that legalization to move forward. The bill must now go before an executive board before it's formally recommended to be taken up by the full legislature next year. For a look at what else is happening in the heartland, here's Brandon Jones with the Missouri Report.
I'm Brandon Jones with Distribution Maven for the Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. My first story today comes out of KOMU.com. Missouri marijuana seized by Kansas sheriff under scrutiny. You can't believe this story until I tell you. So a lady was pulled over on May 17th by a Kansas deputy, asked what she was doing. She reported that she was driving from Colorado to Kansas City, that she worked with a cash transfer company, and she was going to go to a couple of medical marijuana dispensaries to pick up cash and then transport it back to Colorado. Well, the deputy let her go, gave her just a warning, and directly after he left, he started a DEA surveillance on her. They watched her go to 5 different dispensaries, get bags, put it into her car, and when she left to go back out of Missouri, To go back to Colorado, she was pulled over by the exact same deputy. He seized over $165,000. And now the federal courts are trying to decide if that money is actually allowed by Kansas to take or if they can get it back. Crazy story. My second story today comes out of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, and a key vendor in Missouri's medical marijuana program was hit with a $28 million judgment. So one of the consulting companies that said that they could actually get GMT to be approved was not able to get the companies approved, 4 different dispensary licenses. And so they sued that consulting firm and found that they didn't do enough. They were actually negligent in performing their duties to get the actual licenses approved. So they were hit for $28 million. Be careful if you're a consultant company. Make sure you know what you're doing. You work hard and you take care of dotting your I's and crossing your T's. I'm Brandon Jones with the Missouri Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Thanks a lot and have a great weekend.
A few months ago, UPS and FedEx decided they would stop shipping vape-based hardware to that industry. And now the U.S. Postal Service has decided they also would not ship vapes and cartridges in the mail.
And there has been some movement across the political aisle in Washington, D.C. According to Tom Angel's Marijuana Moment News service out of Washington, D.C., 10 Republicans are supporting legalization of cannabis reform. No word on when cannabis reform may come to a vote in Congress. However, this is the first sign that Republicans may start to understand that they should listen to their constituents who do favor legalization. For the rest of the stories from Washington, D.C., here's Vote Pro Podcasts, Phil Adams. Phil.
Hi, I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, and this is the Weed Talk News DC report. A federal drug agency says Schedule I classification creates undue barriers to cannabis research. According to a report submitted by Congress by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, the myriad restrictions and requirements imposed by the Drug Enforcement Administration has impeded the study into the potential risks and benefits of cannabis to an extent that constitutes a public health concern. Research scientists and institutions cite a lack of transparency regarding DEA requirements, long and unexpected delays in federal authorization, layers of complex regulatory compliance, and limitations on samples available for study. A group of Maryland lawmakers meeting to discuss a process for cannabis legalization in the state are now dealing with the issue of what to do about prior convictions. Members of the House Cannabis Referendum and Legalization Work Group have laid out 3 possible legislative paths to address the hundreds of thousands of cases potentially eligible for some form of clemency. These include expungement, completely removing the case from police and court records, shielding, keeping records of a conviction from public view, and sealing, preventing access to conviction records without a court order. Maryland District Court Chief Judge John P. Morrissey told the work group this week that whichever route is taken will be highly labor-intensive and require manual intervention by hundreds of additional clerks over a period of several years. Yet another study has found teen use of cannabis has not increased as a result of legalization. A survey conducted by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration found that past year cannabis use among teens aged 12 to 17 fell from 13.2% to 10.1% between 2019 and 2020. Use among 18 to 25-year-olds also dropped slightly during that time frame. These findings are consistent with similar studies conducted in recent years by the Journal of the American Medical Association, the National Institute on Drug Abuse, the National Center for Education Statistics, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. That's the Weed Talk News from around the Beltway. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
So, Elena, I admit I'm painfully unhip, especially when it comes to hip hop artists. Have you ever heard of Lil' Kim?
Yes, I have heard of Lil' Kim, Jimmy, but her actual name is Kimberly Denise Jones, and she is introducing a line of flower called Aphrodisiac. It's in partnership with Superbet Inc. So yes, it's another celebrity adding their name on the pro-cannabis column. But Jimmy, you did hear about this new Harris poll, right? About Americans supporting regulation?
That's regulation, not legalization, since I know 70% of Americans do support cannabis legalization at the federal level, while many in the industry really just want decriminalization first. But that's not what this poll's about, right?
No, this is about proper labeling for legally sold products. In fact, 80% of Americans want better labeling on legal products.
So basically, we're looking for a consumer approval code for legal products, and I'm all for that. You agree, right, Elena?
Yes, that's it.
I mean, there's a lot of money in legal cannabis. They should be able to put a consumer approval legal product label on their product. Yes?
I like it. I like it.
All right. Well, I hope you like Weed Talk News for this week, because as we like to say on this show, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Let's use it responsibly. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Elena Pinto from Pro Cannabis Media.
We'll see you next time.
PCM TV is supported by Salient Systems, a world leader in video management security, and by Revolutionary Clinics, a medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge, and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Difference is building a solution for that individual, not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the cost low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro.
Pro Cannabis Media programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for video surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. and by Artery Pay. Easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Well, happy Friday, everybody. Welcome to another edition of the Green Rush Live. I'm Jimmy Young, the host of this show, and I bet you're probably already saying, what happened to the co-host, David Rabinovitz? Well, first of all, we want to wish him well. He was feeling under the weather, and I understand now he's home, resting comfortably. That's all I care about, and I certainly hope he'll get his chicken soup and rest, because that's the most important thing when you don't feel good. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. We have a great show over the next couple of hours for you. In fact, a very special guest is coming on in an hour. His name is Michael Thompson. And if anybody has followed his story out of Michigan, you know that this is the guy that was incarcerated for 25 years for selling cannabis and is finally released and home. It's an amazing story. He'll tell it to us here in about an hour from now. But right now, I am joined by April Arasate. She is the CEO of Seed. It is an adult use dispensary in Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. And April, thank you so much for joining us. And may I say, it's great to see you without a mask.
Oh, I know, right? How you doing, Jimmy?
I'm doing fine. And one of the reasons why I'm really happy that you're on with us today, and especially in our featured 4 o'clock interview, is because we are going to be talking about prison reform in the cannabis world. And I know that has always been part of one of your missions, and it obviously is a part of the story that a mutual friend of ours tells all the time. And I'm talking about Naimbi McIntosh, obviously. April, first of all, tell us about how it's going there. I know you've only been opened a few months, but how is it going in Jamaica Plain with your dispensary?
It's going great. We see more people coming through the door every day. So we just want to get as many people into the space as possible. As you know, and you alluded to, we have the dispensary with the menu getting bigger and bigger, and it's just so many more exciting products coming into Massachusetts right now. So it's kind of fun. We're getting ice cream in. We just got a whole bunch of seltzers and all that kind of fun new products that are launching in Mass. But we also have the Social Justice Cannabis Museum, and we actually just got our separate zoning from the city because it's its own entity. It's a nonprofit. So now we're going to start doing seminars and all kinds of good things in that space. So
wow, that's great. And it really does kind of lend us into a discussion about prison reform. As you know, there is this initiative going on around the United States of America towards expungement of records, especially in legal states. I mean, does it make sense to anybody who's a clear thinking individual that people who are still incarcerated for cannabis possession crimes or the sale of now a legal substance, perhaps at a very, let's say, a personal or consumer basis, as opposed to pounds and pounds, they really shouldn't be in jail anymore? And I just wonder if we let out all these people that are in jail, that have been incarcerated after this failed war on drugs, how are we going to get them back into the workforce? And that is really what I preach about a lot. I want to know what you guys do and how passionate you are about creating programs that get people that have been behind bars acclimated to the real world and perhaps even an opportunity to get into the business with employment.
yeah, I mean, we talk about this a lot with regulators and the policymakers and the city officials, state reps. But it's really just, it's one aspect of a really complicated problem. And for us, it almost goes one step backward, which is how do you get the people out to begin with, right? And that's the first sort of problem. And I think the priority, right? Because if you're behind bars, your number one concern is how to not be behind those bars anymore, right? And then you figure it out when you get there. But it's a complicated problem, and you can't just automatically, there's a mechanism for this. in the state of Massachusetts. So if you are behind bars and suddenly it's not a crime anymore, you can go through, the machine basically and go through the criteria that you need to, but it requires resources to do this. Not everybody knows how to work the system like that. So you'd need, an attorney, you'd need resources to get that done. Then there's the problem that some people, or what stands in the way of sort of just complete release, is that some people have taken a plea. So they might have taken a lesser offense and be in for cannabis possession, but the charges were actually much more severe. And so there's an argument that maybe those people shouldn't be released. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh,
so it's very
totally.
complicated. Yeah. So it's super complicated. And I think reintegrating them is a great luxury. I would look forward to being able to, launch a program that does that. But I almost feel like we're not there yet because so many people are still behind bars.
It is incredible. And if you look at some of the statistics about people who were still arrested for minimal amounts of cannabis on their possession over the last 12 months, even in states like New Jersey that voted it in November, they still had quite a few thousand arrests between November and I believe it was January when the governor finally signed the law. So I know you have a legal background, correct? Are you still a practicing attorney?
I am an attorney. I'm still licensed in 2 states, but I don't really practice. I'm just very busy with everything else.
Fair enough. But I'm gonna throw a question at you because we are going to be talking about this topic in the next half hour with a doctor and a scientist, and it has to do with this Delta 8 THC and Delta 9 THC. I've done a lot of research preparing for this interview and talking to people, and it was totally confusing to me. But the bottom line here is one of those deltas, they're actually able to inject or increase the amount of THC that's in it so that it's being derived from hemp. So again, why are people putting a non-organic or something you can grow in the ground into a plant to get high? I don't understand the concept here. Is it cheaper to manufacture Delta 8 THC? Is that the answer? Because I know everything always ends up boiling down to the almighty dollar.
Yeah, and we're not on I'm not on the manufacturing side of it anymore, but I'm sure there are cost issues associated with it. I mean, money is everything. That's the problem with the prison system. That's the problem with any industry there is, right? But I think that the ultimate, what's happening is people are always trying to skirt the definition of hemp, right? Which is the 0.03% THC.
Right. So by the way, is it 0.03% or is it 0.3%?
0.03%.
Okay, because that's not what you hear a lot of. You know what I'm saying? I see it in print 0.3%, and I'm like, that isn't right. So
yeah.
Go on, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think that the overarching drive is to find a way to skirt that and create and make hemp that can get you
high.
Yeah.
You get the high effect that THC offers, and a lot of people are certainly comfortable using it in a responsible manner these days. And it's one of the reasons why you have a licensed facility in Jamaica Plain. You open your doors and you're selling that legally under those wonderful regulations. And I know how you have to be compliant with all those regulations. How big of a challenge is it for you as a business owner to make sure that everything you do is in compliance with what you're supposed to be doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge is that it's relatively new still, and everybody is always catching up, and you're coming up with new problems. And I mean, I think my favorite compliance story that sort of sums up compliance in general in cannabis, when I was starting a cultivation and manufacturing almost, I guess, 10 years ago, or it had to be less than that, 2013, I guess. 2013. We said, hey, how do we get the genetics here, right? We're not supposed to cross state lines. We're asking the state, what do you want us to do? We don't want to break the law. We're like, whatever. And they just pretty much literally went like this. And they called it the white elephant migration. So it's the white elephant in the room. Everybody knows it's an issue, but it's just like, we don't want to know.
Actually, I've heard a lot of law enforcement people doing that same thing right now, because they know that if they bring people in, the DA's office, they don't want to prosecute cannabis crimes anymore.
Yeah. Well, but the problem is, and we touch upon this a lot in the museum, because I really tried to dive into the numbers of why.
Oh, we may be having Wi-Fi challenges with April. We seem to have lost audio with April. I know she's talking because I can see her lips moving, but we don't hear her. Oh, wait, I heard her laugh. Are you there? Yeah, you're back. Okay.
Sorry.
It's one of those Wi-Fi things. We get it. I understand it.
The NSA.
Wait, are you saying that Big Brother knows exactly where we are, what we're doing all the time?
Come on, Jimmy. I think you know that.
Yeah, I get you. I'm sorry that so about half your answer did not get shared. If you'd like to recap, that's fine.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I really try to dive into the numbers a lot in the museum to understand why we are in this position. And there's a lot of misinformation, just like in cannabis, there's a lot of misinformation in prison reform. Like, for example, what I found in my research is that, everybody complains about private prisons, and there was like Biden signed an executive order, that was, a little bit loosely worded anyway, but trying to end government contracts with private prisons. That's really only 9% of the prisons, and not really the big problem. One of the biggest problems is that people get arrested largely, a lot of times for cannabis, little things like cannabis possession, like you're saying, and then they don't have the money to get out. So they're just sitting there waiting. Like, if you got thrown into the drunk tank, you would just pay what it takes to get out and then deal with the legal parts of it. But $300 to get out, and then they're just there. And it's an insane part of our society.
There's quite a few insane parts.
No good for anyone.
Right. These days, it is pretty crazy. I do want to make sure that we have an opportunity to talk about the big event that's going to be in your backyard or behind your building on this Sunday upcoming, and we'll have to date it. I believe it's June 27th, this Sunday. We are live, but we do the show. Are you there? I know about the event, so I can certainly talk about it. It's actually part of the Pride movement.
Yes, so June 27th.
There you go.
Yeah,
go ahead. Yep.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I got June 27th.
Yes, so we're having a Pride block. Okay, June 27th, Sunday, June 27th, we're having a block party. Can you hear me?
What are the hours of that?
Can you hear me, Jimmy?
Yes, I can. I'm just looking to find out how many hours we have on that.
Yep, it's 12 to 8. We have live bands. We have a drag show at 5:30. There's a costume contest with prizes for first, second, and third. A kid zone, like a family fun zone, so it's family friendly, and also a 21 plus lounge. So there'll be vendors there giving stuff away, and it's just a celebration of Pride. We have a very strong LGBTQ community in our neighborhood. And so, like I said, it's the Hyde Square in Boston, the Jamaica Plain neighborhood, and it's super fun. So everybody needs to come and celebrate.
There you go. And
it's supposed to be hot.
It is supposed to be hot, so dress appropriately, make sure you hydrate, all those neat things. And the challenge to me, because I certainly know exactly where you guys are, is where do they park? I mean, that's going to be the biggest. If people are driving there, and I'm going to guess that urging Uber, Lyft, and any other kind of transportation, get somebody to drop you off and pick you up would probably be the best way to get people there. Yes?
Yes. Also, a lot of our neighbors have donated their parking lots for the day. So if you go on to seedyourhead.com, all of the information about parking will be there and the available lots. And it's also, you could take the train to the Jackson Square T-stop.
There you go. The Jackson Square T-stop and, of course, a couple of parking lots. Go onto their website and check it out. April, I apologize just because of the Wi-Fi issue. You are welcome on this show anytime to talk about what you do, because I have so much respect for your management style, the passion you have for the social injustices in this world. And of course, you have a great exhibit. And I urge everybody who watches this show on a somewhat regular basis to check it out if you are in the Massachusetts area. And if you're not, and you are going to visit soon, that's the dispensary you want to check out in Boston. How's that for a plug? Is that good?
Great. Thank you, Jimmy. I'm sorry about the Wi-Fi. I don't know what to do.
Well, we could talk about that after the fact, but in the meantime, have a great time on Sunday. We are going to try and cover it with one of our videographers, one of our videographers, like I've got a choice of more than one. Dan will be there, and I know we'll have coverage of it on our next news show, because since it's the 4th of July week coming up, like everybody in the world, I'm actually going to shut down production for 2 weeks and come back strong the week of July 12th. So thank you, April. Best of luck. Great to see you. Please say hello to everybody on your staff. And I know I'll come to visit you soon. Okay. All right, there you go. That was
Great.
April.
Thanks, Jimmy. Bye.
Thank you. And of course, I don't know if you got to hear, I'm going to reiterate again, the time to get to that event is the 5:30 the drag competition. It's going to be fun. They've got live bands. Let me see. I can tell you who they are. The Chops. I have no idea who that is. The Ray Liriano Experience, the Rick Berlin and Nickel and Dime Band. I love how they have a master of ceremonies, but they don't tell you who it is. By the way, I'm available. Not that Sunday, but in the future, I'm available to be the MC. I've done it before. And they've got the Intergalactic Space Alien, Vice Versatile, and DJ Ayo Biello. And I certainly hope I got that pronunciation right. In the meantime, we're getting closer and closer to the magical time of 4:20 on a Friday afternoon. That's when we take our first break on this show. And of course, we then talk a little bit about the origins of the 420 movement that started in San Rafael High School. A group of guys called the Waldos in 1971 used to get together at the statue of Louis Pasteur and catch a buzz. That was until law enforcement picked up on that, being the efficient people that they are for public safety, and started to use 420 as the code for public consumption of cannabis going on. Now, the extra story to that is one of the members of the Waldos was friends with a guy, pretty sure it was by the name of Phil Lesh, who's an original member of the Grateful Dead rock band, the legendary Grateful Dead. And the Dead, of course, started to publicize 420, and that got embraced by the Deadheads and the cannabis culture and all that neat stuff. And now, of course, it's been celebrated. It's part of, I don't know who owns the copyright to 420, but somebody does. I know that. And of course, now they have all sorts of celebrations on April 20th. And as we found out recently in the interview that Dave Briggs did with Calvin Johnson, the NFL Hall of Famer, that was always the day that the NFL tested for weed. Just saying, by coincidence, they would do that. Now, my version of 420, whenever we heard the song Shanty by Jonathan Edwards, he was a folk rocker in the 60s and 70s who grew up in New Hampshire, still performs on a somewhat, I don't want to say regular basis, because nobody performs on a regular basis over the last 18 months, but we do know that he made a stop in a radio studio in New Hampshire to play this version of Shanty. And of course, every time I used to hear the song Shanty, we used it as an excuse to go catch a buzz. In the meantime, we use it as a break on our show. The Green Rush Live will continue after this. Don't go away.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. we had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. Going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And when I started Pro Cannabis Media 2 years ago, I wanted to make sure the cannabis industry had a professional outlet to share their stories in their own words. Now, since it all started with my podcast In the Weeds 3 years ago, I've done over 250 interviews. I've met some incredible people with a shared passion for this amazing plant. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard the line, cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life. Well, now it's your turn. We want to give you a chance to tell your own story. It doesn't even need to be related to the medicinal power of this incredible plant. Just to give you a little incentive, we will pick 5 stories to share on our live Green Rush show on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern. If we share your story, you automatically get one of our t-shirts with that closing line I use all the time, it's a whole new world of weed. But as the legendary Billy Mays used to say, that's not all. One of those finalists will win one of these really cool full-story cannabis storage units. It's a great way to store your cannabis in their food-grade aluminum containers. It's award-winning, child-proof, smell-proof, and has a solid contemporary design. It's a $220 value, but you can win one if we pick your story and feature it on our show. Yes, we will pick one of those 5 finalists, and they will receive this $220 value absolutely free. Now, we ask you to keep your story to under 90 seconds on video and less than 500 words in text. So come out of the cannabis closet and tell us your story, and you could win with yourstory.com. Just go on to procannabismedia.com and sign up today. You might even join us on one of our shows. Cannabis Clinic patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. All right, welcome back to Friday afternoon's Green Rush Live program. I'm Jimmy Young with Pro Cannabis Media, and we are so happy to have 2 guests with us over the next 30 minutes. One is a regular to PCM TV viewers, if you will. It's Dr. Mary Clifton, the host of the Doctor's Lounge. Hi, Mary. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Absolutely. You are welcome anytime. And I'm going to say the same to Giancarlo Fiula, because he is a scientist with MCR Labs, and he too joins us on a Friday afternoon. Giancarlo, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me too, Jimmy.
Okay, so which one of you wants to define what Delta 8 THC is? Which one of you would like to give that a shot? You can raise your hand, or I could just call on you like a close. All right, let's let the scientist do it, and then we'll go to the doctor for a comment. Explain what Delta 8 THC is, Giancarlo.
Okay, well, to start it off, THC, the molecule we know, is actually considered Delta 9 THC.
Got it.
And they call it Delta 9 because of the location of a specific double bond on the molecule. And when a carbon and carbon chain has a double bond, it just makes it a little less flexible and a little more stiff and changes the way it interacts with things. So Delta 9 THC has a double bond in one place, and Delta 8 has it just switched over one position. And chemists like to number the carbons on a molecule. So one of them's on the 9 carbon, one of them's on the 8. And it very slightly changes the way the molecule can interact with things. So you see slightly different effects.
But forget the effects for a second. The Delta 8 is derived from hemp, is it not? Or am I misreading that?
It's derived from CBD and hemp. So some of it is isolated, which is a much more tedious process, but a lot of it is actually made chemically. So they do a chemical process on either Delta 9 THC extracted from cannabis or CBD extracted from hemp. And if you take a certain set of conditions on that molecule, you can actually turn it into Delta 8.
Okay, so there's got to be a reason why people are doing this. And I'm very skeptical, but I sometimes have some insight, and I always think it has something to do with money or the cost of it, right? Dr. Mary, can you talk a little bit about how THC interacts with our endocannabinoid system that's in all mammals? And of course, everybody recognizes that chemical as the one that gets you high. But now there's 2 different types, and I think that's the most confusing thing. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, the THC is the one intoxicating cannabinoid that we're able to use to get intoxicated. I mean, we're trying to get away from the psychoactive effect and talk about intoxicating and not intoxicating. And by the application of some acid washes to hemp or CBD, it can be converted, into this Delta 9. We know from things like testosterone and estrogen that making very subtle changes to a molecule can result in a very marked difference in the way that the molecule interacts with the receptors. And we know that THC interacts with the receptors in the body, particularly the receptors in the brain, to to get you high, to give you a buzz, to create that intoxication. But the delta 9, that double carbon bond is just flipped a little bit over to the neighboring carbon atoms. It's a very subtle change in the molecule, but it does still have the intoxicating effects of THC. And, THC just works with the CB1 and CB2 receptors that are naturally found throughout the body. But particularly, we see the effects with intoxication with the receptors in the brain, of course, where after, administration, you get those receptors stimulated and then you feel that buzzy, lightheaded feeling. But the D8 is interesting because, and I'm actually in the process, Jimmy, of creating a series of videos to share with my audience on very, very early reports on how people are using D8 and what kind of side effects they may be having. And people are describing it as sort of a daytime high, or more of a clear-headed high, where if they have potentially like attention deficit disorder or an anxiety, but they work and they need to be focused at work and they can't really be too buzzed, the D8 is a nice alternative they're finding.
Well, it just so happens I have a vial right here of Delta 8 oil. Okay. And I'll be perfectly honest. Oh, wait. Did I use that one? No, I didn't use that one. I used this other one with straight CBD oil. I was going to say I took it right before the show because a certain brand, a very famous brand of CBD that I ordered for $100 for a bottle has not worked. Okay. Let's just say, and it did work once for me. So again, every person is different. It affects everybody differently, and every product is going to affect. That's the biggest challenge, I think, with anybody when it comes to a brand or a product in this space. It's like, try to describe the effect. Well, it's going to be different for you than it is for me, but this is what happened to me. Anyway, Giancarlo, I want to ask you, I just had April Arasati on. She's the CEO of Seed. It's a great adult use dispensary in Jamaica Plain, in Massachusetts, in Boston. And clarifying again, hemp is supposed to only have 0.03% THC or 0.3% THC. You're the scientist. You test for it. Tell me the real answer.
I've heard both. The one that makes the most sense to me is 0.3. 0.3 would make the most sense, but don't quote me on that one.
I would have to agree that 0.3 makes the most sense.
Right. That's what I thought too. It was 0.3%. And then let's get into the fact that there is a big difference between 0.03%, obviously 100 times, than 0.3%. But I have learned, and Mary, you know this about me, I know just enough to be trouble. I get myself in trouble with the amount of knowledge I have, and I'm learning every day. And this is one of the reasons why I like doing this show and talking to people that are experts like you two, because I do learn. And the thing I learned very early was the entourage effect. The entourage effect, where that basically is you need a little THC in order to get the most value out of a CBD based product. Is that accurate, Mary?
Well, I think that's true of so many things that you're doing to your system. I mean, if it's so much better to eat a whole carrot than to juice a carrot and just drink the juice and then throw everything else away, because you're getting rid of some fiber. You're losing a lot by not taking the whole product. So I always think of a whole flower as opposed to an isolate, similar to taking a vitamin C tablet if you want some vitamin C, or taking a glass of orange juice, or just eating an orange. We would really recommend that you could eat the orange. And if you can stomach it, eat some of the orange peel, because the orange peel has some great anti-cancer effects. So when this is part of the reason why it's just so hard for doctors to understand cannabis, because there's 130 recognized cannabinoids. You're probably upwards of 300 to 500 different phytonutrients, and doctors are used to one molecule or maybe two molecules in a pill with some inert ingredients. So something that has 500 ingredients that are all interacting with your body is something that doctors and the FDA just really don't know how to deal with. But optimally, you keep all of those ingredients together, and presumably they're all working together to enhance each other and to do something more extraordinary than they would do alone.
Gotcha. That's kind of like how humans are too, in a lot of ways, right? You mentioned something that I learned very early from a guy by the name of John Dvorak. I love to give him credit for this. The difference between psychoactive and intoxicating, right? And I can't tell you how many times that former comrades in the media talk about CBD as a non-psychoactive component.
As non-psychoactive,
right.
Yeah, but clearly it has psychoactivity, because people who are anxious or who have, attention deficit find often that they can get improvement with using that therapy. So it's not really a non-psychoactive. So yeah, we're really trying to move away from that and talk about intoxicating versus non-intoxicating.
And you would think that everybody in the media would know what intoxication is. I'm just thinking that, not that I have any experience in that at all. Giancarlo, I want to go back to you a little bit and talk about the testing process. How can you put a number on the percentage of products that come into your lab at MCR Labs out in Framingham, unless you guys have moved? Have you moved? You haven't moved. You're back in.
Oh no, we're still on Speen Street.
Okay, good. On Speen Street, where the home of Young Broadcasters of America back in 2008 to 2012. I just want to say, that being said, what is the percentage of the passes versus fails of the products that come in? Is it 50-50? Is it 75-25? Or can you even put a percentage on it?
The most recent number I remember seeing is about 1/5 or a little less. I think I saw 17%, but it's not a small number, but it's also not an overwhelmingly large number. And
right,
these are
right. You would think that the people who need their product tested know what they've or how it's been grown, right? Because there's always those variants, right? That's the biggest challenge I know to growing is some, environmental factors, soil factors, water factors, too much site. There's so many different elements that can go into screwing up the growing of this plant. And it's another reason why I don't grow it. What's I know in Massachusetts specifically, they test for more contaminants and things than any other state. Is that accurate?
I believe that's with respect to microbiological contaminants. We test for very similar, like as far as the types of strains as the other states. And our limits for pesticides are also kind of a lot lower than the other states.
Right. And Dr. Mary, as a MD, don't you want to have the highest quality or the most testing of all these different things? Don't you expect that when you're dealing with a plant medicine?
Oh, I mean, ideally, yeah, I would love to see all of my products tested for insecticides and pesticides and heavy metals too, because the hemp plant, concentrates heavy metals. So especially when you're working with international sources, but there's plenty of soil contamination right here in the US too. So a measurement for heavy metals is also very reassuring, but we hold the hemp industry to very high standards with the testing. I mean, I would love to see the same kind of testing on everything that I eat and drink.
Absolutely. I'd like to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. It's really important. And it's also true, like as you say, Jimmy, there's a lot of different ways to change the structure, and not really the structure, but the components of the plant, with different levels of light or different levels of hydration, different CO2 levels, different temperatures. You kind of can create a different plant. And even from one end of a greenhouse to another, you'll see, significant changes. And the same is true of the food you're eating. I mean, I'm sure if you guys have a local farmer's market, you have somebody you love who has the best tomatoes and somebody else who has the best strawberries, because, they're growing them on the right side of the hill and getting the right amount of sunshine on them. So it's always a good idea to, identify a few brands that you love when you're trying to make a selection here, and make sure you get reputable growers, reputable production teams that you trust, and then, spend some time with those particular grows. Like, for example, a lot of people love gelato or wedding cake or Girl Scout cookie. And, you can go to a few different dispensaries, check it out, see if you can find one that really suits you, that's your favorite, and then you can stick with that grower.
Yeah. There's so many products out there right now. It is overwhelming. It really is. As someone, I've had a medical card since the inception of the program, and I think I know a lot about, like I said, I know enough to be, in trouble, dangerous. I still am experimenting with different strains and different combinations just to see which work. And I'm going through a phase right now where my arthritis is just horrific. I mean, I'm dropping things because I can't move my hands properly. And I have to go back to some of the products I was using before. I might add local products from the area seem to do better than the ones that are imported perhaps from Colorado that people might recognize. That there was a great children's book, okay, without naming the name and giving them a hard time, because I do know it works for some people. But let's just say there was a children's book that was named after this brand, or the vice versa, if you will. And I know both of you know exactly what I'm talking about here. Giancarlo, let's go back to you. And I want to go back to this Hemp Industries Association backing of Delta 8 THC. As a scientist, do you, and I know some states are banning Delta 8 THC. As a scientist, is that a good thing? Is it take it completely out of the equation when they've made it illegal to produce that?
I mean, as a scientist and personally, I don't think either of them should be banned, Delta 9 or Delta 8. But from a chemical perspective, I think Delta 8 is a lot closer to Delta 9 THC than it is to CBD. As Dr. Clifton mentioned, it does have intoxicating effects. So if that's the point of the ban, then it makes more sense to be lumped in with THC.
Yeah, I mean,
but honestly, none of them should be banned.
You're not a super fan of Delta.
I'm here in Detroit, and I'm all, talking to people at CannaCon about it, and everybody who is saying, well, we have to look at Delta 8 because we have to worry about the kids. What if the kids can get access to it and then they get intoxicated? But I mean, boy, my argument is that the black market is alive and well, and so much of those products are being diverted directly from a dispensary. I don't think kids have any trouble accessing THC. I feel like a ban on Delta 8 is more an attempt to, control and protect the millions of dollars that people have invested in intoxicating THC. If we have another product that is intoxicating, but you don't have to have the, $43 million license that 22 people got in the state of Florida to be able to distribute it, then, that's something that these states are going to want to protect, because, people have invested a lot of money in these dispensaries and have a lot of stock options invested in them too. So to try to add, an intoxicating product that you can just create in your production facility and distribute without going through all of these hoops that the alcohol and cannabis industry have gone through is it's going to raise some flags.
Absolutely.
I mean, Yeah, because the initial evaluation, I mean, at least very preliminarily, I should have these videos wrapped up next week, but I mean, we're looking at some Reddit feeds, we're looking at some very early safety data, and there's just really no uptick in worrisome safety findings. I mean, we all know that the lethal dose of cannabis is non-existent. No one has ever died in 4,000 years of recorded history from taking too much cannabis. But then when you make these subtle changes to the molecule, could it be that something very serious could be happening? Could there be a distinctly different outcome if somebody takes too much? Most people are taking somewhere between 10 and 30 milligrams when they're taking D8. I talked to one gentleman on the floor today who took 200 because it was presented in a multi-flavor packet and he wanted to try all the flavors. So he took 200 milligrams and he reported it as uncomfortably high, but didn't get sick, didn't have a bad outcome. So that's pretty encouraging. That's that seems to me to be quite one of the highest doses I've heard of yet.
It's amazing. We're trying to beg people to get vaccinations, right? And then we have people like this who are just willing to be the guinea pig. They don't care. It's pretty amazing. The human beings in the United States, it's just incredible what's going on right now.
No, it's like if one is good, 10 is better. I guess
right.
I can get behind that.
Right. The uncomfortable experience is something many people have shared. Let's just say those who have the edible products, a lot of people are trying not to smoke the flower. So they're looking at tinctures and edibles and all that sort of thing. And one of the dangers of the edible universe, of course, is that the body breaks it down differently than if it's inhaled. And there's a delayed reaction. And that's probably what leads to some of these uncomfortable experiences with people who take too much of a edible with too much THC in it, far exceeding that 10 to 30 gram, let's say milligram dosage, Dr. Mary. Is it true if you are having one of those uncomfortable episodes, if you take a straight CBD oil or a product that has just CBD in it, like a CBD brownie or anything like that, will that will that make you more comfortable and bring you down so it's more controllable, Dr. Mary?
Well, I think of CBD a lot. I've seen these CBD parachutes where it's a 20 or 40 milligram administration of CBD that's intended to help you if things get a bit out of hand with your THC consumption. I think that, and I'd be interested to know what your opinion is, in the laboratory, if you've seen any trends here, or if you could comment. But I feel like CBD is the tightest binding cannabinoid, and I feel like whenever CBD is around, it sort of knocks the other cannabinoids off the receptors and hogs the receptors. So if you've got too much THC stimulating your receptors, that administration of the CBD will sort of push the THC off the receptors. Now it's still in your body, it still has to get metabolized, but presumably if you've pushed it off and you haven't really overdosed yourself, you'll be able to have it flushed out of your system reasonably well in 6 to 8 hours. And if not, you could always just take another serving of the CBD. But I find that but in some ways the CBD is great in that it hogs the receptors. And then in other ways, it being a receptor hog will sometimes get in the way when you're adding a little CBN, for example, to help with anxiety and you want to add more calm. Or if you're trying to get more THC, it really helps to pull, that CBD concentration down a bit, I think, so that you can get the results that you're trying to get from the other cannabinoids.
Giancarlo,
what would you say?
Giancarlo, do you want to comment on what Mary just said?
Well, our focus in the lab is purely analytical. I'd love to do some research on that. That is the first I've ever heard of that, and it sounds really cool, honestly. Like that's some really promising research right there. That the CBD can kind of be an antagonist for THC. That's great.
Right. And I actually go to first responders, to be honest with you, because I know that there are more instances of uncomfortable experiences in legal states, especially with edibles and people not knowing what they do. And I just wonder if the first responders out there are using a straight CBD oil or injection or something to help those who feel like they need to either go to an emergency room or get some medical help in order to make themselves more comfortable. I do you know any
Oh,
stories?
I like the idea of that.
You like the
You know
idea?
how when people have overdosed on opioids, we have naloxone as a reversal agent that we actually give to opioid addicts, and we give to families, and we also give to first responders so that the opioid can be reversed.
Right.
I mean, excuse me, that would be really interesting to also make sure that people in the emergency rooms or in first responders knew about that. Well,
Right.
Jimmy, I guess I have another video I need to shoot, apparently.
Well, I think it's really important. And I go back to my own experience when I lost my dabbing virginity at the Freedom Rally in 2019. I'd never done it before. And the people who were walking me through that experience had, a 50 milligram CBD brownie standing by. Actually, they handed it to me just in case it was a creeping experience. Now, tolerance and what have you, I managed to get through it without eating that CBD brownie, I just want to say, but I don't recommend dabbing personally. I know there are people out there who do that and enjoy it. Dr. Mary, what's your feeling about that type of injection of cannabis, using the dab and boiling the oils with the butane?
Yeah.
It's way too
I
complicated.
mean, it's a big administration. Even before we have a conversation about if waxes and things like that are appropriate to be putting into your lungs, I do worry that your lungs really don't know how to manage that. But lungs are really designed to filter air and not really to manage oil or wax. So the vaping and the dabbing, I have some concerns about that. But the stimulation to the frontal temporal regions of your brain when you dab is very intense. That is a lot of medicine all at once. So I'm a little bit worried about short and long term side effects of a lot of dabbing. I'm really a whole flower person, Jimmy, when you come down to it, because these flowers were designed the way they were designed. But eating whole foods and if you're going to smoke cannabis, smoking a whole flower, that just seems like the most natural way to go. But I mean, if you're not into it, or if you have a lung condition or whatever, my only other comment, going back to the parachute, the CBD parachute, is that I think if the dabbers are worried about overstimulation, they should maybe have like a CBD flower cigarette, because then you could, get that virtually instantly into your system, or a tincture. Because if you take a brownie, again, you're at that 60 to 90 minutes before you get the peak response from that. And that's a long time to be dealing with too much dab.
Right. Well, it's foreign to people, humans. Look, we're all frail beings, and you go, we're all trained. Let's go to a bar, we get a drink, and you immediately feel some intoxication going on. If you go to a social club somewhere, there's a few of them out there, and you actually partake, and you smoke, or you inhale it, you feel it. You saw Conan O'Brien this week. He took his first hit on live TV. That's the lead story on our news show, by the way, that follows this broadcast. And it was fun to watch that. But the point is, I think that humans still associate smoking with smoking cigarettes, and it isn't the same, at least not as far as research goes or shows people, right? You good.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I mean, smoking cigarettes is like 250 inhalations over the course of a 24-hour period, where most people who are using cannabis aren't inhaling more than 6 or 8 times a day. And so the risks are entirely different. Add to that inhaling cannabis is different, totally different than inhaling tobacco that has all of its additives and the insecticides and pesticides. There's a lot going on in a cigarette that is inflammatory. So much so that there's actually a patent in place that's being studied now, where some of the tobacco companies are putting CBD in their tobacco cigarettes to try to reduce the toxicity and the inflammation associated with tobacco smoke.
Huh. You know, another reason why I'm going to leave my body to science after I'm gone, okay? Because you guys can study it. I'll give you my diary, right? A lot of people keep their personal diary about what they're taking, how they're taking, which I know doctors actually recommend. And I do think that there's actually an app out, I believe, that also can keep track of your intake of the product. You know, just a fascinating time to be sitting around and talking about all this kinds of things. And it is an amazing time to recognize that we can openly talk about cannabis as an improving factor in wellness. And that's one of the reasons why people, my age appropriate class, the 50 plus class that's out there, fastest growing demographic group in the cannabis space. So, you know, experiment away. Dr. Mary, as always, I know you've got somebody coming up special, and of course we are now running the Doctor's Lounge on our PCM TV app on Roku, and we live stream it on our website, procannabismedia.com. Who do you have coming up, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, we've got some amazing shows coming up. I mean, we've interviewed Jordan Tischler and Uma Donabalan, and gosh, who did
Peter
we
Grinspoon
interview
too.
this week?
That's like
That's
like the Mount Rushmore of Massachusetts.
I mean, I actually didn't have to even work. I just basically sat back and Peter interviewed himself. He's brilliant. And, you know, he tells a great story about him and his dad and a concert when he was a kid. He's lovely. We're working on a position statement with the NACB together with the National Association of Cannabis Businesses to support healthcare providers being allowed to use cannabis recreationally and medicinally, because there's still a lot of pressure on healthcare people to never use. So we want to try to change some of those old stigmas and illogical rules.
And how do people find out about Dr. Mary Clifton? I know you've got your website going.
Oh, sure. You can check things out at cbdandcannabisinfo.com. And that I have a bunch of educational videos there that I add to all the time.
There you go. And Giancarlo, you tell me, what first of all, what's the funniest thing you've ever tested for CBD?
Oh, yeah.
The funniest thing, because I know.
We had someone bring in some eyelash growth serum one time. That one made me laugh.
It's not the socks. Scott Churchill talks about the socks in the Pennsylvania lab that they brought in to see CBD in the socks and how much was in that. I don't get that at all. But
okay, that's definitely better. Yeah, that one wins.
Well, anyway, we love MCR Labs. Keep up the good work. You know, the most important thing to me is what you guys do, because you're testing the products that medical patients use to go in and get some help at their dispensary. So I appreciate all that MCR Labs does. And of course, Dr. Mary, I just appreciate you as a human being. I'm so happy to have you on our PCM team. And I look forward to continuing to watch the Doctor's Lounge future episodes. But right now, we're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we've got two very special guests. At least we're expecting two very special guests, including one, Michael Thompson. He's a great story. You don't want to miss that. We'll continue with Green Rush Live after this. Don't go away.
Hi, I'm Ben Shower, New England rep for Salient Video Management Systems. Let me tell you what makes us different in the security space. We're your trusted advisors for all your security needs. I know how complicated the regulations are in cannabis, and working with Salient Systems will be the polar opposite of that. I give free consultations and will walk you through every step of the process so that you can get what you need at the price you can afford. We're robust, we're simple and scalable. We're Salient Systems, your solutions to all your security needs. Please contact me at the information below, and I'm looking forward to being your trusted advisor.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies, companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
One medical decision comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Welcome back to the Green Rush Live on a Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media and the host of this show. We also want to send out good best well wishes to my NORML co-host, David Rabinovitz, who's a little under the weather, and we want to make sure that he has a healthy recovery. Speaking of healthy recoveries, joining us now in the Green Rush Live room is a gentleman by the name of Michael Thompson. Now, Michael's story has been well documented, and in fact, I believe there's a documentary coming out about Michael's life and what exactly led to him being incarcerated for 25 years in Michigan for selling cannabis to an undercover law enforcement agent. And that was, I believe, back in the 90s or the 80s, was it, Michael?
96.
96. First of all, thank you so much for joining us. How challenging has it been for you? We talk a lot. Those who have been incarcerated know what it's like to be in prison. Those who are not, have never been, have no idea. Can you explain the challenges of what it was like for you?
Yes, the challenges was great. Because you're dealing with so much and you're dealing with so many different personalities, as well as you're dealing with your mental insanity as well, because of the simple fact as guys commit suicide all the time in prison for less than what I've endured. And just some people are just stronger than others. Prison life is not for nobody to think they're gonna come and eat good, and it ain't no place where you think you're gonna get respect. It's no place where you think someone gonna talk to you every day like a human being, or show you some kind of humanity. It's an ugly place. It's an ugly place, and then you thinking about your kids and you're thinking about your family, and you have deaths, like my only son died, during the time, and that was my best friend. And so it just, it goes on, and then you talk about the healthcare in there is kind of rough, man. You don't get no healthcare. Now, I've been crying for 14 years for something I just had surgery for. I just had hip surgery, a complete hip surgery, and they kept telling me, take a Tylenol. That's their favorite word, take a Tylenol. And I was in pain for 14 years. And then when I get out, Bob Dodge, picked up the phone, made one phone call, and to a doctor. And And I went to the doctor, and the doctor sent me to get some x-rays, MRI and all that. Then they quickly sent me to a surgeon because they said I need to have hip replacement right away. And I was just been in that much pain. I thought it was a groin. I pulled a groin. I thought it was my knee. And to kind of find out that hip is no joke. And that hip make you think you got knee trouble, groin trouble, and everything else. And so I learned a lot about hip replacement. And I got a lot of respect for it, those who have it.
Was it your left hip, Michael, or your right hip?
My left hip.
We are left hip brothers. My left hip is replaced. Okay.
So I don't feel bad then. I feel bad. Let somebody else endured that pain that I endured. That's no play toy, man. And
but I was lucky because I was not having to deal with the prison system and the healthcare in there. I had private insurance and I had it taken care of. By the way, the first one failed. The second one did not. So I'm very proud of the fact that I've got a titanium hit now, and it's working just fine. And I'm going to say, I'm pretty sure I had it done in 2008. So that's 13 years. That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, you're a tough guy.
Yeah, you don't know me that well. That's all right. The nice thing is I can live to tell the story. I do see that we might have another gentleman in our Zoom room, but until I get to see that we have a video feed, I'm just going to continue to talk to Michael here. Michael, one of the things we do want to talk about is the importance of prison reform. As someone who has been in that space and has been now out for a few months, and obviously, I believe pretty sure you had COVID at one point and had to deal with that in prison, which is, that's just not fair, to be honest. But what would you like to see implemented? What kind of a program would you like to see implemented for formerly incarcerated people in prison for cannabis crimes? What kind of a workforce development program, what kind of rehab would you like to see, and opportunities for people who come out of jail that have these cannabis offenses and have opportunities to perhaps get into the business? What would you like to see happen?
Well, I like to see everybody play fair. And the way you play fair is to give a person a chance, that you done caged him up for all these years for marijuana that you're making billions of dollars off of now. I think they should get the first shot. Those who did some time for a long time and suffered. But now it's legal, and now they should give them opportunity to make a decent living by selling something that put them in prison and be successful at it. I just think they need to, just revisit, revisit people like that, because they deserve a good life as well. Especially if they ain't killed no one, they're in there for marijuana. Who marijuana done killed? I mean, what have marijuana done to anybody? And so I'm just saying that's something that I think those individuals should get first shot at it.
Absolutely. And, in Massachusetts, the law that was written in a way to give social equity applicants and those who have been most impacted by the failed war on drugs an opportunity to get into the cannabis business. And they now are starting to award delivery licenses for that. In fact, I believe there's two types of licenses in Massachusetts. One's kind of like an Uber Eats kind of a thing, and the other one is a true buy it from a wholesaler, go out and deliver it, and run your business. So there are now opportunities, but there's so much more than just applying for a license and going into business too. Life skills. How challenging was it for you to go from incarceration to freedom? And I know, and I've seen the video of your family welcoming you back into the free world, as it were. Can you reflect a little bit about that experience for you?
Well, it's like yeah, it's like Usually when a person like myself get released, they supposed to go through a reentry, and they supposed to you get your Social Security card and all that kind of stuff. They didn't do me like that. And usually you leave at 8 o'clock in the morning when you finally get your reentry out the way. And but I left at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And they gave me a duffel bag, and they don't. That's against their policy, letting any duffel bag leave the prison. But I left the prison with a duffel bag. I asked my daughter, "Where you get this from?" She said, "They told me to take it." They were just trying to get me out of there. They didn't care what, you know what I'm saying? They didn't care about their policies or nothing else. They just wanted me out there. They said, well, your family out there and a bunch of news medias out there. And I said, I said, okay. But when I first walked out, just like to answer your question, when I first walked out, if you look back at it, you see I turned my head to the right and turned my head to the left. And I was, it's just like a man coming from the jungle and into the city. And you're seeing all these cars and people and human beings. And so it just that
the shock.
I asked myself these words. I said, look, I said, am I really truly free? That's what I asked. And because I was lost, man. I didn't know anything. Then I get in a car that the car was talking to the person, telling where to go and to what street to turn. and all that kind of stuff, so I mean, you tell me, where your mind going? You seeing all this stuff, and then you seeing all these telephones, and they showing you telephone, doing all this, everything going fast, everything, they trying to show me, they show me so fast that I said, forget it, you know what I'm saying? I didn't even want no phone. So it just, because a lot of love out there from Last Prisoner Project and Sean King and the lawyer that Kim Kardashian got for me. And after the Rolling Stone magazine came out, then this other magazine that this Tana called Interscope. And after all that, and that's when it got the attention of Snoop Dogg and Montel Williams and all them. And so it just said, I got a lot of help and a lot of love, and that lawyer, she stuck with me, Kim Corral. She stuck with me, saying? She was really there for me. And then nobody was there for me like Didi Kirkwood. She was like teaching me like I'm a baby, it's just like she was walking me through it, she was helping me. And I was thankful to her husband, that her husband let her, spend the time he did, helping me, man, because if it wasn't for her, man, I would I don't know what, man. It's just the same whole thing. Been a fast ride and a crazy ride at the same time, but it's been a loving ride, and I'm thankful to it.
Well, it's great that there are still people out there who care and are willing to give their time, effort, and skills to help someone who was really unjustly incarcerated. You got something like 60 years or something like that for selling, a small amount a week. Can you tell me how much you were actually doing with this guy, with the undercover cop?
Yeah, well, I didn't know he turned informant. I didn't know him and his wife was trying to save their own ass. So they gave my ass up and set me up, and I was out the business of selling marijuana at the time, but because he called me 3 times and he wanted to get something for a bachelor party. And so I picked his baby up. I never thought he would do something like that, but I picked his baby up and he managed a muffler shop, and he put me on a guilt trip. He was telling me how much he was doing for his my mother, my brothers, and giving discounts for shocks and mufflers and that. And it made me feel bad, I said, okay, man, I'll get you 3 pounds of marijuana. And that's what happened, and here I am. And so it's just I was doing good with the Aretha Franklins and Patti LaBelle's and all them big names, entertainers' names, and then I did that big play, My Arms Too Short, The Bicycle Guide, and I was doing well, man. I didn't need to sell 3 pounds of marijuana, but he put me on a guilt trip, and that's what happened. I really wanted to distance myself away from doing anything at that time that it was illegal.
Wow. Now, I know that there's going to be a documentary. A documentary is about what you've gone through in your life in the production works, and I know now that you've become a little bit of a celebrity, Michael. Are you comfortable with that?
I love that. Hey, you got to understand. You got to understand your question, and then you got to understand my answer. The question is, I'm happy, I'm comfortable with it. Well, how could I not be? Coming from where I come from.
Right. It's exactly right. I mean, there's nothing. No one can imagine it unless you've gone through it yourself. There's no doubt. I totally understand that and respect that as well. I'm also thinking you want to give a shout out to the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, who was the one who gave you clemency too. I mean, that had to make you feel really special, obviously.
Oh yeah, she was. She did the right thing, and I don't know what made her do the right thing. I don't know if it actually was come from her heart, or was it political? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but I'm thinking that all I want to think is that she came from her heart, right. Because just like the Attorney General, everything she did I know came from her heart, and she fought hard for me. She wrote a letter that I couldn't believe that she written on my behalf, and along with her and Montel Williams, and so I just and then this lady named Chelsea Hannell. They all really stepped up for me, and I'm thankful to the mayor. To the governor, and I if I ever get a chance, you know what I'm saying, I would like to thank her personally. But if I don't, I want her to know that I'm thankful.
Kind of gives you faith in humanity when I hear stories about people like that in positions of power, looking to help and right injustice in our world. It is one of the things that I so happy to be part of this industry and hearing stories like this. And I don't know if you heard, but the Last Prisoner Project had a good day today. They got a few more formerly incarcerated people out of jail in Kansas, the state of Kansas. What that organization is doing in the few years that they have been in existence is remarkable. I have incredible respect for Steve D'Angelo and also his brother Andrew. Both guys I've gotten an opportunity to meet and interview as well. What's the most fun thing that you've done since you've been out?
Oh, the most fun thing I've done since I've been out was, doing whatever the hell I want to. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes it so fun. And just doing whatever you want to do, and you don't have to answer to nobody. And as long as you're doing it right, as long as it ain't against the law. And that's what makes it so fun and beautiful, because I can get up and eat what I want to eat when I want to eat, and then I'm sleeping in a real bed. Oh man, I'm doing a real bed. I didn't think even they make them kind of beds. The bed's so high, you gotta get up on them. And I said, man, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. And just living in a home, man, because a home means so much to me, mainly because I was born in a house, because I couldn't be born in no hospital because I was born in Mississippi, Oxford, Mississippi, and you couldn't be born in no house. You had to be born by a midwife. And nobody born at that time was born in no hospital. They said they was, they telling a damn lie. Because you wasn't born in no hospital during that time in Mississippi, So house means a lot to me. And when Sean Keenum did the fundraising, Chelsea Satula, and all of them, and the ladies that wrote Rolling Stones, Tana, when they all teamed up and they all got me in this house and through the GoFundMe, and got me a nice car, vehicle, and everything. So God is good, and I've been truly blessed, and I don't hold no animosity towards no one. I forgive everyone.
That's beautiful. That is a beautiful thing. Are you doing speaking engagements now? Are they filling up your schedule on a regular basis so you could tell your story? Is that what's taking up most of your time during the day?
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of prison reform, and I've been given a platform. Every time I get a platform, I speak about prison reform. And so it's been a lot of people listening. And they want to hear the truth about inside prison life. And I'm telling the story, and I'm telling them the truth. So if they want to correct something, they can correct it through my eyes, my ears. But if they want to keep ignoring it, they can just deal with the blood on the streets, because somebody's doing something wrong, because there's too much killing out there, man. Way too much, far too much killing.
And especially even now, I was watching the news, and the amount of violence that we have in our world today, the fact that everybody had to come through this pandemic after a year and a half, and now everybody's catching up. You know what I'm saying? They're out there doing crazy things instead of thinking about the fact that they're alive and free, right? Those are two things I think you will never take for granted anymore, correct?
No, never. And why would I want to kill somebody who never did nothing to me?
No,
and
violence is never an answer, right?
No, that's right. And why you resort to that? That'd be the first thing you resort to, to kill somebody. Just like a car rage and stuff. You get mad at a person because he cut in front of you. You need to go pull your gun out and shoot him. I mean, that's kind of sick. And it's going on, and it's going to get worse, because it seems like the only thing the politicians care about is getting reelected. And it seems like just like the guys in prison say, the politicians don't care about us because our vote don't count. And he said the taxpayers don't care about us because, so we're a burden on the taxpayers. And so who give a damn about us, man? Who give a damn about us? And then when they get released, then they say, man, the hell with all y'all. The hell with you and everybody that live with you. And I'm gonna kill everything moving. And that's the attitude they get. It's all about me now. It's been all about you guys. Now it's all about me. And that's what they're learning from the politicians. That's what they're learning from people that turn their backs on them, turn their head to them. They're not listening to them. And see, if they keep on doing that, it's gonna get worse. Them streets is gonna get worse. And they know that, because it's one thing about, well, anyway, I ain't gonna jump the gun. I'll wait till you get finished, then I'll get into that.
Well, I'd love for you to keep going about prison reform, because I think this country's had it backwards for years. Instead of punishing people, we need to either rehabilitate them or work with them so that they can turn their lives around. I always believe in forgiveness and second chances with everything anyway. And, it's funny, you mentioned that while you're in prison, you don't feel like anybody cares about you. And yet, right 5 minutes before that, you listed about 12 people who did care about you and got you out. And so I'm guessing that when you are behind bars, you have to cling to hope that there are people, good people, that are looking after people who have been unjustly punished. You agree?
Yeah, and let me cut loose now. Since you got back into the prison reform again.
Yeah.
yeah, that's the attitude they get. And you got to realize that them guys in prison is suffering. And they getting fed like a dog. They getting fed like a dog. And I ain't talking about no special pets. This is a dog they don't give a damn about. And the healthcare is horrible, horrible. And just like I spoke about it earlier, it's horrible. And everything they do there, they treat you less than a man. They take your manhood from you, talk to you like you're a punk. You know what I'm saying? I mean, just straight up, just like you got a mini skirt on. And it's just sad, man. You know what I'm saying? How many times I had to bite down on another man talking to me like I had a mini skirt on. And it's just sad, and they need to train them officers, to treat a human being like a human being. Them officers don't have no fear of the consequences of their actions because they got grievance process. They say, well, would you file a grievance? File a grievance. That grievance is a joke. That man, they'll give you ask them for a grievance, they'll give you 5 of them. And then tell you, make sure you spell my name right. Just stuff like that. So if the grievance process don't work, well, where do a prisoner have to turn? Who can he turn to for help? Who can he turn to for fairness? And somebody that going, that be a meter between them and the police. And see, there's so many guys getting set up with the same knife and all that kind of stuff. And they getting set up, police is setting them up because they don't like them. Just like right before I came out, the washing machine broke and they wouldn't fix the washing machine. And this is 4 months before I got released. And they wouldn't fix the washing machine. And so I went back to when I was behind the walls of Jackson, and I started washing my clothes in the toilet stool. And because I can flush, rinse, flush, wash, flush. And it might sound kind of strange to you, many other people, but my clothes was clean as far as I was concerned. And as long as I had clean clothes, that's all I was concerned about. But they didn't give a damn. They didn't care if you wore the same clothes. They didn't care nothing. Even though, if a germ break out, that would be a bad thing inside the prison. They should be put that as a security issue because you don't want no breakout inside no prison. But the police don't care. All they care about is the paycheck. And see, so I say all that to say this to you.
I get
when I was leaving, people was talking to me and they was telling me things like, it's in my head, it's in my head and it's gonna be in my head for a while. And the first thing they already said is a Miko, whatever they called me in prison. Miko, tell the truth. And he said, they always said the same thing, just tell the truth, man. Don't be scared and don't be bought and paid for. Tell the truth. And that's what I'm doing. I'm telling the truth. And for those who listening to me, I'm just letting you know that your country, your prison in America is one step away from being a third world prison, third world country. And those guys is getting out, don't even recognize you anymore. And you, that little boy next door, is not the little boy next door no more. He might be the one that kill you, come and strangle you to death, and you probably helped raise him. But after leaving that prison, he's not the little boy next door no more. Because you never know what happened to him. You don't know how much violations that he had to go through. And then he tried to crowd, and nobody heard him. And don't nobody care. So I'm just saying that it's a lot of hatred that sometimes a person leave out of prison, they bring home with them. And it's one thing about a shark. When a shark get hungry, a shark going to eat. And if you leave a man with nothing and put him out there with nothing, you're going to find a way to eat. At the same time you find a way to eat, somebody could lose their life.
Well, I got to tell you, Michael Thompson, you have a big fan now in the Massachusetts area, and I'm hoping that people who watch or listen to this interview will come away thinking about the world that you have described, the world that you have come out of, and the world that you're now into. And I always look at good in all people. I find something good about all people, and I try to build my relationship around that. And I'm so happy to hear that you had people that believed you, helped you, and still got you out. And I think that is what I leave this interview with, is that there is still faith, there is still hope, that there are good people out there, that there are people that want to help people that have been incarcerated for cannabis offenses. And there's another story I know about another person who lost his life because he got beat up in jail. And after he got out and was in the care of his family, he ended up dying within a year or so. So it is I just don't think we need to treat fellow human beings like they do in prison. I really believe that there is a way to give education and vocational skills and opportunities to the people in prison so that they can rehab themselves, give themselves some hope, and get them out and taste freedom, similarly to what you've been going through now over the last few months. And
well, what you say, you speaking logic, you speaking like a reasonable man, like a man of wisdom. But they didn't did studies. They didn't did studies about this, about the prison system. They spent millions of dollars.
Yep.
Did this study, and they know what the problem is. They know what the problem is already, because when you do studies, usually you got a solution. But what they do a study, and everybody go with their little money, the millions of dollars, and then the whole subject disappear.
Right.
And see, so they didn't already found out about the habitual offender, felony murder, good time. They already know what it is about it. Marijuana, there shouldn't be no people in marijuana no more. Just use your common sense. Who had marijuana killed? You know what I'm saying? I mean, why you keep dealing with this marijuana thing? Why you keep on wasting your jails for this marijuana? You know what I'm saying? So now here you go with the rope for people of color. You go with this rope here. You go with the habitual offender. You charge him with a habitual offender, and then you bury him. Then here you is, you felony murder. Here you is, you got guys in there with felony murder, been in there 40, 50 years. 40, 50 years. I know them. And you still let him rot in there, and this man ain't killed nobody. But because he was there during the time somebody got killed, and even though he didn't have no gun, he didn't have no intentions going there to kill nobody. He didn't have no intention, but he been in prison now 45, 50 years. I can name them: Philip Hunt, Horace Peterson, all of them. Then a guy named Michael Cannon been in prison for 36 years for a fist fight. And all these guys, now the only thing you got to do is just get them the senator, get them their good time back. Let them work their way, so they can get out.
It's how they do it in Europe,
Get rid of that habitual offender. It shouldn't be in there. The only thing they do is put it on people of color. Felony murder, revisit that. Revisit that, because there's a lot of people that deserve to be in prison, but there's a lot of people that don't.
Right.
You know, and I'm just saying that, see, when you keep a person locked up like that, okay, that's during a time, and I ain't saying they was angels in the early thing. I'm just saying they weren't no killers. I'm saying that they wasn't nobody like that because now they come in prison, they had to survive. So when they first got in there at a young age, and they got tickets and all misconduct and all that stuff. But now most of these guys I'm talking about have been down for a long time. They call them OGs in prison. That's what the young kids call them. OGs, they look up to them guys. You put them back in their communities, and then you got them being grandfathers and fathers and uncles to them guys on the street in the same neighborhood. And see, so that's what they look up to. And then you got the single mothers out there raising their kids by herself. And what do they expect when the mother got to work sometimes 2 jobs? And then you got the kids turning to the streets for love. Right. Then eventually penitentiary will become their mother and their father.
That's wrong. I'm sorry. We have to do something. I hope people continue to hear your story so that we can continue to make whatever changes we can, because there's so many things going wrong right now in our world. I think the more we talk about them, and you know, race is right in the middle of this. Race is an issue with cannabis. We know that. They filled the prisons because they could target Black people because they figured, hey, he must have weed on him. Let's go hassle him for the broken taillight that they have, or they didn't signal when they took a right turn, or whatever it was that the law enforcement officer decided to pull the Black person over for some kind of a traffic violation. And the next thing you know, your life's over. And that's not right for this kind of a wrong. And there was it, and you know, I remember Richard Nixon. Okay, I was not a fan in the 60s, let's just say, and the 70s of his politics, and the fact that here we are 50 years later still dealing with this. I'm stupefied. I really am. And I just hope that, again, your story, we can share it with others. I wish you, sir, a beautiful life. You deserve a beautiful life over the next however long God wants to keep you on this earth. I'm hoping that you cherish every day. I kind of go through life that way too. I get a lot of abuse for the way I look at the world, but I don't really care anymore because I know how fortunate I am. You know, when I hear stories like this, I feel so guilty for what my race has done to others in this country. It really bothers me. And I know I piss people off when I say that, but guess what? I don't care anymore. Okay. Because I think we need to tell these stories. I think we need to show examples of look, we get it. Violent crime, you should be punished for violent crime. But cannabis is a plant. Okay. And they made it illegal because it was based on race. That's exactly why they did it. That's why Dickie Nixon did it with his Controlled Substances Act in 1973. And here we are 50 years later, and we're still trying to rid those wrongs, and they have to be done. It's why the Last Prisoner Project exists. It's why, you know, we always talk about what the work that they do. And you, sir, are a prime example of what can happen, and give an opportunity to someone like yourself to have that second chance. And, you know, I wish you the best in the future, Michael Thompson. You deserve it.
They need more people like you in the world.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've always just had a big mouth, and I just like to share that with others. You know, I'm not afraid to speak up, and I don't really care, you know, the trouble it gets me into anymore at this point. But one last thing. We have to give credit to the guy who put us together. All right. I mean, I give Rick Thompson a hard time a little bit from Michigan, and the host of the Jazz Cabbage Cafe, but he has been awesome with us. We're so happy to have his show, and he's the one who brought us together. So a Thompson relative, if you will, brought us together, Michael. And I want to give a shout out to him. What's he really like? Come on. What's he really like?
Rick Thompson been at every function I didn't hear since I've been out of prison. he didn't even come to the dinner that was at my home.
Right.
And we had some good cooks cook for us, and we had a good time at our home, and we shared some wisdom with each other and some other people that was there as well. Rick Thompson is serious about what he's doing.
Yep.
And he's on a mission, just like I'm on a mission right now.
Cool.
And whatever I can do to help him, and I know whatever he can do to help me, he will.
Well, I all you have to do is Google your name, and a lot of good stuff comes up. And make sure you're not reading the obituary of Michael Thompson, because you are very much alive. Are you not, sir? I mean, I remember searching for you and say, wait, there was a Michael Thompson who passed. By the way, there's a lot of Jimmy Youngs in the world too. It's a pretty common name, so we have to deal with those things, right?
Yeah.
Hey, if people want to help you out, how do they find you, and where should they go? I know the internet and Google is the best way to do it. Am I right?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. And I got PO boxes on it, my Instagram as well. But the same token, I just want people to see. A lot of people don't understand the life within prison life. I'm telling you, you don't have to go. I already went, so I'm telling you everything you need to know about prison life. But I'm telling you what's wrong with it. Now, either you want to fix it, or you want to keep it broken. If you want to keep it broken, then quit crying about what's happening in the streets, then. Because them is still human beings. They're still coming back out in society. So either you're going to correct this problem, or you're going to keep it broken.
Wow. Let's try to correct it. All right. Let's try to correct it as quickly as we can, even if we have to do it one person at a time. And that does seem to be where we're at this point. But hopefully those that make our laws, our elected officials in Washington, will get to hear your story and share that with others that are sitting in those elected positions and not doing what the people that put them in their positions want them to do. Can't believe cannabis is in the middle of all this, but we have to take advantage of the momentum to keep it going in the right direction, because there's always a right direction and a wrong direction, right? And when you're free, you go in the right direction. And Michael Thompson, I wish you the best in the future. Thank you so much for joining us here on Friday afternoon on our Green Rush Live show. You've given an education to me and to the others who watch and listen, and thank you, sir.
Thank you and all your listeners.
All right. That's Michael Thompson. We're going to take a quick break and then come back on the other side, and I'm going to wrap things up. Don't go away. Hi, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And when I started Pro Cannabis Media 2 years ago, I wanted to make sure the cannabis industry had a professional outlet to share their stories in their own words. Now, since it all started with my podcast In the Weeds 3 years ago, I've done over 250 interviews. I've met some incredible people with a shared passion for this amazing plant. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard the line, cannabis has saved my life, cannabis has changed my life. Well, now it's your turn. We want to give you a chance to tell your own story. It doesn't even need to be related to the medicinal power of this incredible plant. Just to give you a little incentive, we will pick 5 stories to share on our live Green Rush show on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern. If we share your story, you automatically get one of our t-shirts with that closing line I use all the time, it's a whole new world of weed. But as the legendary Billy Mays used to say, that's not all. One of those finalists will win one of these really cool full-story cannabis storage units. It's a great way to store your cannabis in their food-grade aluminum containers. It's award-winning, child-proof, smell-proof, and has a solid contemporary design. It's a $220 value, but you can win one if we pick your story and feature it on our show. Yes, we will pick one of those 5 finalists, and they will receive this $220 value absolutely free. Now, We ask you to keep your story to under 90 seconds on video and less than 500 words in text. So come out of the cannabis closet and tell us your story, and you could win with yourstory.com. Just go on to procannabismedia.com and sign up today. You might even join us on one of our shows.
Hi, I'm Ben Shower, New England rep for Salient Video Management Systems. Let me tell you what makes us different in the security space. We're your trusted advisors for all your security needs. I know how complicated the regulations are in cannabis, and working with Salient Systems will be the polar opposite of that. I give free consultations and will walk you through every step of the process so that you can get what you need at the price you can afford. We're robust, we're simple and scalable. We're Salient Systems, your solutions to all your security needs. Please contact me at the information below, and I'm looking forward to being your trusted advisor.
First, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Wow. That's all I got to say. And that's a lot for me. That was one of the most incredible interviews I've ever done in my life with Michael Thompson. And I really hope people will listen to what he had to say. I preach a lot. A lot of people give me a hard time for being as outspoken as I am about this, but we have got to make changes with prison reform in this country. We have got to continue to do the work, and salute the people at the Last Prisoner Project for trying to get every person who's incarcerated for cannabis offenses out of jail and give them an opportunity to get back into the world and be contributing members of society. I really do believe that punishment does not work. It really doesn't. When you tell a child that you can't do something or you can't touch that because it could hurt you, and the child wants to know, why is that? Why I'm going to touch that hot stove so I can experience what hot is. Ow, oh my God, I burned my hand. Humans, we're frail beings. We make mistakes, okay? We all deserve second chances. Every single religion talks about forgiveness. I don't care what religion it is. It's all based on forgiveness and understanding the challenges it is every one of us when we wake up every day. Anyway, that's my rave and rant for this Friday edition of the Green Rush Live. Look, it's summertime. We're going to be celebrating the 4th of July in the next week or so. We celebrate that we're in the greatest country on earth, but we have to fix the systems that are broken in this country. And maybe we don't agree so much on the what is broken or how to fix it. But until we start talking about it and giving an opportunity for people like Michael Thompson to tell his story, that's what it's all about. And if you haven't taken the time to go on to procannabismedia.com and tell your story, please do, because we continue to give out this container. This is the story device. This is childproof, smell-proof. You can keep your weed in it. No one will know it's in the living room. Okay? It's for the cannabis connoisseur out there. And we encourage you to check out this product. Tell us your cannabis story. Go on to our website, please, and share what role this plant has played in your life, or just tell me the goofy edible story. Because my goodness gracious, we've all had them. We've all done too much, or we've had, it's not working. I think I'll have another. And then the next thing you know, as Dr. Mary Clifton described, it's an uncomfortable experience when you overdo it. Okay. So tell your story on procannabismedia.com. Stay tuned for Weed Talk News this week. A couple of big stories in weed, including Connecticut going legal. Governor Ned Lamont signed the bill. It's now legal to possess. I believe it goes into effect July 1st, so don't jump the gun here. I'm pretty sure you can have 1.5 ounces on your person now in Connecticut. So those who are out there partaking and enjoying it for a personal basis and doing it responsibly, you don't have to worry about a policeman coming along and ruining your life, because that's what they've done now for decades since that Controlled Substances Act was put in place in 1973, okay? Putting cannabis alongside other drugs that can kill you, okay? And cannabis, do it responsibly and figure out a way for it to work and improve your life, because it can, because it saves lives, it changes lives, it does these things. It has this effect on you if you do it responsibly. So that's why I came up with the saying, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. That's my closing line for all these shows. I continue to do it. You may say it's goofy. I don't really care anymore. I'm going to continue to say it. So for everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, we're going to be off for a couple of weeks. We need to reinvigorate ourselves. Okay. We need to take a step back. And we'll be back at you in 2 weeks at this time from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. And then, of course, right at 6 p.m., we run our Weed Talk News show on a regular basis. And I want to thank all the contributors to that, because now we're getting reports from Rick Thompson in Michigan and Jesse Lynn Dolan from Vermont and Tara Massus Argente from New Jersey and Phil Adams in DC and Deborah Borchart's Green Market Report. And of course, Margot Vaselli from Illinois. And please, Dan, did I forget anybody? Yes, I did. Ron Marshalsea, our Massachusetts correspondent. Now I think I got everybody. So for everybody in the Pro Cannabis Media family, Dan French, Isabel Turner produced this thing. I'm Jimmy Young. Have a great weekend, a happy 4th of July, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. Coming up on We Talk News this week, TV history is made when outgoing late-night TV host Conan O'Brien loses his weed virginity with Seth Rogen on one of those last shows that Conan will do. Plus, LA Lakers rookie Alex Caruso gets busted for stupidity at a Texas airport for carrying his personal stash and grinder on board. Plus, it's official. Weed is legal in Connecticut after Governor Ned Lamont signs that bill. Is Rhode Island the next New England state to follow? On We Talk News next. Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Happy summer. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media with this week's roundup of cannabis news from around the country and the world. We've got 7 reports from different states coast to coast this week, and we will start with television late night history being made during Conan O'Brien's last week of shows on TBS. He's moving on to another venture on HBO Max, and sure enough, on that show, Conan O'Brien took his first hit of cannabis live on TV, passed it back to Seth Rogen, and then over to co-host Andy Richter. This is the end of an 11-year run for Conan O'Brien on TBS, and that video has already been seen by 1.7 million people on YouTube, and it's had 56,000 likes. I can't understand this, but there are how many thumbs down? 902 thumbs down. What's up with that? O'Brien's last show was on Thursday night, the 24th. Now, that's not the only story out of California this week. LA Lakers rookie Alex Caruso got busted in a Texas airport for carrying on his personal stash and weed toys. That weed toy was a flower grinder with residue in it. He was arrested for drug possession and released on a $4,200 bond. Obviously, Caruso is more embarrassed than anything about his faux pas, but it should come as no surprise that professional basketball players have had a long history with the cannabis plant. Now, after talking with Celtics legend Paul Pierce earlier this week, the Conversation with Dave Briggs interviews The Glove, Gary Payton next week, and he too has his own cannabis story.
I smoked a little bit in high school, well, a lot in high school, and then all of a sudden, I go to college. People don't know I got in trouble for smoking in college. You know, I almost got kicked out. Ralph Miller, who was a strict coach, almost kicked me out. Then all of a sudden, I start thinking about it, that I need to get better in my life. You know, in my life about basketball. I struggled 2 years in the pros. That was because I was going out having a lot of fun, and I haven't did anything, smoked or anything ever since. And it's not nothing against it. It's just my choice.
Now, don't forget to send us your cannabis story and go on to our website at procannabismedia.com to enter, and you could win with PCM and with yourstory.com. That's your story with an I. Now, you could win a great child-proof and smell-proof story container for the cannabis connoisseur in your life, or you could just keep it for yourself. With one stroke of a pen, however, Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont has finally signed the cannabis adult use legalization bill for that state. Now, Connecticut residents can have 1.5 ounces on their person and another 5 ounces locked up in the trunk, perhaps in a story container. And you won't be arrested for possession. Sales are scheduled to begin in about 1 year. Meanwhile, sales continue here in Massachusetts, but now you can get your legal weed delivered to your house, and you will even have a choice of companies to do that. Here's our Massachusetts reporter Ron Marshalsea with that story.
I'm Ron Marshalsea with the Massachusetts Cannabis Report for Weed Talk News. Have you ever wanted to open a weed delivery service? Now you can in Massachusetts. This week, applications for cannabis delivery licenses were open and over 90 have already filed. Of that group, 31 permit applications were submitted to regulators. The executive director of the Cannabis Control Commission, Sean Collins, was quoted as saying, "It's really exciting to see this pent-up demand that we thought was there as a hypothetical is really coming true." The permits are so far only available to qualified social equity or economic empowerment program applicants and not the general public. This delivery license opportunity was created in order to give those most impacted by the failed war on drugs a chance to get in the cannabis business. In other news this week, Julie Frades, wife of Boston College baseball star Pete Frades, and Boston Marathon bombing survivor Michelle LaRoe have endorsed Curaleaf, a Massachusetts-based cannabis company. Their endorsement is an attempt to help normalize cannabis use by sharing their stories. Julie Frades said she has seen firsthand the benefits of cannabis after it helped not just her, but her husband Pete's anxiety while battling ALS. LaRoe said she had developed severe anxiety as well as many triggers after being hit with bomb shrapnel and going through 8 surgeries after the marathon attack. Both women will be using their stories to help promote Curaleaf's iCannabis campaign, which is, quote, aimed to further normalize and humanize cannabis while encouraging people to use the plant with confidence, not fear, end quote. Curaleaf Northeast president Patrick Janssen said the campaign is all about the personal stories of everyday people and their relationship with cannabis, and he hopes that others can benefit from hearing those stories. Finally, some dispensaries in Massachusetts are expecting an increase in sales, thanks to a new bill Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont signed into law. This bill legalizes recreational marijuana for anyone over the age of 21 starting July 1st. But seeing as the bill's aim is for sales to start in 2022, that leaves plenty of Connecticut recreational users without a nearby dispensary. This will most likely lead to more and more Connecticut natives making the trip to a bordering Massachusetts dispensary. Holyoke Cannabis marketing manager Jacob Black said, quote, "Probably at the moment, 35% of our business is out of state because we are so close to the Connecticut border." He added that he expects a substantial boost in sales after July 1st. That's this week's Massachusetts Cannabis Report. For Weed Talk News, I'm Ron Marshall.
Now that Connecticut has legalized, the next state making progress through their state legislature is Rhode Island. Their adult use bill passed their Senate 29-9. So now the next steps there will be to get the House to pass it and then move it along to the governor, Daniel McKee, who is expected to sign it. Now, that won't happen until the fall because our politicians need a summer vacation too. Now let's find out what's going on in the state that was the first in the nation to get their legalization movement through their elected officials. That state is Vermont. Here's the Green Nurse from the Green Mountain State, Jessie Lynn Dolan. Jessie Lynn?
Thanks, Jimmy. I'm Jessie Lynn Dolan from Nurse Grown Organics and Vermont Cannabis Nurses, and this is the Weed Talk News Vermont Report. Vermontuana is back again hosting their monthly Bud and Brunch events. The first gathering of 2021 will be on June 27th at Third Place Pizzeria in Castleton, where the Green Brothers Band will be performing live. Bud and Brunch is a private event that brings together the past, present, and future of the cannabis industry at a different cannabis-friendly venue in Vermont each month. Also coming up in September is Vermontuana's third annual Green Finders Invitational Golf Tournament at Lang Farm in Essex. The event will benefit cannabis reform and a targeted campaign to create a cannabis event permit. What event doesn't want a permit for cannabis? What farm in Vermont doesn't want to grow cannabis? An issue facing not just the Vermont cannabis farming community, but all Vermont farms is discrimination. The 148-acre Clemens family farm is one of the 0.4% farms in the U.S. that remains African-American owned. The Vermont Humane Rights Commission has found reasonable grounds to believe the Vermont State Police discriminated against Lydia Clemens, a Black woman member. As the Cannabis Control Board continues to meet regularly to form the foundation and rules for the ensuing Vermont adult use retail market, discrimination and social equity amongst farmers will be a hot topic. Last week, the board started to address these issues, hearing from cannabis felon and clean green cannabis inspector Matt Leonetti and Mark Hughes from Justice for All Vermont. That's the Vermont Report for Weed Talk News. I'm Vermont's cannabis nurse, Jessie Lynn Dolan.
On the Legal Weed Tote Board, the number of legal adult use states in the USA is now up to 19 or so. And I say or so because we count Washington, D.C. and South Dakota, even though South Dakota is challenging their ballot result in their state Supreme Court. Now, the states that have a legal medical program is up to 38 since Mississippi continues to fight the ballot result of that state. But get this. Medical marijuana is banned at the colleges and universities that operate inside those 38 legal states. So let's be honest. Historically, the college campus has been one of the biggest locations where cannabis is tried and consumed, many for the first time. Now, some colleges and universities are fearful of losing any of their federal aid, so they are holding their federal law as their guiding force for regulations, despite operating inside a legal state environment. What a mess. In 1989, 10 years after I graduated from Tufts, the Federal Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act required higher education to ban all illicit substances on school grounds or forfeit federal funding. You know how much has been do you know how much has been spent in those schools? How about $149 billion? So this is not chump change, people. The sad thing is, you still hear stories of people losing their lives to underage alcohol drinking, while no one has lost their life solely because of overconsumption of cannabis. I think the great state of Michigan gets it right. That's where you'll find Rick Thompson with this week's Michigan Cannabis Report. Rick?
This is the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News. Let's begin. The Lansing State Journal reports the inaugural 420 Festival is set to launch off in Adado Park within sight of the state capitol building on August 13th and 14th. The event was originally planned in 2019 for a 2020 launch, but then, well, you know. But the news is all good. Last year, they had no intention of allowing cannabis consumption within the public park. But this year, it's a big yes for 420 at the 420 Festival. Organizer Dan Doyle said there'll be the Hot Box Lounge, which is a tent in the middle of the public park where blazers can create ashes all day long. Sounds crazy, right? Who gave permission for that? Well, the city of Lansing and the Michigan Marijuana Regulatory Agency, that's who. It'll be a Michigan-regulated cannabis market first. You know, we did this many times in the gray market days, but we never asked permission. Cannabis sales figures for May are in. And here in Michigan, we sold $148 million and change in the regulated market. Sounds good, but it's a 3% dip in sales from April, despite May having an extra day. But that's to be expected. April has the 420 holiday and Hash Bash too, so every April sales will be greater than trends would indicate. Medical cannabis sales are $44.5 million, which is down about 1.5% from last year. Rec sales are at $104.4 million, down about a single point from April's rec sales. But flower continues to dominate the market in sales, with flower and trim making up about 58% of the rec market in total. Wholesale prices for cannabis are down 48% from last year's tally. A wholesale pound is about $3,500 in the rec market. The 2021 total for cannabis sold in the regulated marketplace is $662 million. That puts Michigan on pace to hit $1.5 billion in sales this year. And no news for Michigan's cannabis scene would be complete without an update on that caregiver rights controversy. Remember, the Michigan Cannabis Manufacturers Association has set their sights on slashing the state's 12-year-old caregiver program in a desperate attempt to bring more customers into their corporate retail establishments. A social media rally on Monday gathered support from hundreds of people who said loudly they support no changes to the caregiver regulations. On Wednesday, a similar effort targeting businesses has nearly 100 businesses signing on to a pledge to not support those MCMA proposed changes. The Michigan legislature goes on summer break after today's session. We expect the MCMA to work in the shadows until after the break is over in September. Then, let the games begin. And that's it for the Michigan Report with Rick Thompson on Weed Talk News.
In Washington, D.C., the Supreme Court once again passes on ruling on the challenge to the 280E tax law. You know, that's the clause that allows businesses to write off business expenses, unless, of course, you're a cannabis company. Now, this might be the end of the road for that kind of a challenge, and that means that the best chance for cannabis advocates now for any kind of federal reform will be in the Senate. But that seems to be the place where all governance and progressive measures goes to die. Needless to say, I'm not too confident about the current political climate in our nation's capital. Here's Vote Pro podcast Phil Adams with the DC Report. Phil?
Hi, I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast, here with the Weed Talk News DC Report. House Democrats approved their version of the 2022 appropriations bill, which would end the ban on cannabis sales in DC. Setting up a potential showdown with the Biden administration, the House Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee excluded from the budget bill a rider barring the District of Columbia from using tax dollars to implement legal cannabis sales. President Biden wants to maintain the ban, which was originally added when Republicans controlled the House. D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser said in April that the district council is prepared to move forward with recreational marijuana sales once they, quote, get Congress out of the way. D.C. voters legalized cannabis possession and home cultivation in 2014. A representative from the Department of Veterans Affairs told senators this week that the Biden administration remains opposed to the VA Medical Cannabis Research Act. In a hearing of the Veterans Affairs Committee, lawmakers discussed the bill requiring the VA to conduct clinical trials into the therapeutic potential of marijuana for military veterans. Mark Upton, acting Deputy Undersecretary of Health for Community Care, told the committee that the VA considers the proposed legislation unnecessary because the agency is, quote, already dedicating resources to study the effects of cannabis on conditions affecting veterans. A 2020 Trump appointee, Upton continues to serve under Joe Biden. The United Nations is urging a global ban on cannabis advertising. In its 2021 World Drug Report, the UN Office of Drugs and Crime said young people continue to underestimate the dangers of cannabis as legalization movements continue to ramp up worldwide. The report says, quote, a comprehensive ban on advertising, promoting, and sponsoring cannabis would ensure that the public health interests prevail over business interests. Many legal reform advocates see this as a tacit acknowledgement that widespread legalization of cannabis is inevitable. Steve Rolls, senior policy analyst for the Transform Drug Policy Foundation, said the move shows the UN realizes, quote, the game is up. They aren't going to turn back the tide. While the UN has no authority to enforce such a ban, proponents view it as simply a policy recommendation that jurisdictions can either implement or ignore. That's the Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
New Jersey continues to move forward with their setup of their legal cannabis industry, but it's a slow process. The biggest hurdle is getting approval for retail storefronts in local communities. Here's our New Jersey report from the Blazin' Bakery's Tiramisu Sargente.
I'm Tiramisu from Blazin' Bakery, and this is the New Jersey report for Weed Talk News. Democratic Assemblyman Christopher Tully introduced a bill on Monday, A5921, that would grant an additional 60 days for townships to decide whether they want to opt in or out of adult use cannabis sales. This is a great thing because previously both events, the CRC releasing their regulations and townships having to decide their ordinance, both occurred on August 21st. This did not allow towns to take into consideration the new regulations when they are crafting their ordinances. As a result, many towns were opting out as a safety, and now they will be able to make better informed decisions. Clinton Township Mayor Janice Kovac, who is also the president of the League of Municipalities, the organization which was promoting opt-out clauses, said, "We didn't ask for the bill, but would be supportive of any extension that would give the towns the opportunity to continue to review. However, rather than set a time frame, an extension past the introduction of the rules would be ideal." Since the regulations are still due August 21st, it seems that for now, that is exactly what we're getting. My name's Tiramisu, and this has been the New Jersey Report for Weed Talk News.
Canada continues to set single-month sales records, and in April they did it again. 309 million Canadian dollars was generated throughout that country, with Ontario and British Columbia leading the way. Now it's time for the movers and shakers on Wall Street. The biggest cannabis companies in the world continue to make news all the time, and that's why we look forward to hearing from the Green Market Report's Deborah Borchardt. Deborah?
This is the Weed Talk News business update from the Green Market Report. The Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission fined both Tilt Holdings and Air Strategies last week for over $200,000 each, as both companies try to resolve issues each blamed on previous management. However, they both reached settlements, and that will allow each of them to move forward with plans in the state. Canopy Growth completed its acquisition of the Supreme Cannabis Company in a deal valued at $435 million. Alimentation Couche-Tard, the owners of Circle K, exercised warrants to acquire over 10 million shares of Fire and Flower. Circle K basically now owns 20% of a cannabis company. Australis Capital announced that it is changing its name to Audacious Brands. The company's ticker symbol will remain AUSA on the CSE and AUSAF on the OTC. The company said it will consolidate its brands under the new Audacious banner, and they intend to launch new additional lines. And this has been your business update from the Green Market Report.
One more stop on the Cannabis State-by-State Roundup. It's in the Midwest, and it's in Illinois. That's where unionization of the cannabis workforce continues to grow, and it's where we find Margot Vaselli. Margot?
I'm Margot Vaselli from Margowana with this week's We Talk News Report from Illinois. In this developing story here in Illinois, we're now currently waiting for the governor to sign off on this new cannabis bill. Many experts are indicating that the governor will not sign off on this bill until after the 4th of July. Reason being is that the former application appointing company, KPMG, is still in the process of recalculating their point system. In the meantime, these applicants are still having to pay on their leases and their employees in order to keep their applications in good status. That's the Illinois Report. I'm Margot Viselli for We Talk News.
And finally tonight, as the great Humphrey Bogart used to say, "You played it for her, you can play it for me, Sam. Play as time goes by." That line was from a great black and white classic movie called Casablanca. The movie's title was set in a city in Morocco by that same name, and soon you might be able to sell, buy, and grow weed in Casablanca and the rest of Morocco. Parliament approval is expected this month to open up a legal cannabis industry in that North African country. Unless, of course, they Bogart that opportunity. Ooh, couldn't resist. That's Weed Talk News for this week. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Hi, I'm Ben Shower, New England rep for Salient Video Management Systems. Let me tell you what makes us different in the security space. We're your trusted advisors for all your security needs. I know how complicated the regulations are in cannabis, and working with Salient Systems will be the polar opposite of that. I give free consultations and will walk you through every step of the process so that you can get what you need at the price you can afford. We're robust, we're simple and scalable. We're Salient Systems, your solutions to all your security needs. Please contact me at the information below, and I'm looking forward to being your trusted advisor.
Pro Cannabis Media programming is available live and on demand on our Facebook page at Pro Canna Media, on Instagram at Pro Cannabis Media, on LinkedIn also at Pro Cannabis Media, on YouTube and YouTube Live on Pro Cannabis Media, Twitter at Pro Canna Media, and on twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media. So like, share, and subscribe to all of our content, newsletters, and shows live or on demand.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Well, thank goodness it's Friday afternoon and another edition of Green Rush Live. Hi, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm David Rabinovitz, trusty sidekick. We got a great show for you today.
There you go. Jimmy. Thank you so much, David, for joining us as always on Friday. And we're so excited. We're going to jump right into our two very special guests. We have very exciting guests for you on this particular Friday afternoon. One is an older friend from the Boston, Massachusetts area, Marlborough, Massachusetts, if you will. His name is Jarrett Christopher. He's the former CEO of Sprout Online. Jarrett, great to see you.
Great to see you again, Jimmy. Thanks for having us.
Appreciate it. And I appreciate you tapping me on the shoulder and tipping me off a week ago at NECAN that you had been acquired by a company that most people in the cannabis industry are familiar with. It's the company called Weedmaps. And we're so proud to happen to have their CEO, Chris Beals, joins us as well on the Green Rush Live show today. Chris, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on. This is great. Exciting time to be on with Jarrett.
I was going to say, and thank you so much for acquiring his company. I really appreciate that. I know I had absolutely nothing to do with that transaction, but I will certainly say thank you for that. I do want to start with Chris, if you don't mind, Jarrett, but we're going to come right back to you. Why was the timing right to acquire a CRM for Weedmaps?
Well, so Weedmaps as a company, or WM Technology as we've come to be known. So we're a 13-year-old company. We're much older than most people realize. We're on track to do $205 million in revenue this year, and so we're, I believe to be the largest and most expansive software company in the cannabis space. But notably this year we went public in June on NASDAQ, and as part of our growth, we've always been, I think, a fairly heads-up company in terms of how we can expand the portfolio, how we can better support consumer businesses, because we're not just sort of the largest marketplace for cannabis goods. We also have this suite of B2B and SaaS software. And so we've been familiar with Sprout. We're integrated with Sprout, and they've been a great partner through that integration. And as we looked across the suite of the internal software we had, there's just a need for the capability to power loyalty, to help businesses sort of reactivate and retarget consumers. I mean, heck, we have this huge marketplace. We have this software, and so it just felt like a natural synergy and sort of way to expand the portfolio. And it was great that they were already integrated with us. That doesn't mean that there's not a long and exciting roadmap of other things we can do, but I would say right time in our growth, being public, we're well capitalized. We have the ability to expand quickly. And so it just felt like a great opportunity at a great time.
And Jarrett, from your perspective, you started this company a few years back. How did you position yourself for this exit? Or was that a strategy? You always had that in place that perhaps when Weedmaps or WM Technology was ready, you would be ripe, your business would be ripe to be acquired?
Jimmy, I think there's a tremendous amount of synergy between Sprout and Weedmaps on many fronts. The focus of our companies in helping drive revenue, helping drive sales into a dispensary or online through e-commerce. It's just such a natural fit in terms of the technology that Sprout has built and what Weedmaps has developed over the last 13 years.
There you go. David, I gave you a whole bunch of questions. Do you got one ready to rock?
No, I don't, Jimmy. I got the list in front of me. I'm following along.
All right. Well, I've got it. I've got a question for you. One of the things that I find intriguing about Weedmaps in particular, when people talk about getting into the cannabis industry, a lot of times they talk about the plant touching parts of the industry, whether the grow or the retail dispensary or even a medical side or even a lab side. But in your case, this is an ancillary company that is kind of the middleman, if you will, between a transaction. Is this for someone who is also in an ancillary marijuana related business officially? I'm finding this great that you were able to go public successfully, and now you're starting to go into the M&A world. Are you targeting more businesses? Are you going after more of a business to business focus for WM Technology now that you're public?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny is we've always been, I think, very focused on how we can help cannabis businesses. That's retailers, brands, doctors and more medical states, how we can help them grow and be successful. And a lot of our early growth strategy was the natural offshoots around having this large cannabis marketplace, which was the most and is the most efficacious way for them to reach consumers, to advertise to consumers, to increase reach with consumers. And so a lot of it was the natural offshoots of having that marketplace. Well, gee, probably they need help with like delivery and logistics software. Gee, they probably need help with, if we're going to do all this work cleaning up their data to make it such that a consumer can shop, browse, and decide what to purchase, let's help them power e-com on their own website. And so, I think a lot of our focus is on expanding that portfolio, but really I think it's centered on, and this is some of the, I think some of the really interesting aspects of what we can do with Sprout is, how do we help them better understand how to cost effectively deploy capital? How can we sort of take online actions and tie it out to offline actions and sort of some of the more technical things that frankly we haven't seen done outside of the cannabis space. And so I think we'll be breaking ground in the cannabis sector in ways that haven't been done with other consumer goods. So that's all really exciting. But I don't want to give short shrift to the fact that there's still a ton we can do to make that weedmaps.com, that consumer experience, more navigable, more shoppable. And so we're investing heavily in that side as well.
There you go. Okay, David, you've had a few minutes. Have you found a question you'd like to add?
I do, Jimmy, from your list. I have some others as well. But so
Good.
Do you think Weed Maps will ever get into the plant touching side of the business?
No, never. So we are not I should emphasize, we are not a plant touching company. We provide software and services to these businesses. I think there's sort of an overarching principle, which is we're really in a relationship of trust, especially as we've leaned into this sort of how can we be a success partner for these businesses. And people don't want to see their partner in success become their competitor. And so I think, out of is a reflection of, I think, the position we've taken and the trust that these businesses have put in us to help them grow. It just is not a natural step, and frankly just doesn't fit with what we're well suited to do, which is make good software and do good data solutions to go into the touch the plant side. That being said, I think we have a very big policy team, and we're very active in a number of states so that we can take what the rules and regulations are on the ground and build it into the software to help these businesses compete in these marketplaces. So in that aspect, we really are focused on how the touch the plant aspects work, but it's so we can make better software for those businesses.
So what do you think Weed Maps will look like? Like, what's the vision in your mind? What's Weed Maps going to look like 3 to 5 years down the road?
I think it is a sort of let me think of the right way to say this. It will sort of be the go-to destination for businesses, brands, and retailers to increase their revenue, to augment their demand. So how do I get more consumers coming in? How do I get the people who shopped with me a month ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, to come back in, to spend more? How the go-to destination for consumers who are confused. What's Delta 8? What's Delta 10? What are all these new products? Wait, you're telling me they make a tincture for this now? The place where they're going to be able to go and not just see products to buy, but actually go through and be guided to what's going to be the right product for them, what's going to help them with their medical condition, or what's not going to make them feel paranoid as a recreational or adult use user. And then separately, increased offerings for brands. We provide a pretty substantial or probably the best way for brands to sort of build voice and affinity with consumers. So expanding that piece and data solutions. Those are really kind of the big pillars that we're built upon for the next 3 to 5 year window.
Jared, I got to ask you the question. There's so many other CRM platforms out there in the cannabis space. What differentiates yours from others?
Sure. Thanks, Jimmy. So Sprout has always taken a holistic approach to building out our CRM solution. So we have customer relationship management, which is really the core platform. And then we've built an entire suite of marketing solutions around it, creating this all-in-one or end-to-end CRM type solution. So we're one of the very few that has not just CRM functionality, true CRM capabilities, but also omni-channel marketing such as SMS or MMS marketing, email marketing, push notification. We're soon going to be rolling out native application, loyalty, and a number of other marketing tools.
And of course, as we all know on this call, and anybody who's watching, this industry is probably the most regulated, certainly the newest regulated and most compliant industry that's out there. One of the things we talk about all the time here as a media company is teaching the industry that you can control your own message and share that with your already existing database, because that to me is the one thing that is available to the cannabis industry. I'm taking that you guys take advantage of that as well. Am I right?
Absolutely. So we've built a number of compliance modules that are inherent within our CRM application. So we make sure we help our clients make sure they're implementing compliant marketing campaigns and solutions.
With the new all sorts of new technology being introduced into the media world, one are these cute little QR codes that pop up on videos these days. Is that something that you guys have been looking at? I think they call them enhanced product listings, and you can actually pop the QR code on and it takes you right to a buying opportunity.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Jimmy. So QR codes are nothing new. They've been around for a very long time, but since COVID, they've really reemerged as a marketing tool and solution. So we've taken full advantage of that opportunity, and we've integrated QR codes within our application. It's both being used by our dispensary clients, and then Chris had mentioned we're also focused on brands as well. So our brand clients are incorporating QR codes within their packaging in other forms to be able to capture consumer information and engage with their customers.
Here's the $1 million question, guys, about federal reform. What's your read on it? Chris, I'm going to go with you. I mean, I keep hearing things and then nothing happens. And I'm hearing things and then nothing happens. I guess that's not that much dissimilar to everything in politics. Not that we can control what goes on in DC, but I would guess as a company the size of yours, what is your feeling about the initiatives that are going on in Washington, DC right now?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We, as I mentioned earlier, we have what I think is the largest and most efficacious policy team out there, but we primarily focus on state and local work. We do some federal work, but that balance is a reflection of where we can be most effective in helping to shape functioning legal markets. And this is something we can get into separately, but most state legalized cannabis markets still have the majority of consumer demand met on the illicit side because they don't have enough retailers. They have issues with taxation. They have issues with restricting certain category types, THC limits, not allowing edibles. We can get into all that. But as it relates to the federal side, look. Our pretty strongly held feeling is that none of the federal efforts right now will pass during the first term of the Biden administration, and I think there's a bit of a slog if in the next administration afterwards, whether that's Biden or somebody else. I think it's going to be a slog to get something passed at that juncture, and there's nuanced reasons why that is, but right now I think it's a good talking point. It's a good way for folks heading into midterm elections to maybe make themselves look a little younger, a little hipper. But at the end of the day, President Biden has not, I'm trying to think of a delicate way to put this, but during the 80s and 90s was, for all intents and purposes, the Democratic face of the war on drugs for periods of time. And I don't think that a leopard can change its spots so quickly, as they say. But there's also the fact that, look, something like safe banking, it hasn't been brought up for committee hearing. You go to committee, it passes out of committee to floor, and that sort. If it can't even be brought up for committee vote, why are people so bullish that it will happen? And I think there's some interesting stuff happening behind the scenes where I think some segments of the Democratic caucus don't want to see something like safe banking pass without criminal justice reform and that sort of thing. There are other members of the Democratic caucus who, frankly, anything beyond sort of banking is too much for them to stomach. And so I think you take even like sort of the mildest end of the spectrum of the federal bills, and there's serious roadblocks to anything moving.
You go, David. You got another one?
I do, but it's in a different topic. So I'm.
We're talking about weed business. What different talking? What topic are you at?
Here we go. So you guys went public via a SPAC, and I bought shares in that. I think it's a good investment, and I think it's going to be a great long-term investment. But SPACs have lately all of a sudden fallen out of favor. Are you happy you went the SPAC way? And what were your considerations between doing a SPAC versus a conventional IPO?
Yeah. So I should say, in a past life, I was a lawyer. In a long past life, I was a lawyer who worked on some early SPAC transactions. And the SPAC as a vehicle has gone through an interesting pathway. I think the funny thing is there's a certain, in SPAC versus IPO, I think there's some really good cases where a SPAC makes sense over an IPO. And without getting into all of those, in our case, we were going out and wanted to curate and have a investor base of investors who had strong expertise and acumen in tech, SaaS, online marketplaces. And I think the thing we found pretty quickly when we went out and sort of had initial kind of test the waters meetings was a lot of those funds, frankly, knew nothing about cannabis. And so we'd go and we'd sit through the meetings and we'd find that we'd get to the end of the meeting where we should have been talking about revenue growth plans, market expansion, that sort of thing. And we'd spend a lot of time explaining why Amazon or Walmart weren't going to be selling cannabis out of their dispensary section next week, or why you couldn't grow cannabis the same as you grow fields of tobacco. And that's one of the advantages of the SPAC route is you can take a longer period of time and have more in-depth conversations with these big anchor investors. And that was a big part of the reason of why we went the SPAC route versus the IPO route. I think in terms of the hiccups and the bumps, I think there's a lot of great SPAC stories out there, DraftKings, others, where good, strong companies putting together good, strong stories and sort of, I think have everything that a traditional IPO does. I think where we're seeing some of the issues are some of these newer SPAC stories and things are coming out. The SPACs have been raised and the SPAC sponsors are looking for targets, and let's just say it's not a target-rich environment. And so you have to maybe dig a little deeper in the sleeve of companies that are out there. And so I think that's where we're seeing some of the hiccups coming with some of these SPACs and sort of potentially not being as accurate as they could be with projections and things.
And Jarrett, with acquisitions comes the word transition. I would think that the last few days have been kind of a whirlwind for you and your group. How has a transition going, and what has been the reaction from some of the people that have been working with you for a few years in your own home office there?
Yeah. So first off, hats off to Chris. I mean, he has just built a phenomenal business. He's brought in top talent across the entire organization. It's been a very seamless transition where we've hit the ground running. We're already, very much integrated in many facets of the business and very much rowing in the same direction. And, our team at Sprout, has felt very welcome, at WM Technology and just really, so excited to be here and be part of this journey.
Yeah. And WM Technology, it doesn't have the same ring as Weed Maps, Chris, but I get the reason why. Branding is branding. Are you going to get used to the fact that people are still going to refer to your company as Weed Maps, no matter how much you try to make it WM Technology?
Well, it's really WM Technology is actually sort of the parent. It's a reflection of the fact that there's really two apps to the business. There's Weed Maps, and there's WM Business. There's sort of the SaaS solution set that we have, and the people there are saying, well, I use WM Store, or I use WM Retail, or WM, these sort of things. And so it's just the umbrella holder for sort of the breadth of things. But half of that is Weed Maps, and that is our name, that is our origin and our history, and that is that kind of unstoppable kind of consumer marketplace side. So it's we accept all names, well, the good ones at least.
I think it's 170. And I know as much as I'd like to sit here and say, so guys, how much was the deal for? You're not releasing that just yet, right?
That's right. That's right.
I had a feeling that was going to happen. Listen, is there anything that we should look for from WM Technology or from Weed Maps that we will be seeing in the coming months as far as a business strategy go, unless you don't want to share that? But it seems like this is just the beginning of merger and acquisition time for WM Technology.
Yeah, look, I think we're we have a really strong engine for growth internally. Part of the reason that Jared and the Sprout team made such good sense to kind of bring into the fold was it was a lean, hungry team that was kind of executing and driving forward. And I think that for us, we're as opposed to blindly kind of engaging on an M&A strategy, we're growing fast. I mean, we've added almost 200 people this year internally, and so there's a lot of strong internal growth. But yeah, we're keeping our heads up, and we're actively looking at areas where we can kind of do bolt-on acquisitions that add. But in no means is it sort of a kind of a blind let's grab anything out there. So I think we're being selective, but definitely taking advantage of the fact that we have a really big war chest. We're a highly profitable company. And we've got a good framework, and in terms of some really strong leaders and folks within the company, that's a good landing place for sort of acquired companies to come in and grow even faster.
Well, fantastic, guys. We're a little past our usual 420 break. As you know, the traditional 420 break, a lot of people don't know that started, in California and San Rafael, California, specifically with a couple of kids, the Waldos that used to meet at the Louis Pasteur statue, all that stuff. One of them was friends with the Dead, and then the Dead grabbed onto it. Everybody knows the origin, but what you probably don't know, and I think Jarrett from this area might have a better shot at remembering a certain artist out of New Hampshire called Jonathan Edwards, who had a song called Shanty. It's my version of 420 on the East Coast. So as we connect both coasts, we usually take our break at 420. We allow Jonathan Edwards to sing one of my favorite songs, Shanty. But right now, I do want to thank both of you for joining us here on a very busy week at the end of your week. Congratulations, Jarrett. Congratulations, Chris, on a great acquisition. We look forward to seeing the growth of both your companies, now one company, and we look forward again to keeping in touch with you because, as I say all the time, we're all in this together, and it is a whole new world of weed. And that's what this plant was put on this earth to do, was to bring us all together. And my job, I continue to do, I think, is to connect both coasts. And thank you for allowing us to showcase an example of that on our Green Rush show.
Great. Well, thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, David.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Godspeed, everybody. There's nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
The $3 gadget. It's the entrepreneurial's dream, cannabis, when you get right down to it. How did you ever come up with the idea for this one, Greg?
Long story short, I was actually using, I had a pipe, and I would sit by my window because I didn't want to stink up my neighbors. And I would try to cover it up with things like coins. I actually had a metal Eagle Scout pendant that I would put on top of it so it would snuff out that flame so I wouldn't have to dig out resin and things like that. And it actually fell out the window. And it was the day I learned that my contract job was ending, and I was all upset. It fell out the window, and I'm like, damn it, why couldn't it just attach to my hand? And then it sparked in my head, and I was up till about 4 a.m. on a whiteboard drawing out different things, trying to engineer it, trying to put out all the benefits and perks of it, how we could sell it. I brought out a tape recorder, and I was just like talking to myself for the next 3 hours. And then I talked to a friend about it, a trusted friend who confirmed it was actually a good idea, and I wasn't just going crazy. And then we went right to lawyers. We were told we couldn't talk to anybody. Don't talk to your mother, your grandmother, your wife about it. And then a year and a half later, we're here. And through the pandemic, manufacturing was very difficult. But yeah, we figured it out luckily. And yeah, we're moving. Things are great.
So why don't I walk you through it? Once you get the machine and you unpackage it, you have to connect it to Wi-Fi. Once you connect it to Wi-Fi, the app actually walks you through what the next steps are. Filling one of the buckets with water, putting in your cartridge, priming the pumps, and then you press a button and it mixes the water with the nutrients and it fills the grow bucket. Once the grow bucket is full, you just insert the little pod, you put your seed in, and you're good to go. You really have to do nothing for the next week. So we have a light sensor in there that can actually sense how much light the plant is receiving. And then at the end of the day, if it's still missing 6 hours of light, then you can turn the light on. We have a humidity sensor, we have a temperature sensor, We have sensors on all the pumps so that we can understand how much has gone, both water and nutrients. We have level sensors that allow us to understand how much water is in each one of the buckets, because there are 3 buckets and they all do different things. And through all that information, we can also understand how much water the plant is consuming. We have a button in the front. That's the only user interface that you have on the machine. Lights in the front that tell you the state of the machine. Lights on the top that tell you how much water is in each bucket. And then on the back, as you can see, we have outlets that are software controlled. And so, for example, if you live in a very dry, hot environment, you could actually plug in a humidifier and an AC and say on the app, like outlet 1 has a humidifier, outlet 3 has an AC, and then the machine understands when to turn the humidifier and the AC on at different times. And so we're making dumb devices that you can buy on Amazon for 20 bucks, and we're giving them all this intelligence because we have the ability to sense and act on the environment. And then at the end, one of the things that you have to do is just harvest the material. And so the device comes with these little snips. They're Teflon coated and everything. It comes with gloves. It comes with jars. And the app walks you through the process of harvesting the product. And then once you're done, you put it in these jars. And once you have it there, you can keep it up to 6 months.
And welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there with us. You're with us in the Green Rush. We do this every Friday from 4 to 6 Eastern time. We've got 3 more guests we brought in. And if you were watching some of the videos during the break, you've seen all 3 of them. We've got Carl nodding his head up and down. In fact, I believe the video of him just finished up. Greg is with us, and Alex of Bud's Goods, and we're gonna go. As soon as I untie my tongue, we're going to have a great discussion with these 3, but we asked Jarrett and Chris to hang out for a couple more minutes. We had a few questions that came in we wanted to pose to them. So, Chris, you folks California has had a lot of challenges. They had a lot of unlicensed folks who were selling. Took them a lot of years to get their regulations in place. And then once they did, there were a lot of people who just didn't want to go get the licenses or were having trouble getting licenses. So they just stayed in the market. They'd been open for years. Many of them had gotten listed on weed maps. There was a point where I believe the California Cannabis Commission wanted weed maps to take down the unlicensed sellers. Weed maps didn't comply right away. Then the feds sent a subpoena. How did all of that turn out? And knowing what you know now, how would you handle it again in the future?
Yeah, well, so that subpoena has been withdrawn. We actually disclosed that in our last quarter. So the DOJ withdrew that subpoena. Really a great outcome, something that I was excited about. But I think reflective of the fact of, where we are as a software company and the fact that we are incredibly leaned into compliance. I think more so than tech companies and almost any other industry. In fact, every business to be on the platform now has to go through what we call our enhanced verification process, where their licensure has to be verified and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, the California thing was a kind of an ancient history thing. California is really an interesting tale and a unique one for how it came to legalize, because, California had under Prop 215 medical cooperatives for, essentially 20 years. And when Prop 64 passed, which was the adult use initiative, everyone widely believed that all the Prop 215 shops would be welcomed into the Prop 64 framework. And in fact, there was this sort of grandfathering that allowed them to continue to operate until 2019 under the Prop 215 framework. Anyway, this is getting a little complicated, but actually when there was that letter and that back and forth, it was with respect to the Prop 215 operators, and it was still during that grandfathering period where they were allowed to sort of operate under the Prop 215 period. I think the unfortunate thing then and still now is that local control continues to be a problem. California, the Los Angeles County had probably about twice as many Prop 215 operators as the entire state of California currently has under the Prop 64 system. And there's a number of jurisdictions that are going to issue more licenses, but it's been a long and laborious process. I think something that Massachusetts has seen, for instance, if you look at some of the cities that have said they were going to move forward with even hitting the minimum flooring that's required under the state ballot question, the state still hasn't hit the minimum required number of licenses it's supposed to under that framework. But all that being said, in the California case, I think it was, nuanced. It was definitely a learning opportunity, but we'd kind of already publicly made the announcement after working closely with the state regulators that we're going to make this transition to everyone having to go through the enhanced verification process. It was just, it was frankly complicated, and it was sort of tough as we tried to figure out who had licensure, who didn't, because so many people were strung out in various stages of the licensing process. And so many local jurisdictions were sort of, I guess, moonwalking towards getting a legalization framework in, that it was a really complicated time. And so while California still needs to get a lot more licenses issued, and it's working towards it, LA may issue another 1,000 licenses in the next quarter or two. I am very happy to have kind of that kind of unsteady transitional period in the window where, I think everyone was trying to figure things out.
Sounds like it only makes you stronger because now you know how to navigate that particular issue. Hopefully it doesn't come up in another state.
Well, with the enhanced verification, it won't, simply because, the businesses have to go through that process to be on the platform. But the other reason it won't is because California is really a unique circumstance because it had this long tail Prop 215 system, but all those people weren't being automatically grandfathered in. Whereas you look at New York, New Jersey, some of these other places, the existing medical operations are, going to have adult use licenses as well. So it really doesn't become an issue.
Cool. And now I'd like to introduce the other folks on the screen, on the Zoom call, on the Green Rush Live show. And it's three entrepreneurs, three guys that have created award-winning inventions. They're entrepreneurs, and I think this is one of the greatest things about the cannabis industry is it really does feed the inventor, the creative mind, coming up with something different and new. And whether it's a under $10 item or an item that may be a little bit higher priced. And then we also have Alex Mazin with us, who is the winner of the New England Cannabis Convention's Best Cannabis Company in New England Award. And Alex, first of all, from Bud's Goods, thank you again. Great to see you again. Interviewed you earlier this week on In the Weeds. Thank you again for joining us. First of all, let me go right back to Alex and say, when you heard your name and you heard that you guys had won, what was your reaction?
I was shocked. I mean, since I've been on this journey to build a company here in Massachusetts, I always envisioned a cannabis company being synonymous with New England, because up until that point, everyone was always talking about cannabis and West Coast cannabis or Colorado cannabis, but it's never, ever been put in the context of East Coast or Northeast or New England. And so in my mind, I sort of had that vision of creating a New England cannabis brand. And the first thing that sort of came to me when we found out that we were awarded, Best Cannabis Company in New England, I just felt like this was something I manifested in my mind, and it's just coming to fruition. The only difference was I thought it would be a company, and now it's the company that I'm building. So just really honored, but I also, I know we can continue to do even more and better. And so I'm just excited that we were even acknowledged to being a New England company that does cannabis. So I'm not letting it get to my head. And I know there's so much more we can do as a company, but, I think with that said, I have acknowledged that we are a New England cannabis company, and the dream is becoming the reality, and I got to keep moving forward.
Okay.
Until the West Coast acknowledges that Northeast or New England companies do exist.
Yeah, and I think Chris had to leave, which is certainly fine. We're so thrilled to have Chris with us from WM Technology, and Jared, you could stay as long as you'd like, Jared. Just so you know, might even be able to give these guys some insight on how to position their new companies to be acquired by a major company like WM Technology. I have a feeling every single one of them on here. Look at the grin that Carl has on his face right now. Carl, walk us through your product, Anaboto Boundless Robotics. All you got to do is add water, and you too can have a beautiful female cannabis plant in your living room with that wonderful pungent smell that perhaps may be a little filtered out. Isn't that one of the neatest things about your device?
Yeah, Jimmy, you're right. And first of all, Alex, congratulations. And I'm totally into making New England a powerhouse in the cannabis industry. My background is in robotics and artificial intelligence, and we designed a cannabis growing robot for home. And so essentially, it uses a vision system. It looks at how the plant is growing, and it adds the nutrients accordingly. And like Jimmy just said, the light, which looks like an actual light that you would have in your living room, has a filtering system so we can manage the odor. The vision system lives in the lamp, and the lamp also has different spectra of light, so we can actually make the plant grow or flower when we need it, but it is completely hands off. All the user has to do is add water, and that is it, and you can get some of the highest quality stuff, pesticide free, from the comfort of your living room.
There you go. And Greg Jakes from Bull Buddy, a completely different side of the perspective of entrepreneur, if you will, because the Bull Buddy is very reasonably priced, right? Right, Greg? You did a little demo right before you came on video and in the break. Can you walk us through the product that you've got?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, it's man, first of all, though, Carl, I got to get my hands on something like that. When I was at Nikan, I was looking for like the everyman grow system, and I was surrounded by people who wanted to do like high volume dispensary stuff. I'm like, where's the thing I can just put in my den, man? Let's go. All right. So yeah, when I can afford it, I'm your customer. I'm going for it. But dude, all right. So anyway, Bull Buddy, right? So this is a little bit of an everyman's tool. I don't know if it's going to focus on it. There we go. So that's all it is, right? And it's got a little dish on the bottom. The whole idea here is you put it on your ring finger and pinky finger, just like this, right? And if you're the average person, chances are the bottom of your lighter, if you smoke out of things like glass pipes, anything, bongs, things like that, chances are the bottom of your lighter has a really ashy tip to it, because every time you want to put out your product in between hits, and rather than have it smoldering on the counter or whatever, you want to put it out. So you shove your lighter in there, causes all kinds of problems. You're going to be packing up that gross oily resin. You have to dig it out later. And the whole idea here is, so I got my pipe right here, right? So the whole idea, assuming that the filter is going to work with me on this, is when rather than shove your lighter, a lot of people shove their thumbs in there, they cover with their palm, they get burned. When you're done taking that hit, you just flip your wrist over, you cover up the bowl just like that. If I can get it in there, there we go. Yeah. And it's like a candle snuffer for a pipe. The whole idea is it makes that airtight seal. After a couple seconds, you lift up your hand and the flame just goes out naturally because you starved it of oxygen. And the beauty of it is now you're not tamping down any of that stuff. People keep bringing up things like the toker poker and stuff like that. And those are great. They're great tools, but you're still tamping down that product, and that's going to make an awful, gross, sticky mess you have to deal with. And I'm even since I come up with this and I'm presenting it to people, I'm meeting more and more people who will just throw their pipes away because they don't want to deal with cleaning it. And yeah, it's super reasonably priced. We sell them for $3 a piece. Or
$3. Wait.
That's it.
$3 a piece. I love that.
Yeah, and that's not even the best part. I mean, best part is that they're made in USA. They're made right in Leominster, Massachusetts. Yeah. So yeah, it's everything we do is made in USA. We're not going to change that. I mean, we've been pressured. Even in Nikan, we had a lot of people coming up to us asking us about China, this, that. And like, I just have no interest. Like, I want it to be made in USA forever, everything we do. And our patent is good for lots of future endeavors too. I mean, we have so many ideas on how we can expand this, make attachments to it. And man, Nikan, it was our first big event. We've been waiting a year and a half or more for something like that to really expose the world to what we're doing. And the response was overwhelmingly positive. Like we've had even a hard time at some points keeping up with it because we've just been inundated with requests and responses. And it's, I don't know, it's a life changer. That event was really cool. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, at the top of the hour, we're going to welcome in Mark Shepard, the co-founder and president of Nikan, to continue to review the show. But I got to go back to Greg. How did you come up with this invention? I mean, did you smoke a lot of weed right before you came up with it? I mean, because it's pretty creative. Yeah. So I was really tired of having to dig it out. I mean, I was going through paperclip after paperclip, and to me, that's still the unsung hero of pot tools, the humble paperclip, right? And I actually it was a metal Eagle Scout pendant of all things that I was using to cover up my bowl to do exactly that. And it was metal, so it probably wasn't very healthy for me. It probably had zinc and stuff that was burning off in that thing. There was one day, it was actually the day I learned I was losing my job. My boss had called me and said that they weren't going to renew my contract. They gave me like 3 months notice because they loved me so much, but they were just like, and so I was, and I was a little sad. And Yeah, I put my bowl down and my little metal Eagle Scout pendant just slid off the top out the window, and I've never seen it again. And I just got so frustrated with that. I'm like, why couldn't that just be attached to my hand? I wouldn't lose it. And that's when it just clicked on me. And that little whiteboard you see behind me is, I just went crazy and I drew all over it. I had a little recorder out that I recorded everything I could think of at the moment. And yeah, then I brought it to my cousin to just make sure it was actually a good idea. Like, is this something we could actually pursue? Is this something, am I just going crazy here? Or am I really onto something? He thought it was amazing. And then, yeah, we found some good patent lawyers locally in Providence. And we had to keep real quiet about it for a long time, probably like 6-8 months. We couldn't, he's like, don't tell your wife, don't tell your mom, don't tell your grandma, I don't care, don't tell anybody about it. And then once everything was secured, we could move on with figuring out manufacturing and things like that. And it was man, it's been a ride.
Does Amazon allow you to to sell those on Amazon?
Yeah, we can totally do Amazon. And the thing with us, direct sales are great. And I mean, I love direct sales, but with a $3 item, I'm going wholesale. Like, I really want to be on dispensary shelves. I mean, it is a piece of plastic. So it's heat resistant plastic, which is important to note too. It's good for up to 500 degrees. So it's not going to give off any vapors or anything. And it's a special polymer we use that has a nice little flexibility to it. If you can see that kind of bend to it a little bit. And the whole idea behind that is, if you have an odd shape, because a lot of glass and it's one of the best parts about this whole culture is that a lot of it's handmade and unique. So if it was made out of something that was really stiff, we'd have a hard time because it wouldn't be able to make that nice airtight seal reliably on all different kinds of glass. So yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, it's a great material. And honestly, I completely forgot your question. What were you saying before?
No, you did great.
You did a great job. I'm going to jump in and throw a couple at you. So just curious, were you a Boy Scout?
Yes. Eagle Scout. Yeah.
Eagle Scout. Congratulations. That is for anybody who doesn't know about the Scouts, attaining Eagle Scout status is generally a very, very big deal.
And they give you a great coin, I understand.
Yeah, I actually worked professionally for them for almost 7 years. Yeah, I was all over New England. I ran a lot of stuff for them. It was cool. Yeah, interesting organization. Not without its flaws, but man, the program itself is really good stuff.
So now that you've pitched, wait, David, now that he's pitched his product, are you interested perhaps, Alex, in carrying the Bowl Buddy in the Buds Goods, the greatest New England cannabis company?
Yeah, no, I would love to maybe come up with a couple custom Buds ones. Yeah. If that, I'm sure you're going to be getting into those things. You know, we try to balance how smoke shop-esque we are as a dispensary. You know, I feel like we try ourselves, but carrying a unique product like that would be of total interest. What we try to avoid is just turning into another glass shop, competing in that space. But that's a unique product, and I'd love to chat offline.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Greg at bowlbuddy.com. Spend a lot of
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome, Greg. Anyway, but the other side of it, a little higher price item is the Anaboto and Carl. And I guess the question would be, and Alex, I don't know if you know the answer to this. David, maybe you do. Can you show a live growing of a plant inside a dispensary, or is that one of those rules and regulations that they don't allow you to do? Anybody?
I don't see why not.
You mean like just video of a grow room?
No, I mean the actual, see it over his right shoulder? That's the item. I mean, it looks like a living room lamp, right?
I could put that on a TV screen and, show it off. There's nothing, it wouldn't be too exciting to stare at for too long.
Right, but that's why I keep saying, can you actually
put... It doesn't grow at that type of speed where it's visible to the eye. You kind of have to look away for 12 hours and then you'll see a difference.
Right. But I guess the question is, Carl, do you think you can get those in a real plant growing inside a real dispensary? Isn't that allowed?
I'm not sure about the law. I don't think so. I think we can show it with a hemp plant, just pure hemp, no THC. And to your point, Alex, I mean, I think, one of the things that we have is we can do time lapses because we are taking pictures of the plant every 30 minutes. So that's pretty exciting. But I think we cannot actually show a live cannabis plant with THC in it.
Growing the plant, at least in Massachusetts, that would fall under a cultivation license. 1 plant, 1,000 plants, it doesn't matter. The moment you start growing, it would be a cultivation operation, which doesn't fall, retailers cannot do that. So
Right. There you go. So the Bull Buddy can get in, but the Anabodo probably can't, but we can show it. So that's cool. It's pretty fascinating to me, all the different rules and regulations. And I get it. If I own a dispensary and I'm growing a real plant in my dispensary, there's going to be a knucklehead who's going to come along and just want to grab it out of the ground and, just be the idiots that we know exist in the human world and in humanity. I do want to ask you guys a couple of questions about the challenges of marketing products and including a dispensary, Alex. What are some of the marketing techniques that you use to market Bud's Goods in the area that you are located?
Oh, that's definitely been our greatest challenge since operations, because the regulations are that challenging to work around.
Yeah.
And so, not to get too far into it, I mean, we're testing everything, right? A lot of the marketing methods we can use are more older traditional marketing methods. And I think, those marketing methods really can't be measured. Like, a billboard, for example, you don't really know if it's working. You have to believe that it's working.
Right.
Where in today's world, like a standard, Facebook ad or Instagram ad, which we're not allowed to do, is fully measurable. You know exactly how many people got the impression and how many people clicked and how many people went through the sale. So, half of what we do is believing in what we are trying to do from a marketing standpoint. The second component, which we try to do, is I'm very conscious that, our retail serves our community and our neighborhood. And so it's not that important that 1 million people like a photo or that I have 100,000 followers. So the reason I'm saying this is you really just start focusing super hyper locally. So, we try to engage with the restaurants around us, with the bars around us. We try to engage with neighborhood communities. And, I think if you play your part as a business that's engaged in the community, that's all you can really do in the cannabis space. That's why I believe that many of these dispensaries that are tucked away in, let's say, industrial parks or in undesirable retail-esque locations, they're not really in a community. So it's going to be that much harder for them to connect to an audience that will ultimately be their customer. So to answer your marketing question, we are still constantly trying many different options, from print to mailers to impressions online on ads and all that. But I think what works best is how to keep people happy, because word of mouth is the most powerful tool without a doubt.
Yeah, we got the big thumbs up and a nod from everybody else in the room. David, you know how challenging marketing is. I think you want to follow up on that.
Actually, I have a question for Greg. So in Massachusetts right now, most of the product manufacturers, and yours is not a regulated product, obviously, but they're selling direct to folks like Alex, right? How are you getting your product distributed how are you getting it into retail stores right now?
It's exactly what you're talking about. It's a lot of word of mouth. It's a lot of phone calls. And honestly, it's a lot of time on the roads on the weekends. I'm popping into dispensaries. I like to call them ahead of time, because I know a lot of dispensaries get inundated by salespeople and they just kind of show up on a whim. I like to give them a heads up. I try to be polite about it so they can at least know I'm coming. And yeah, just stopping by. I have these nice little boxes that I can bring down, one of each color with some contact information and a little other content in there too, so they can kind of get an idea. I like to educate bud tenders is a big thing. We do pop-up events. I'm going to be at Apothetherapeutics next weekend. And yeah, it's my third job. So finding time to get it all done is a real key. And yeah, when we talk about marketing and advertising, I mean, this is legally a tobacco product, which means that you can't advertise on Instagram, you can't advertise on Facebook, you can't do anything like that because it's regulated under tobacco laws, which makes things very, very difficult. So yeah, it's a lot of word of mouth. It's a lot of trying to create as many personal relationships as possible. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a joint. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I was just going to say, Greg, I think one of the things in each one of my stores, I always have someone who like is very passionate about the accessories space. And so it's, you know, my advice to you is like, I'm sure I'm not an anomaly. I'm sure every store has someone who sort of not only just oversees it, but gets a little nerdy on it, you know, from all the cool different things out there. And like, just identifying that person, even though they may not be like solely dedicated to that role, there is that one person who's like just staying on top of all the fun cannabis stuff. And, you know, like sometimes I'll see employees bring like little joint holder attachments to Xbox controllers and like, you know, at the end of the day, we're all also consumers. So, you know, we're running into our own problems that we're solving.
And that's why we were one of the most popular booths at NECANN this year, is because it's an everyman product, whether you're a dispensary owner or just the average consumer. I mean, you can relate to the problem that we're trying to solve here. I mean, we were just flooded with people. It was crazy.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. A joint question, Greg, for you and Alex.
A joint question.
Joint question for the two of you. So right now, Massachusetts really doesn't have any distributors. If you're in the convenience store space, you hook in with a distributor who brings all your products in versus having every brand drop by and try to sell it on their own and deliver it on their own. Alex, from where you're, Greg, do you think that's an essential part of the business? That there be a middleman type distributor who can handle the distribution, getting the product to the stores, as well as introducing it? And then when you're done, I'm curious to hear from Alex whether he thinks it's better to have a similar question, better to have a central distributor, or do you like it better when every brand is coming in to call on you?
So as an independent business owner and creator of one of these things, I mean, the idea of having a middleman, it does sting a tiny little bit, right? But at the same time, I'm one person who still has, still in a lot of debt just from inventing this thing. So having that person, or having someone who's out there who can spread the word while I'm doing my other two jobs, I wouldn't be upset about it. No, I mean, it'd be to have someone out there preaching the word of Bull Buddy and getting the idea out there where I can't, especially where, I mean, I'm super local in Massachusetts right now. I'm hitting 495 just trying to hit dispensaries, right? But if someone can out there in like Colorado or has just a different market that would expand my business, I'd be welcome to it for sure.
Cool.
There you go.
David, I will add another thing before I answer your question. So in 2015, I started my first successful venture. I had many failures prior to, as any good entrepreneur should. I started a company called Vapor Case. Back in 2015, the PAX vaporizer was just hitting the market. It was revolutionary at its time. And I ended up creating like a silicone accessory that sort of like slid over it like an iPhone case would for an iPhone. Mm-hmm. And similarly, Greg, I just went from store to store to store and just tried to push them and get them in. Eventually, I made it into enough stores where I received a call from a large accessory distributor called Green Lane. You may or may not be familiar with Green Lane. They're basically the WB Mason or the Staples of supply goods, but for head shops. So if you're a smoke shop or a head shop, you call them, they can provide you all the papers, all the vaporizers, all the glass, and the rolling trays and the catch-all trays and the grinders, you name it. So my advice to you is I too sold a product that was $5. The value proposition on that to the retailer was really not that it was a huge moneymaker, but that it drove sales of the PAX vaporizer. So they were able to sell a $300 device and offer what appeared to have an MSRP to the consumer of $20 that they were buying for $5. And so for $5, they were closing a $300 deal. If you can figure out a way to kind of latch it on, that will help them drive a sale, that would be something I would definitely encourage you kind of create. Oh, yeah. That's just the side comment. David, to your comment about distributors, Green Lane is a distributor we use. So when it comes to accessories, I think all of those things, it's very convenient and efficient to buy from one source. Not just in terms of like getting that all orchestrated. If you were to buy your papers versus your lighters versus your trays versus your grinders, I mean, that's a full-time job versus, just going to Greenlane and saying, hey, I need all this. And so they can sort of orchestrate it. And companies of that scale are so good, you can eventually get into a rhythm where they know how many you're selling, so they know exactly how many you're shipping. So you come to an agreement of like how much money you want in accessory allocation, and they can kind of keep balancing it for you. So they like eliminate the need of a person to oversee all of that. But when it comes to cannabis distribution, I think one of our jobs as a retailer is to curate the best products, but also the best valued products. And I actually think that's what's going to separate good dispensaries from great dispensaries. And so I'm not totally in love with the idea of a distribution that covers all of it, because I think just like a good wine store is constantly sourcing, unique bottles or less common bottles, but they also have a great majority of the stuff like the vodka and the tequila and all those things that are standard. So I think in a perfect world, I'd love to see a hybrid on the distribution front where you get your standard consistent products that are just needed. But I also think there's always an element on quality control that needs to occur, and also variety and selection and rarity. Because, as cannabis consumers, that like the harder it is to get your hands on something, the more desirable it is.
Kind of like our show. Anyway, hey guys, I want to thank you all for coming in and joining us on this Friday afternoon. I wish you all the best of luck. We're a little bit late going to our top of the hour break, but thank you all for coming in. And we look forward to finding out more about Bud's Goods, about Bowl Body and Boundless Robotics and Anaboto in the months and the years to come. So again, thank you for joining us, and best of luck in the future. And stay tuned, because we've got Mark Shepard from NECAN coming in, as well as our friends from MCR Labs. We've got HR Adaptive coming in at the bottom of the hour, and old friend Rick Linney from Accounting Bud. So Green Rush Live continues after this. Don't go away. Hi, I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. And when I started Pro Cannabis Media 2 years ago, I wanted to make sure the cannabis industry had a professional outlet to share their stories in their own words. Now, since it all started with my podcast In the Weeds 3 years ago, I've done over 250 interviews. I've met some incredible people with a shared passion for this amazing plant. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard the line, "Cannabis has saved my life. Cannabis has changed my life." Well, now it's your turn. We want to give you a chance to tell your own story. It doesn't even need to be related to the medicinal power of this incredible plant. Just to give you a little incentive, we will pick 5 stories to share on our live Green Rush show on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern. If we share your story, you automatically get one of our t-shirts with that closing line I use all the time, "It's a whole new world of weed." But as the legendary Billy Mays used to say, that's not all. One of those finalists will win one of these really cool full-story cannabis storage units. It's a great way to store your cannabis in their food-grade aluminum containers. It's award-winning, child-proof, smell-proof, and has a solid contemporary design. It's a $220 value, but you can win one if we pick your story and feature it on our show. Yes, we will pick one of those 5 finalists, and they will receive this $220 value absolutely free. Now, we ask you to keep your story to under 90 seconds on video and less than 500 words in text. So come out of the cannabis closet and tell us your story, and you could win with yourstory.com. Just go on to procannabismedia.com and sign up today. You might even join us on one of our shows.
This has probably been the best weekend I've had in the past 2 years. In all honesty, it was definitely needed to get face to face and reconnect with people and just be present and
So I think there's
exposed to
one
the
very
cannabis
important
culture again, because it's
between
just
me
such a beautiful
and most of
community.
my
It's
team
key. I mean,
members
having that
and
personal
other
touch is
cannabis
what makes
accounting
a lot of our
firms,
businesses grow.
outsourced cannabis
And
accounting
it's so nice seeing.
With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies, companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience, and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms, where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
This has probably been the best weekend I've had in the past 2 years. In all honesty, it was definitely needed to get face to face and reconnect with people and just be present and exposed to the cannabis culture again, because it's just such a beautiful community.
It's key. I mean, having that personal touch is what makes a lot of our businesses grow. And, it's so nice seeing the events that are coming back. Just myself, just this week, we've been here since Friday. We probably had 150 people, 200 people stop in asking about the products. So, and everybody said, we always ask them, hey, what do you think about having an in-person show again? They're like, we love it. We are so glad it's back. So obviously we all got to take precautions, but at the end of the day, it's been great. And this is hopefully one of many shows here the rest of this year. We got Nican, New Jersey, shout out to them, and then we got some shows in New York. So make sure I see all of you guys there.
This is actually our first conference we've been to anywhere. I've walked around at some, never had a booth. Exceeded my expectations by far. I got a lot of good quality leads. I was kind of thinking this would just be a practice conference for me, to be honest with you, because I've never done this before. And I was shocked at the leads I got, and some of them are, big money potentially ones. So I'm very happy with how this turned out.
It's been very good. It's our first show ever, actually. We've never been to a cannabis show ever. We started this company right before COVID, unfortunately, and as everybody knows, that kind of put a hindrance to meeting people. So dealing with people on the internet is a lot less than dealing with people in person. So people that have been following us have actually come here to see the equipment in person. It's been very nice to actually interact with people again and meet people, shake hands and see them.
We were blown away. Honestly, in the first quarter of day one, we just thought it was a huge success. The rest of the weekend was just a bonus. Happy environment. We met so many people. We're flushed with leads. It couldn't have gone any better.
Oh, it's been absolutely great. We've had such a good turnout. We're definitely going to come back, that's for sure.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. Hi, welcome back to Green Rush Live for a Friday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. I'm joined every week by
David Rabinovitz.
And he's with us every week here on Green Rush Live. We're so happy to welcome in two guests for this half hour. We've got Alexandra Gomes. She's the marketing manager for MCR Labs. And Mark Shepard is efforting the video. But if we close our eyes, we can see his face in our heads because we've seen him running the very successful New England Cannabis Convention from this past weekend. Mark, again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Great to see you again so soon after last weekend.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, the sound bites that we've been playing throughout this hour and a half so far, or hour of the show, everybody's raving about the response that they are getting from your convention. How rewarding is that to hear for you?
It's obviously a huge relief. I guess we can certainly go with the soundbite. What, best convention in the last 18 months?
Right. That's right. Certainly the best convention in the last 18 months, because there haven't been any. But more importantly, and Alexandra is here from MCR Labs. Alexandra is someone who was also at the NECANN up in Portland, Maine. Face-to-face events in the cannabis industry are so important from a marketing perspective, are they not?
They're so important, just to make that connection with people face to face. They get to ask questions that they might normally, if they had to email us or give us a phone call. It makes a world of difference. There's no replacing that face to face connection.
And what's one of the questions when people come up to MCR Labs? I'm guessing a lot of people think that it's licensed growers and licensed dispensaries that have access to MCR Labs. But the truth is, if you are even a home grower, you could come to MCR Labs and get your product tested, correct?
Right, you're totally correct, Jimmy. And that's the biggest question we do get at the booth. Can I, as a home grower or a patient or just a recreational consumer, bring something to you guys to test? And the answer is always yes. We want to make sure people have data on the products that they're consuming.
And can I ask what the fee is for any Joe who happens to be a home grower?
So our most popular test is the cannabinoid test, and that is a $50 screen.
There you go, $50. So that's a very reasonable amount. Mark, what's some of the feedback that you've heard from your show, from your own vendors that you had at the Heinz last weekend?
You know, I've seen a vast majority of people have had positive feedback. I think, you know, some of that is because that, you know, when I say it's like the first time I had a chance to be in front of people, so it is a great relief. You know, anybody who was there, obviously we weren't looking at the same number of people there as 2019, but I have heard from a decent amount of people that it probably impacted most the casual attendee, that, you know, I was like, you know, I'm not going to go in the world of Delta and Post, whatever, I'm just going to check it out. But I think most of the people who are in the industry and sort of the movers and shakers did attend. You know, I will say I did hear from a decent amount of people who are in the industry and wanted to be at that show, but did make the choice. They just said they're just not ready yet to attend an event like that. So we do know that it was lesser of that, but I think we just had a higher overall attendance than we typically would have.
And so were you happy with the turnout? Was it 50% less than expectation, 30%, or about where you had expected?
I mean, honestly, my expectations were pretty low. So they were definitely higher than my expectation. You know, as we looked at the crowd on Friday, it was actually equal to 2019, which kind of drives home that thought that, you know, the business people came anyway. Obviously, the huge reduction was on Sunday, and even Saturday were well below what we've seen. But I think the business got done, I think is sort of what I took away from the show.
Alexandra, what were your impressions of the show as far as response go?
Yeah, you know, this show is usually a really high traffic one. And I would agree with Mark. I think I saw about 75% of the usual crowd there, and Friday was definitely the busiest day.
Yeah. And I think we're all in this same boat that, I don't know. I mean, I've been to one outdoor concert since the return of somewhat normalcy. And I saw maybe 5% of masks, but Mark, I got to tell you, I would say that the masking was 95%. Pretty much everybody that was inside was wearing a mask, and I think people accepted that. Did we lose him? We could have.
Mark?
I don't know. We could have lost him. But David, I don't think you made an appearance at this. Should you make an appearance? Because I'm sure that I know you're a busy guy.
Yeah, I had a lot going on over the weekend, and frankly, I spoke to one of our recurring guests, Aaron Goins, who was there. And he told me that everybody was masked up.
Yeah. Alexandra, I
I was
mean,
very impressed with how much what I heard about the masking. Somebody had gone up to, I don't know if it was a food stand or something along those lines, and didn't have a mask on. And they said, look, we'd love to serve you, but you need to put a mask on. Let me give you a mask so I can take your order.
right.
And I
That's
heard
good.
nobody was pushing back. There was no, I don't want to wear a mask type business.
Yeah, that's well. Lord knows we've had enough of that. And Mark Shepard had a few technical issues connecting with us, so we apologize for that. But Alexandra, since we have you, when you're in a booth at a trade show, what's the goal for MCR Labs as far as what do you get? What are your expectations going in?
So our goal is really to just connect with community as much as possible and make ourselves as accessible as possible. And kind of spread the word about our services and that they're open to anyone. And also share our educational resources that we have on our website and ones that we give out as well.
Yeah, and those were met as far as you're concerned, right?
Oh, 100%. Yes, it was a very good show for us.
Yeah, and Mark is back. And Mark, we were talking about the percentage of masks inside the Heinz, and it was upwards of 95% for the most part. I mean, we had one example of somebody going up to a food thing and not having a mask, and then handing him or her a mask. As far as you know, and being at the show, there weren't any incidences, as far as you know, of people giving people hard times about not wearing masks.
No, and that really was my biggest fear was, sort of having to be a referee in that sort of political debate or having people feel uncomfortable. And obviously we want everyone to feel comfortable, but, you get in that there typically is not going to be a winner. Somebody's going to be furious at you for either enforcing the guideline or not enforcing the guideline. Luckily, we found that the cannabis community, as usual, to be a lot more understanding and open-minded and respectful of each other than the average, I think, group of people. And I literally did not have to deal with a single issue of that the entire weekend, which was a relief.
Now, of course, you've got another show coming up in New Jersey over October 2nd and 3rd. No rest for the weary over the next few months, right?
No, and honestly, after the break we just had, we're very enthusiastic to get back to all the cities. We miss Atlantic City. We can't wait to get to Portland, and we'll be in Chicago in December. So it's just great to be back out there.
How's the New Jersey show coming together?
It's terrific. We moved out of the ACC into one of the casino hotels to kind of create a little bit more fun atmosphere around the event. Pre-sales are actually much higher than they were for 2019, but not really a surprise. When we went there in 2019, rec hadn't been passed yet, so there weren't anywhere near as many business opportunities. But we look pretty good for New Jersey, and really looking forward to it.
I believe that we have a presenter in our Green Rush Live room. David Rabinovitz, I believe, is presenting at that show. Is that right, David?
That is correct, Jimmy. And I just looked up because I've been lax about seeing what it's going to take to get down there. It's actually a 6-hour drive from Boston. So I'm going to have to leave very early. But yeah, we're going to talk about,
it's a tough one logistically, David.
Say that again, Mark.
It is a tough one logistically. I would say consider the Acela to Philadelphia, and then it's not a bad cab or Uber ride from Philly to AC.
Now, maybe I'll think about that. Look, it's a NECAN show, and for a NECAN show, it's worth the extra logistics to get down there.
Well, I can't agree more.
So I'm going to be speaking about the business and political history of marijuana in the U.S. And every time I give that talk, Jimmy gave it with me one time in Detroit. It tends to be very well received, and we're looking forward to doing that down in Atlantic City.
Jimmy who? Oh, wait, you're right. We did one in Detroit. That's right. It was a virtual thing. Because I was like, I've never been to Detroit, and I certainly would remember if I was with you. No, I remember. It was with Earl. Earl Carruthers. We did that show with him, right?
That's correct.
Mark, why don't you give us a little bit a preview of what's coming up in Atlantic City, October 2nd and 3rd? We know David Rabinovitz is business and political history of cannabis is going to be one of the highlights, but there are others too. And I believe another friend of pro cannabis media, Tarris Sargente, is speaking down there. Is that accurate?
Yes, and Tara's been just a fantastic, help and ally to us in getting New Jersey event going. As I'm sure you know, Jimmy, she's literally the definition of a tireless advocate, and she's going to be representing her organization, the NJBC, and talking about the ongoing battle of legalization and how to position yourself and the fight that still needs to happen and just all the work that's going to be done. And she's also going to be emceeing one of the programming rooms for the entire weekend. So, just great to have her energy and support for the event. Really, we haven't seen her now in almost 2 years, since 19. So it'll be great to be back down there. And that's what most of the programming is revolving around. It's very, very New Jersey specific. So you're talking about the medical program where it still is going now, the navigating the legal system, navigating the regulations, how to get in line for licensing, just everything about really for people in New Jersey to say, hey, it's like a boot camp. This business is here. The money's coming. How much of it is going to stay in New Jersey? And how do you position ourselves locally to keep that money from just being sent to, giant corporations outside of the state?
Right. Alexandra, does MCR Labs have a facility in New Jersey or is planning on?
We don't, and we don't have any current plans, but it is a state that we're definitely paying attention to.
But you're in Pennsylvania, right?
We are in Pennsylvania, yep, and we're working on Maine right now. So.
All right, that's cool. Did you ever think that it would be the lab that is one of the most important businesses as far as compliance go? I mean, I'm guessing that certainly the con guys knew that it's important to have labs because testing of the product is why the legal industry really exists, and more importantly, it differentiates from the other side of the industry. So the importance of the lab in the industry takes on a whole new element, doesn't it?
It's definitely what I believe gives the industry its credibility at this point.
Yeah. And as the industry grows, I'm guessing more and more labs will come into the space. Yes.
I think 100%. Yeah, we'll definitely need to see more labs, even in the state of Massachusetts.
Right. Hey, Mark, who else might you have speaking at the NECANN event in New Jersey?
Off my head, I know we've got another local. Dr. Umer is going to make the trip down, just sort of giving that overview on cannabis as sort of a global medicinal solution for so many things. Yep. We've got a couple of really good marketing people. Andrew Douglas is talking about understanding consumer behavior with some really good data from existing markets on very important part of the industry. You can produce the cannabis, but what finished form, are people buying and how do you market that? And then we have a lot of the usual sessions at an opening of a business. I mean, the opening of a market, insurance and cannabis. What do you need to know? How do you set up security for cannabis? How do you prepare taxes and maximize profits and expenses? Those are all going to be there. We also have a feature from another local, Nadir Pearson of the, I believe, Students for Sensible Policy is going to be talking about the development of curriculum of cannabis courses at colleges and universities. And then, as always, we have, I think, at least 2 sessions that are going to focus on, equity and social equality, reinvesting in Indigenous and Latino communities. Always an important part of our programming, just to remind people out of the get-go that we really need to set this up as an example for how industries can actually not just do right moving forward, but actually correct the wrongs that people are still suffering from. And it really doesn't take much effort, and it doesn't take much to make those key improvements at the beginning and make this an actual program that the people who were punished and hurt by cannabis prohibition benefit from its legalization. And we'll always have that as part of all of our shows.
Yeah, and that's great. And that is always the mantra of the industry too. And it's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about it and why I support the people that are in it, because it is the right thing to do. It is an opportunity, and it's time. And yet, the other side of the frustrations on that is we still can't get anybody in Washington D.C. to embrace this as much as we'd like it to. And that the Cannabis Administrative and Opportunity Act continues to kind of linger down there in DC, and the public comment period is now passed and all quiet on the cannabis front down in DC. And Lord knows if anybody's out there, you want to put pressure on your elected officials, get them to do something already, move this thing forward once and for all, because it really sounds like the more and more polls are being made, the more and more people are supporting this. And it's just it's not going away, right, Mark? We're here to stay at this point, right?
No, it's a progressive cause, and anybody can look it up. Progressive causes, once they start, they never go backwards, and they can be slowed. But we've already reached a tipping point. Everyone knows this. It's a decent analogy is gay marriage. The battle had already been won. The majority of people had already become acceptance of the fact that it was the right thing to do years before the government made the final legalization federally. And that's what we're seeing here. You've got a bunch of people in there counting their cards and saying, how does it benefit me to be the one to stand up and make this change? I'll just sit back and let it happen, but I won't lose any of my, backwards looking voters by being at the forefront of it. And they all just sit back and let it happen through osmosis rather than taking charge or being leaders and enforcing the will of what we all know is the majority of people in this country and has been for years.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, Mark, we're going to have a couple of, we're going to continue to talk and debrief about the NECAN show in the final half hour of Green Rush Live. But I do want to thank you, and I apologize again for any technical issues that we might have had. But thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing Mark Shepard and the entire NECAN group down in Atlantic City over the weekend of October 2nd and 3rd. Alexandra, great to see you again. As always, we're big supporters of the lab testing. And of course, our favorite lab is MCR. It always will be. So thank you for joining us here this afternoon as well. We're going to take another break. When we come back, we're going to bring in Rick Leneve and Scott Newman from HR Adaptive. And Scott's making his reportorial debut with a video. You're going to want to check that one out coming back. So don't go away.
Difference is building a solution for that individual. Not just a custom, here's a box, here's a video, here's how you make your VMS. We custom design and custom build every situation for exactly what the customer needs. And we keep the cost low. We have multiple tiers, as far as what you're looking at on the cost side of things. If you want a one-time, where you just pay one initial cost, we have that. If you want to maintain your system and have the highest protection and highest capabilities and highest upgrades at all times, we have different plans for you. But we scale it so it's scalable and affordable 100%.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
So I think there's one very important difference between me and most of my team members and other cannabis accounting firms, especially outsourced cannabis accounting firms. With a lot of the other firms, you're going to find bookkeepers or folks that were accountants for their entire career, but they were junior accountants. I've spent most of my career alongside CFOs at public companies, companies with thousands of employees, public companies. So much of my career wasn't spent in the debits and credits. It was spent with the CFO, CEO, COO of large public companies, working on strategy, working on planning and big initiatives, working on projects such as mergers and integrations. So that high level experience, along with being able to do the debits and credits and having members of my team that also have fairly senior experience and also members of the team that are junior and can do the bookkeeping at a little bit lower cost than some of the people with the experience, gives our clients a much broader depth of experience than a lot of the other firms where you're hiring someone that is just a bookkeeper and can't help with the strategy side of it, or someone that's been an executive for a long time and can only help with the strategy but can't help with the hands-on.
I'm Scott Newman with Adaptive HR. Today we are here at NECANN, day 3 in Boston at the Heinz Center. The first few days have been phenomenal. We've met with clients, vendor partners, speakers, and the excitement just getting back to live people after a year and a half. I think it's absolutely amazing to feel the energy that's there and really the excitement and the passion about the industry. So we're happy to be here and looking forward to meeting even more people today.
Hi, Dave from Pioneer Valley Cannabis Company here in Massachusetts. Enjoying the show at NECANN this year. Having a great show. I've really enjoyed working with Adaptive HR. They've been a great help to our business, helping us expand and grow.
Hey everybody, we're Outlaw Technology. We're here at NECANN 2020. It's been a great couple days. Got Dave Eagleson, the founder of Outlaw, right here. I'm Hans Dietrich, head of sales, and this is our stuff.
Anything we can do to help automate the process, so our customers are coast to coast, so we're not just here, we're also an adaptive customer, so happy to be in the industry and a lot going on.
Hi everyone, I'm Angela. I am the co-founder and CEO of Coast Cannabis. We are the first independent product manufacturer in Massachusetts, and we focus on using only organic and all-natural ingredients in our chocolate, gummies, and vaporizers. We've been working with Adaptive since day one. We love them, we love their support and their focus on small businesses and helping us navigate this ever-changing and challenging landscape. So work with Adaptive if you get the opportunity.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be. All right, welcome back to the final half hour of Green Rush Live for Friday afternoon here on Pro Cannabis Media. I'm Jimmy Young. Every Friday, I'm joined by my good friend and
co-host David Rabinovitz.
Thank you very much. We're getting
Wow,
so
I
much.
even got to say an extra word there, Jimmy. I got to say co-host this time.
Yes, you are. And you are the co-host, believe me, the co-hostess with the mostest, basically. We welcome in two friends, two guys. One you may have just seen do his reporting debut, Scott Newman from HR Adaptive. Scott, you did a really nice job. You'd never done that before, right?
I hadn't. I had not done that before. I was excited to give it a go, and I connected with a guy who helped put it together for me. I can't take credit for that, but I did put together the storyboard, Jimmy. It was more important. I just really wanted to get a chance to capture the energy of the show.
Right. And of course, joining us in our final half hours, our good friend, Rick Lenee from Accounting Buds. And Rick, you exhibited at NECANN for the first time. What was your impressions of that from your perspective?
Hey, Jimmy, David, Scott, good to see you again, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
This was actually the first convention that Accounting Buds has exhibited at. We created our company right before the pandemic, so I was at a couple conventions as just a participant. This is the first time I've had a chance to actually have a booth and kind of see what that was like. And I'll tell you, the experience was much better than I thought it was going to be. Having never been behind the booth before, I didn't really know what to expect. And it was a pretty cool vibe at the place. It seemed everybody was just super excited to be back in person and networking again, which kind of helped, I think, as well. But we had a good show. We had some very good comments coming through, which I can tell you about in a couple minutes. I don't want to waste everything in the first 2 seconds. But yeah, we were very happy with it.
And of course, Scott, you ran around the floor and took some interviews from some people, and I saw some of them, and I really thought that the vibe was very similar to what Rick is describing. People were just so relieved to actually have an opportunity to see each other, not on a Zoom call.
No doubt. I think the buzzword was energy. I mean, I think people have been cooped up, Jimmy, and David and everyone for, however long it's been since things went down. Right. And, this might have been for most of us really the first time to have an opportunity to get out and really network and meet, obviously, whether people had clients, meet new businesses, hear speakers, and just get a sense of that, hey, collectively, there's a ton of positive momentum in the cannabis space. And I think that was my biggest takeaway that I got.
Yeah, I got re-energized. I really did. I mean, I'm now back looking at it from almost a 24/7 perspective as far as reaching out and building our reach and what have you on our side. Scott, why don't you walk people a little bit through HR Adaptive, what you do, and your business model?
Sure. And just for the record, it's Adaptive HR, but
sorry,
it's Friday,
I'm looking at it backwards, right? It's whatever. I'm sorry.
No worries. We knew what you mean. So yeah, so our business is, we are local to you, Jimmy, in Massachusetts, based in the Boston area. We've been doing it for a few years. And really what we do is we work with small and mid-sized cannabis operators who are in growth mode and really expanding their businesses. And they're running around like crazy and don't have all the time or the knowledge to keep up to date with all the changes in HR. Really, they want to attract and keep rock star employees, how to give them benefits, how to make sure they're not out of compliance. So they turn to us so they can focus on what they do best. And they know that they have the knowledge that there's a team behind them to really help them streamline and be the best businesses that they can and scale.
Right. And Accounting Buds, Rick, why don't you walk us through what's so special about your company?
Sure. Well, the first thing is, I'll go back to the convention for a second. I was shocked. This is one of the things that I was happy about and shocked about at the convention. The number of people that came up to my booth just to say, we don't need accounting services right now, but what you are doing for the industry is amazing. And we're very happy that you guys are here and we need more of you, was astounding. As an accountant, we're not used to that kind of love. We usually don't get any sort of love. So that was kind of amazing. But what we do is your typical accounting services. So we are outsourced bookkeeping and accounting, virtual or fractional CFO, whatever you want to call it. We also do strategic planning, advisory, you name it in the accounting space, we cover it. And we're actually starting to work on something with David as well that I won't announce yet, but we've got something new, a new product coming as well.
Yeah, I think that's great because the industry is in it. They realize that they're part of a historic movement. And Scott, I'm sure you handle that. You feel the same way that when people are looking for to fill employees and make hires, they have to have the passion in order to really be functioning members of this industry. It isn't just a job. It's really a cause. Is that accurate?
Yeah. I mean, I would say for the bulk of the people in the businesses, their employees, yes. I mean, are there a few people in it just, of course, to make money? without a doubt. But I think there's a ton of people in there who have really specific reasons why they've launched their businesses. I mean, there's a ton of businesses that are a lot easier to start than cannabis operations in the States, so, that whether there's people who are doing it because, hey, maybe a family member used cannabis and now they're on a mission to basically share that with the rest of the world. You have some people in it for effort, for social justice. You have some people who just really love the vision of building a team in a new ground opportunity. So and then what they're able to do is, because they're starting from the ground floor, is they're able to find the employees who would share the same passion and then build their teams. So to your point, that's what we're seeing a lot of in the space.
Hey, David, I'm going to ask you, now that you're going through the whole process of trying to find a location and maybe even build out, a dispensary of some kind, what's the kind of employee that you would like to have on your team?
You, Jimmy.
You don't know what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
I was going to say, wait a second. You want to rethink that a minute? Because
how much time do we have here?
Yeah.
Seriously, how important is passion when it comes to, if you want to commit to a job or responsibilities, don't you feel like you have to have a passion for the product too?
So back in the 1980s, one of my clients taught me something, and he said, sales is the ability to make your client as enthusiastic about your product as you are. And if you're not enthusiastic about it, you won't be able to sell it.
That's a good anecdote. I like that.
There's a lot of things, there's it depends upon the kind of business you have, whether it's retail and you're consumer facing or not. But a lot of the general ways that businesses evaluate folks doesn't necessarily work in the cannabis space, because some of the people you may want to evaluate may not look good on paper, but you meet them in person and they could be phenomenal, off the charts.
Absolutely.
And getting people who are passionate people tend to be interested and they want to learn more. I mean, I'm a perfect example, Jimmy. I smoked pot probably no more than 5 times in my life up until a few years ago. And I only got back into it as a result of being in the marijuana business. But when I started to get into this through just a consulting gig that happened, I was amazed at the industry, right? It's the first time I've ever seen a business that's illegal at the federal level, legal at the state level, and tolerated by the feds with defined guardrails. That's what I found so fascinating about it, right? And as you know, I've learned quite a bit about it. I speak at conferences. That's because I had some passion over it. If it was something I didn't have passion over, I wouldn't be the person to hire. And so I think the first thing you want to do, it's just like when investors are looking at businesses, they're often looking at the team first, the idea second, because a good team will pivot and get the business working. A great idea with a crappy team will probably fail. So
we've talked to people like the ArcView's Jeff Finkel about the importance of team.
Yeah, team is critical, and you want people who are passionate and who are excited about it and who just want to learn more. Right? Yeah. You get an accountant that says, I don't know, it's accounting, like how hard it could be. You want somebody like a Rick who takes a look at it and says, no, it's really fascinating because you got to look at your cost of goods sold differently. And it's kind of challenging to figure out how you're going to put your income statement together. And you want to maximize your deductions because of 280E, right? That's probably why he did so well at NECAN, because he's got that passion over it. Same thing with Scott, right? You're worried about how am I going to provide all the benefits and how am I going to do all the back office? Maybe you're better off to outsource it to somebody, not who goes, oh, ho-hum marijuana, or am I going to be arrested? But somebody who understands it and has that passion for, let me tell you what we can do and how we can do it.
So Scott, as you pour over a gazillion resumes of applicants out there, how do you read passion in a resume?
Well, first of all, let me just tell you this, is that our business, Jimmy, is we're not really on the recruiting side.
Right. I know that.
So, yeah, that goes to some of the people who that's their expertise. Right. But what I would say is that, working with companies who are doing a lot of hiring, I think it's two things. One is to David's point, obviously passion is important, but there's a couple other factors. One is, do you have transferable skills? Because because you have a lot of people who just because the cannabis industry, say in emerging states, is still fairly new, but perhaps that you have 10 plus years of operations experience, or maybe you have some people who are phenomenal in retail and now they could transfer it. So yes, it's great to have passion and that's important, but you also need to have transferable skills. You got to have traits like, can you be coachable? So there's a number of things so those are some of the key things is, do you have a combination of those things? And most importantly, I think to David's point, also a willingness to learn, because if you're set in your ways, I think it's an industry that will blow by it because it's a very fast pace. It changes all the time. Regulations change all the time. The companies are growing very quickly, and there's also a lot of acquisition. So if you're not the type of person who could step into this space and be ready to roll up your sleeves, and things can literally change every day, then perhaps this might not be the industry for you. But if you are, I think there's some phenomenal opportunities for people looking to get into this space, and there are a lot of them.
Yeah. And Rick Leneve, your observations when you start talking, we were able to socialize a little bit after the show as well. And I know you got to meet some of our friends of PCM, as it were. There's a common denominator in that, is that the passion is there, right?
For sure. The passion is there. Not that was surprising to me at all. I've seen the passion coming not from the cannabis world 2 years ago into the cannabis world. That passion has been one thing that's been obvious to me from the start. But I will say two things just kind of related to what you guys have been talking about is, with regards to the passion, there's also the experience factor too. So when you ask David kind of what's different about this industry looking for people, experience. Like, it's very difficult to find people with experience, especially here in the Northeast. And I think, that goes to Scott's point about being trainable and adaptable and everything else. And frankly, I saw that at the show in the accounting space too. The number of people that came to my booth was mainly from smaller cannabis shops that said, my accountant doesn't know what they're doing. I just fired my accountant. Or my accountant told me, don't worry about 280E, put every expense into cost of goods sold. And, my jaw hit the floor. And I just the number of people that are in this industry, it's probably because they don't have a passion for the industry. They just see dollar signs. So they're not really into learning about what's going on. And they're just looking for the dollars.
And everybody's looking for their share of the dollars. That's for sure. It's one of the biggest motivating factors to get in there. Scott, you've been to a few NECANN shows, I think, in the past. Am I right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
How comfortable were you in a COVID environment in there? I mean, we were talking about it earlier, 95% plus in masks, right?
I didn't see anybody without masks.
Without a mask, yeah.
I mean, I would put again, there might have been someone who was switching one for the other, but pretty much every single person, I think it was a requirement.
Right.
And I saw actually someone, who was like, hey, make sure, their mask was down, and someone actually pointed it out to someone. So I think everybody's looking out for each other at that show. To me, it was a masks were a non-issue. Tons of the vendors, Jimmy, also had sanitizer. So I think it was a well-done event in terms of keeping people safe.
Yeah, keeping people safe and comfort. And I also didn't feel like, sometimes at NECANN shows, there's so many people there, it is overwhelming. And in that regard, and Mark Shepard actually, was honest about it. He said, look, he knew that when it was open to the public, the business side of things was strong. But as soon as you open up the public to come in on that Saturday, Sunday, the numbers maybe weren't as strong as they were in the past. And yet in this particular year, as someone who was there, it was welcome. I was like, I'm glad there wasn't an overwhelming amount of people there. And Rick, your booth was so perfectly positioned. There was lots of space around it, which was great.
Yeah, he had an end unit. I mean,
end unit was
in a great spot.
Yeah, I got lucky. There was a booth set up next to me when I walked in, and the next day it wasn't there. And Jimmy did some recording and presenting from there, so it worked out really well.
That's right. And then we had you in the background too. We set up a mock set when we did our little interview, and so it was all good. Rick, you are going to also be at the New Jersey show in Atlantic City in a couple weeks, correct?
It's 2 weeks from today. I go down there.
Yeah. Actually, Jimmy, I met Rick at an expo. That's where we originally met. Right before COVID went down a year and a half ago, March. So
it was like a day or two before they shut everything down.
So it wasn't NECAN, but Rick will be doing New Jersey. I won't be there, but Adaptive HR will have a booth up in Portland in Maine for NECAN Maine. So we're pretty excited about meeting some folks up in the Maine market.
Yeah, and what a great market that is, huh? I mean, first of all, they set records every month during vacation time, and it just seems to be growing exponentially up there. For a small, Maine only has 1 million people in the whole state, right? And yet there's still a vibrant cannabis community there, and needless to say, they have plenty of land to grow, even though the growing season isn't exactly long. There used to be a joke. I lived in Maine for 11 years. I love it up there. It's my second home, and it's July and winter. Those are the two seasons in Maine, and yet. You know what? They did pretty well in June. They did pretty well in August. And I'm going to go on a limb thinking that maybe even in September and October, they're going to set records up there now that they have a pretty vibrant adult use a program up in the state of Maine. Where do you guys go when you look at the expansion and that New Jersey, New York is still, barely starting their market, and the projections for that market are equal to California, which is just incredible when you think about how long California's been around with their medical program anyway, and having outdoor growth. If you had to pick a state that you think has the most upside, is it New York? I mean, just because of the sheer size of it, Scott?
Put me on the spot.
Sure, I am. That's what I do.
I would say long-term New York, absolutely. I would say short-term Michigan. I think Michigan, because where they are right now, they're much further along. I mean, they have I think they went over $1 billion. They're not getting bogged down like Illinois and all the licensing challenges. And, you have a couple of strong metro markets, and you have a ton of interest there. So I think, right ahead of us, Michigan is one of the most rapidly growing markets, both ahead of us for adult and medical combined. So,
if you need a good intro, it just so happens that the new executive director of NORML Michigan is a regular contributor to Weed Talk News. His name's Rick Thompson. So if you do need any intros in that area, we would be happy to make those intros for you. And of course, Rick Leneve, you're grandfathered into Michigan anytime you want to. You know that.
And I would say, actually, I may be biased, living in New Jersey and being the vice chairman for the cannabis committee for the state of New York CPAs. I think though those two markets combined are going to be gigantic. I heard someone say it, and I don't know if it's true or not, but I'll repeat it just because I heard it, that the two New Jersey and New York markets combined will be bigger than the rest of the US currently is if you take out California.
Oh, wow.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Great for you, Rick.
Yeah, exactly.
he's doing one of these.
That's right. Well, you know what? I've always said this. If you're in the industry now and you can survive the beginning of it and get to the next year and then the next year, because I really do see year over year growth every time. And even during the pandemic, that's perhaps is lost on a lot of us that, Pro Cannabis Media adapted to the pandemic, and we made it work for us. And I see a lot of others companies out there. I can't tell you how many I talked to on the floor of NECAN basically said, well, we started our company in March of 2020 and we weren't able to do anything for 18 months. And yet they were still able to survive and get to this show where they said, this is our first show. We're just so excited to be here. I heard that over and over and over again. David, you too, I know you're in the trenches of this business. You know that people are very bullish on the future of the cannabis industry here in Massachusetts and all over. Wait, you're going to unmute yourself and comment?
Jimmy, you could either have me muted or you could have the dogs barking like crazy because they're waiting. So I thought muting was better.
Muting was better, but at this point, if the dogs are barking, we know who let them out.
Right. So, your question again?
I'm just asking you for an overall assessment of the industry's growth over the last 18 months and the survival rate of the people that have been in it.
So I think it's huge. I think it depends. The survival rate of people who are in it is very, very localized. I'm hearing rumors that that the delivery couriers in Massachusetts, some of them are already having massive problems, right? They're just not making money.
Uh-huh.
And
I've heard the same.
Some have pulled out of real estate and that sort of thing. And I think we're going to go through and see a lot of challenges. I was on the phone. I had a call today. Now I'm going to have Bo Whitney of Whitney Economics. He with New Frontier Data, publishes a lot of really insightful stuff. And we were talking about a show that we have coming up that I'll leak a little bit here. Within a few weeks, we're going to do a show on the interstate transport of cannabis across state lines from one state to another state. I think it's going to be one of the better shows that we've done. And I think that issue could turn this industry on its head. And according to Professor Robert Mikos of Vanderbilt Law, he doesn't think that it needs federal legalization to go across state lines. In his view, we could ship it across state lines today, and that the states don't have the authority to block that kind of interstate commerce. It's going to be a fascinating discussion, but if he's correct and somebody decides they're going to sue a cannabis commission over it so that they do have interstate transport, you've got people in California who are complaining they can sell they sell weed for hundreds of dollars a pound right now because there's so much product out there. And back here, it's $3,000-$4,000.
Right.
All you got to do is take this rather lightweight product, get it onto a plane, ship it across the country, and look at how much money you make, which means that markets like New Jersey, where Rick is, that are just starting up, or New York, which is going to be just starting up, imagine if day one, they can get product because they can go to other states.
Right.
It changes the industry. Right.
Changes the industry, 100%. And I know there's actually a company that's going to be announced in a few weeks at Burns and Levinson that has a disruptive component to the industry as well. I'm not going to tease it any more than that, but you will be hearing about a disruptive force in the industry coming in a couple of weeks too. This is what we like to do on Green Rush Live. It's a talk show. We do it every Friday here from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern time. Scott, I just appreciate you coming on. I really appreciate you stepping up and becoming a multimedia journalist. I was so impressed with that story. I was like, man, this is great. And with no instruction, you went out there and you just did a couple of stand-ups. That was great. Whoever your video guy was, do you want to give him a plug? Because they did a great job.
Oh, absolutely. Happy to. It's John Campbell from Blind Eye Video up in New Hampshire. He's been doing it for a number of years. So he might be joining us at NECAN in Maine. So we'll have the conversation about that. But big shout out to him. He did a great job.
And thank you so much for Adaptive HR. Did I get it right this time?
Spot on.
Yeah, it's what I have to just read something in order to remember it. What can I tell you? Rick Leneve from Accounting Buds. People know how to get to you. All they have to do is watch our show and find you because you're always part of our story here. And I thank you for all the contributions you make. David, as always, a pleasure hanging out with you. Next week, we are putting together a cannabis tourism show. And I happen to think that the tourism side of this industry is going to be huge in so many capacities, and some are starting to get into it already, including a special inn in Maine that our friend Janet McAllister is involved with up in Dexter, Maine, and she would be known as the hippie chick. So we'll talk more about the cannabis tourism industry next week on Green Rush Live. But for now, for everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, I'm Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Stay tuned for this week's Weed Talk News Show. That's coming up next. Don't go away.
The pro version as well as the business version or expert version are well worth it. So check out LeafWire when you get a chance, and we'll try to get Peter, who we just saw out in Vegas at the MJ Biz Show, on here and kind of tell everybody what's new after the fundraise. But without further ado, Mr. Hill, tell us what's going on with CBGA.
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for having me on, and a further plug. I am a client of LeafWire, and I wouldn't go anywhere else. They are going to be a touchstone for this entire industry, and quite frankly, they get it. Peter particularly. I'm having lunch with him next Wednesday, so I'll make sure if he hasn't watched this that we make sure he knows your kind words. But they're spot on, and I think that's one of the reasons I did this. I'm a property tax lawyer. These hands have never touched an organic chemistry book, and they're never going to touch an organic chemistry book. But I'm from the generation that I think owes a debt to what happened. And by that, I mean the culture from, I call it the Jerry Garcia versus Richard Nixon culture. And because here's the facts. Number one, up until a couple of years ago, all of the olive acid and something called geranol pyrophosphate, which the plant secretes to protect its female flower. So it's a combination of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen that is very powerful. 22 carbon, 32 hydrogen, 4 oxygen. That's a very complex molecule. But up until 2 years ago, all of that acid would convert into the neutral forms that we know as THC, CBD, CBN, CBC, or even for that matter, CBG. But the cultivars, and particularly high-grade hemp out of Longmont, Colorado, and Santa Fe Farms, which acquired them, they mapped the genome of the cannabis plant about 5 years ago and figured out the gene that was responsible for producing the enzymes that would convert the acids to their distillates. So, gentlemen, we are literally at the inception of the discovery of fire here, because we now can commercially produce the acid form of the molecule. And the reason that's so important is this. I don't know if your viewers can see it, but that's the molecular structure of CBG. The only reason I use a dirty t-shirt is my wife gave it to me for Christmas. And as a lawyer, I said, oh my God, it's got the identical molecular structure to our bliss switches in our brain, anandamide and 2-AG, which are the master regulators for pretty much every bodily function we have: sleep, mood, appetite, any type of inflammation. And the basic reason is that we live in a biological world where oxidative stress is a 24/7 phenomenon that we all deal with in our own ways. But particularly with sleep, if we don't get deep REM sleep, our brain's never going to get a chance to clean out the body as it was meant to do. So when I saw the molecular structure of CBG and realized it was almost identical to anandamide, I knew I was onto something. But here's where it gets fun. The real actors in this play are what they call the carboxyl group, which is COOH, 1 carbon, 2 oxygens, and a hydrogen, all linked together. Because in the acid form, they exist. So CBGA is the emphasis on the A. Those acids are that molecule's there, but when it decarboxylates or internally, when we basically biosynthesize it, they disappear. Now think about it, gentlemen. If you've got a carbon and 2 oxygen inside every cell of your body, you know what they're doing? They're exploding and cleaning up that cell. And essentially what we found out is that the CBGA is an identical molecular structure to our bliss switches, except they are acid deprived. We couldn't, we're human beings. We don't produce acids, but like attracts like, and what is happening is that all of our receptors in our endocannabinoid immune system get ignited all at once. So it makes you sleep like a baby, think like a grown-up and act like a human being, which is why I'm so excited.
And it's all from hemp. Let's just clarify that, right? So you're legal under
Correct. Yeah. In fact, the irony is the cultivars were doing this in response to the 0.3 issue, if it is an issue. I think most of these are red herrings for cannabis. So the reason they were mapping the genome is to engineer, and again, we're not talking about GMOs, nothing like that, but they wanted to make sure that we were producing hemp plants that remained hemp plants and didn't go, quote, hot. So on my farm, Healing Hollows farm, we grow Matterhorn and Ellie Rays, and both of them were genetically engineered by High Grade Hemp and Santa Fe Farms to ensure that my plants never would violate the federal standard for THC. But I think one of the unintended consequences, Kurt, was that they didn't realize they were making commercially viable the acid form of the molecule, or as James Carville would say, it's the acid, stupid, which I remind myself of every day. So
how have you commercialized this? You've got product out in the market?
Some, yeah. We have a website, liferesearchco.com. We've had problems, as you guys already know. The credit card processors, they basically tuck everything under the THC tent, and they don't allow you to even quote the science. So I can't make any claims. So
Robert,
so we're on market.
Robert, I'm going to tell you a little secret, but you got to keep it on the down low. All right.
I'll try.
Next Friday, everything goes according to plan. We've got a show that will solve that problem for you, but don't tell anybody.
I won't. I promise not to, but I'll be watching. And basically, if you haven't seen my LinkedIn site yet, the chances of me not telling anybody, David, are slim to none, and Slim left town. So,
okay.
But that's the whole point, is we just want to get on a level playing field. The reason I'm so enthusiastic about CBGA is that it literally, everybody we've given it to or sold it to, and this includes a psychologist in the Roaring Fork Valley, north of Aspen, who treats pro athletes and an NBA owner, all of whom are sleeping like babies now. I have, nobody in the society is getting good sleep these days. I think Gallup or one of the pollsters basically said that the number of Americans willing to admit that they're sleep deprived or have some type of sleep disorder has gone from 15% to 50% because of COVID and all the rest. Oh. So the number one thing this will do is it prevents the reuptake of dopamine at 2 a.m. So, and that's what, it's a master switch regulator. So it knows that if my cells and in my gut are saying, I'm out of energy here, I'm out of food. Well, what happens is the brain will typically send a huge shot of adrenaline and cortisol, and then we wake up, and you guys already know what happens then. What the CBGA does is because what happens is the cortisol and the adrenaline basically send a signal to the brain, get rid of that dopamine and start helping us now. And what CBGA does, like the traffic cop on 5th Avenue in Manhattan says, sorry, Bob needs his sleep for 4 more hours. We'll work this out without him. Because I have women and men that are telling me now they've slept better than they've slept in decades, including my 85-year-old mother, who I basically, and David, don't tell anybody this, but I basically become a heroin dealer to my mother. She will kill me if I don't give her our life research Rosin.
Well, we'll have you send some up to us, and Kurt and I'll test it, and we'll be able to.
And that's the acid test, literally and figuratively. I look forward to that, actually, because here's the deal: the chances of a property tax lawyer on this show talking smack about biochemistry and having biochemists in Canada, just they asked me to come to their conference last month, and that was laughable, but I had the best time and gave them an education. Because what my job is as a lawyer is to gather the evidence and present it as compellingly as I can. And what we are on, literally the new medicine movement cornerstone is going to be CBGA, because none of us have an immune system that's been fully activated before, because prior to this, there was not a compound that was identical to the bliss switch molecules, our endocannabinoids that regulate our systems anyway. That's why I'm so enthusiastic, is because there's not a single person that I've given this to that doesn't come back with glowing results. And regardless of the economics of it right now, which are totally upside down, this has got to be done, and it's got to be done right, and it's got to be done by us.
So, Robert, tell us a little bit about the economics. When you say the economics are upside down, we are obviously a business talk show about cannabis. Walk us through like the economic side of what you're doing.
Well, again, sometimes I feel like a Cro-Magnon at the discovery of fire. So now I know the recipe for fires, but nobody knows what fire is yet or how to create it. The acid form of the cannabis or the hemp plant has never before been commercially viable. So researchers, the Israelis and the Japanese discovered the endocannabinoid immune system and that CBGA fully activates it 20 years ago. And yet the industry has been asleep at the switch literally and figuratively for 20 years. And nobody's at fault. It's that we didn't have a commercially viable plant. We do now, several of them, and I suspect there'll be hundreds within 5 years. So CBDA, THCA, CBNA even. So the acid form and the varin acid form are where the action is, because those are the secretions that the immune system of the plant is secreting to protect itself. And that plant's been around us for 660 million years. But problem one is we're literally starting at ground zero, David. Nobody knows what the acid form can do because, quite frankly, no research has been done up until now. That's number one. Number two, this industry is populated by folks that like to monetize the molecule. And by that, I mean they want to blow it up. They want to blow this up and just grab a portion of it. CBD being and THC being the two best examples. There's nothing wrong with that, but they are distillates that will not be recognized by the body the same way that the mother molecule will be. So the second thing is that most folks in this industry are so competitive that they're overlooking the fact that if they laid out a CBGA line, all of what they're selling right now would become far more bioavailable and quite frankly, their profits. The one thing I know about our stuff is once you take our stuff, you'll never go back to the distillates. You just won't, because the effect is so profound versus what the distillates do to us. And I think the third reason, David, is just simple. It's going to take 5 to 10 years for the research to get done till we have clinical research that verifies everything that the preclinical research has already verified. If you go on liferesearchco.com, Life blog page, I made it my mission to publish articles on cause and effect on everything from arthritis to autism for kids. And it's going to be an education. That's why I figure I'm 63 and my job is going to be to try to educate people as best I can and ignite the real, the heavy hitters in the industry to say, CBGA shouldn't be in competition with anything, and Life Research will partner with anybody as a white label or anyway, because bottom line is, once we get the message out that this is the cornerstone of the endocannabinoid system itself, it's not going to take people long to realize they need it.
Actually, that leads me right to that question I was about to ask you. With the consumer seeing so much about hemp-derived delta THC, so we just put an article up on cannabis.net. What are these things? 8, 9, 10 THCO. Yeah. How do you distinguish and get that message out about CBGA being, I know the other ones sound sexy, but this is the mother molecule. Yeah. And you're saying it's for sleep. Sleep is going to be the selling point.
Yeah, that's a great question, Kurt. In our ebook, if people will get our ebook, they'll see a graphic where we put CBGA in the middle and we show which portions of the mother molecule everything else uses. So as we're having this debate about the effects of Delta 8 or Delta 9, it's like saying that I'm more interested in the 2-year-old than I am the adult. And because they all are what happens, and actually it's happens twice, but here's the selling point. In order for any of the distillates, CBD, THC, CBN, which is going to be really great for sleep, very sedative, in order for them to activate our immune system at all, they have to become acids again. So I'm not kidding about the Carvel thing. So what our stuff does is it promotes that process. Thus, when we say they're more bioavailable, what we're really saying is now we have a compound that'll interact with them and create their acidic condition again so that our body can use it. The irony of this, and this is where God comes in, you know, the Hindus and the Chinese have called it the God plant for thousands of years. Or as I like to say, just because we Americans didn't invent it, doesn't make it real. Because I think the real issue is good old American exceptionalism, like Peter Vogel's of the world. That's what's going to make the difference. We got to get serious people from researchers on down. You know, I get emails from pharmacists in Bangkok and in Sydney saying, go boy, go. Finally, somebody is promoting the obvious. Well, it isn't so obvious to us consumers because we're supposed to trust in what we get, and especially in this industry, like you said, with Delta 8, we're having these false debates. Because here's the fun fact: CBGA modulates our entire systems. So one of the things it does is it negates the ill effects of THC. So if you're a medical marijuana user, but you're concerned that over time you've noticed that you're getting accumulation and side effects, this will even regulate that. Here's the way I like to put it, guys. We think of ourselves as integrated human beings living a celestial life here on Earth. The truth is we're 1.5 pounds of minerals with electrons going through them. Our stuff allows those electrons to function at their best at all times. And as I say, that's why any form of oxidative stress inflammation will go bye-bye if you take CBGA and combine it with mushrooms, essential oils, THC if you need it, CBN if you need it. The point is, this is the mother molecule for a reason. She takes care of her children.
Right.
Last question, Robert. I think we're about out of time. If you make it big and we do a movie, can Sir Anthony Hopkins play you? Because it's uncanny.
I'm holding out for Jeff Bridges because I had a dream the other night that God empowered the dude to walk the earth and make sure that we get this right. Or he picks us up and drops us into the Andromeda strain where we pop like a cosmic zit. So yeah.
Appreciate your time. Go ahead, David.
Thank you. Have a great day. Keep going, guys. This is very important what you're doing.
Thank you. Well, listen, it's 4:20. We're going to take our 4:20 break. Don't go away. We'll be right back on the Green Rush. And we have got a phenomenal guest for today's show.
I'd forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, you know, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car, I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean, I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Every night and day, we're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WS.
Pro Cannabis Media Programming and PCM TV is supported by Revolutionary Clinics, Massachusetts' #1 medical dispensary where the patient comes first, and by Salient Systems for Video Surveillance. You've got regulations, Salient has solutions for your security needs. And by Accounting Buds, your #1 CPA specialist for the cannabis industry. And by Artery Pay, easy, cheap, fun, and legal, just like cannabis should be.
Hey, thanks for sticking with us. This is David Rabinovitz, your host. We've got another great episode. So now I'm going to let the cat out of the bag. We have a special guest today that we're going to devote the episode to, and that's Dina Martin. If you don't know Dina Martin, you may have heard of her in the news back in 2018. Dina was running the largest marijuana home delivery operator, definitely in Massachusetts, if not the East Coast, and maybe even nationally. They became very successful, unlicensed. The feds came in, arrested everybody. Dina had to plead guilty this year and accept a federal prison sentence. And there's been a lot written about her in the paper. I know her son, so I had kind of a little bit of an inkling of what was going on. I met Dina a few years ago, and when I heard that she had pled out and what the sentence was, we reached out because we think this is a great story. It touches a lot upon what's going on in cannabis, the heavy hand of the law, people trying to do the right thing. And if you read any of the media coverage, it paints her many ways in just in a demonized way. And there's other pieces of this story that we wanted to get out. We've got a couple other guests with us. We had Steve Mandilli. If you're in Massachusetts, then you know Steve. Steve's a war veteran, also very much a cannabis advocate. And then we've got Zack Huffman. Zack's going to tell us a little bit to just get started about the newsletter he writes for. I believe they're out of the Midwest. They've just started an edition focused on the New England markets. They're doing a great job. I happen to come across it because my name got mentioned in one of their articles just inadvertently. And I reached out to Zack, and I thought it'd be great to have him join us. So we're going to start quickly with Zack to tell us a little bit about his article, and then we're going to jump right into it with Dina. Zack, tell us about the newsletter.
Sure. So it's grown in, and you'll have to forgive me. My sound levels are all screwed up. Do I sound okay?
You sound fine.
Excellent. I have new equipment I'm dealing with, but yeah. So grown in, it's a cannabis industry newsletter, just like David said, and it started about 2 years ago out of the Midwest. So at that point, it's covering, in the Midwest, we're covering Illinois, Michigan, Missouri. We just started covering Ohio. And then about 2 months ago, we expanded and started the New England newsletter, which is where that's when they brought me on board, because I'm already a New England guy. I actually live in Randolph, Massachusetts. And so I'm just, last 2 months, just kind of figuring out the beat. I've written a little bit about cannabis here and there, but now that I'm, doing the newsletter, it's kind of a crash course in all 6 states in this part of the country.
You're on mute, David. I'll tell you first, Zack, that all you got to do is drop Rabinovitz's name in an article. It's like Syndication Central, Google News, Flipboard. just keep doing that. Drop some names.
All right.
Yeah, no, he reached out to me and he's like, "We got to talk." And I'm just like, "Oh man, what did I do wrong?"
Yeah.
So, and Omar just joined us. Omar is the local reporter for MJ Biz. So we've got it. Like I said, we got a great cast. Steve, before we jump in, anything you want to add in, or you want to wait till we want to pull your opinions?
I'm gonna wait for my turn. This is great. I want to jump right into Dina's
Great.
story.
And Bill Downing just joined us. If you are in Massachusetts, then you know the name Bill Downing. Bill Downing is one of the longest standing advocates in the state, one of the founding members of the Massachusetts Cannabis Reform Coalition, and somebody who's been arrested many times trying to get us to where we are today, which is legalized weed. But before we start to get into some of this, we're going to go to Dina. Dina, just give us a quick introduction and tell us a little bit about where you were in life a year before you got into Northern Herb and what actually got you there.
All right, well, let's see. As you know, my name is Dina Martin, mother of 4. I have 4, my children are all grown, ranging in age from 23 to 33. A year before I started Northern Herb, my husband and I were operating a bakery, restaurant, catering business out of Pawtucket, Rhode Island, after having moved it from Boston. And the companies weren't doing well. They were circling the drain. We had been in business for a long time, had many years of great success, but had lost a major retail client and were struggling to keep our heads above water financially. When Massachusetts first passed medical, I approached my husband and said, this might be a business we might want to think about transitioning into. At that point, my kids were much younger. My older were teens. My younger were sort of, late middle school, and he wanted no part of it. He said, "No, I don't want to send that message to our kids." So I said, "All right." We were very much partners in business. And I said, "No, if you say no, then no, it is." A year later, my third child is my youngest son, is a very competitive wrestler, got a concussion, and then he got another concussion. And after the second concussion, the symptoms were just unmanageable. I mean, he was just unrecognizable, behaviorally, emotionally. It was devastating. Yeah, there was a suicide attempt. And at that point, I was desperate. I'm just desperate to figure out how I could help him. Now, Bill factors very large into my early days, because he, as the founder of Yankee Caregivers, he was the first supplier. He did what I did before I did it. And he was the supplier to my sister, who, with Bill's help, was able to wean off of an opioid addiction. And that opioid addiction had estranged my sister and I. As a matter of fact, I had threatened to take custody of her daughter away if she didn't straighten out her act. So she turned to Bill, and Bill helped my sister transition from, I think it was somewhere between 10 and 20 prescriptions to 2. To this day, my sister is doing well. And in the context of what was happening with my son, my sister urged me to reach out to Bill to see if there was anything that he might be able to do for Keith. And he did. I went to CBD Please. I still remember it. He gave me gave me 10 vials of oil. And, at the time my son was 18, and I gave him the option of trying it or not, because, he's an adult and I didn't want to force him to do anything. He was old enough to make his own decision. He opted to try it. Within 48 hours, the headaches, the sleeplessness, the sensitivity to light, the mood swings were all gone. All gone. It was as if the clouds parted and the angels sung, and my son was smiling again. And that was the beginning. That moment was literally the beginning for me.
Go ahead. Sorry. Your story, and we've come to the point where you've accepted a plea deal with the government. First of all, how are you doing? The stress, the anxiety of the last couple of years, how are you doing right now today? How do you feel? Relieved, happy, pissed? Like, where are you at right now?
Right now, I'm acceptant, I guess is the best word for it. I mean, I've been living with this for 3.5 years. You can't be in fear forever. Once something scares you once, it cannot scare you again. And I'm past the point of being afraid of this. It's just time, I'm very happy to see, Stephen represented here because, at the moment, I'm actually being considered for the White House's clemency program. Weldon Angelos, who is, the activist behind Mission Green, has selected me as one of the first clemency applicants that they're going to be submitting to the White House before the end of the year. So in context of that, I have had to go out and to, my sort of community and ask for letters of support. And what I did was I reached out to a young man by the name of Eric, who was one of the first veterans that I had the pleasure of working with. He maintains a good friendship with Nathan, and he and I talk. I was there when his mom passed away. We still maintain a relationship, and I asked him to write a clemency letter. And when I read that letter, he basically said if it weren't for me and for Northern Herb, he wouldn't be here. So how can I look at 2 years of my life and say that it's not worth the rest of his? He's 30 years old. So, do I want to be away from my family? No. Do I want to put my life on hold? No. Do I want to eat beans? No, I don't. I don't want to, take showers with 40 other women. No, I don't want to do that. But I don't want Eric to be dead or anybody else who might have been dealing with a life-death situation that cannabis helped them through. So I'd be lying if I said that the price I pay isn't worth it. It is, it's worth it. So how hard can I really complain?
And just so the viewers know, you accepted 4 years and you think it'll be around 2?
Yeah, yes, there have been some programs that I was accepted to, and then with Good Time and the First Step Act, most likely that the serve time would be 2. It's really not the judge or the prosecutor who decide how much time I spend behind bars. It's the Bureau of Prisons. And with COVID, and considering that I'm 53, I'm also represented by Wendy Gollenbach of the Justice League, who's working toward, toward mitigating my sentence as best as is reasonable. I believe it will be 2 years. And of course, that's presuming I'm not awarded clemency. I'm one of 12 applicants being brought to the White House before the end of the year, the only woman. So do I have a chance? Yeah. Is it a big chance? No, but it is a chance. And then there's also the possibility that legalization in some form happens before the end of my sentence, in which case expungement is a major component of all the major pieces of legislation being considered at the federal level. So the chances that I would be considered for some form of resentencing, I think, are pretty high. So I hang on to hope there. But the reality is that, how fast did COVID go by for all of us? How long was that? 18 months, 2 years? You look back, it may have seemed like a long time at the moment, but time flies. It's fast when it's behind you. It's a long time when it's in front of you. And at some point, this will be behind me. And I'm sort of determined at this point that, if it's going to happen, I don't have any control over this. It's not an eventuality. It's a reality. So I have to make the best of it. And, there are people out there who have suffered for the same sacrifice in a much more profound way than I'm being asked to. So, for example, Weldon was unfortunately sentenced to 55 years on a mandatory minimum for 3 very relatively minor cannabis offenses that involved a weapon. The judge actually resigned because his sentence was so egregious. He spent 13 years in prison, and he didn't know until he was pardoned by Obama that he was going to be pardoned. So imagine living with that weight as a young man, the weight of 55 years. So really, I'm okay, and I will be okay.
I tell people if people are pulling up your name now and Googling it, it seems like a lot of the stories written, Massachusetts they really stressed the payroll tax, the income tax, much more than the marijuana seems to come at the very end of every story.
Yeah.
I gotta call you like the Al Capone, like they're getting you on using the bill box.
Yeah, no.
How do you feel like that? How much was marijuana? How much was income tax and payroll tax evasion?
Well, it was 1 tax charge, 3 money laundering charges, 2 marijuana charges. And don't forget, the marijuana charges are under Schedule 1. So the mins are on the marijuana charge. If it was just the tax charge, I might get a year and a day, or I might get probation. But, I think that, and during my sentencing, the prosecutor made the point that they considered this to be much more of a tax case than a marijuana case. I can't speak for them as to why they would say that, except that there are 2 things that accomplishes. First, it makes me a bad guy to you. Whether you, the average individual, uses marijuana or not, when you make me out to be a tax cheat, you make it out that I'm stealing from you. So that's easier to make me a bad guy that way. Because if you can go to a dispensary now and you can buy marijuana, that's not the boogeyman anymore. The boogeyman is the one that you fear. And the one that you fear is what takes away from you, what you think you're owed. So that accomplished that. But it also allows them to really slap me with all kinds of fines. And should marijuana become legal, the money laundering charges fall, the Schedule 1 charges fall, the tax charge does not fall. So that allows them to maintain the snare around my ankle. And I really believe that that's what's behind it. Now, I don't disrespect the judge. I don't disrespect the prosecutor. They had jobs to do. I gave them a job to do by being in a place doing something I really shouldn't have been doing, except that that's not the whole story. How do you pay payroll taxes on an illegal business? How do you do that without committing more crimes, right? So now I pay payroll taxes, and I'm pretending to the government to be an entity that I'm not. And now you're talking about more money laundering charges. Now you're talking about identity theft. And for example, we use PO boxes, and I had people offering to give me identities. Oh, Dina, don't take those PO boxes out in your own name. You're just leading them to you. I will get you fake IDs. And I said, yeah, that's exactly what I need to be charged with an identity theft charge for every PO box I open. There's a difference between doing what you need to do to accomplish your mission and then being completely evasive. I was not trying to be evasive. I did what I did right out in the open. And I didn't file payroll taxes because I'm going to file a 941 under a false corporation. That's another crime. And I didn't want to commit crimes I didn't feel I had to commit. Now, as far as the payroll, the income taxes were concerned, they seized my records. They seized all my records, my online records, my physical records. There was no way I had enough data or backup to actually to file taxes, income taxes. So I didn't evade them. I just didn't file them, which is not the same. But when you're in a position where you're looking at a mandatory minimum of 11 to 12 years, and they say, well, we're going to add this charge to you, but you're going to have to waive your right to be indicted for that charge. But we're going to offer you less than half of the mandatory minimum. Are you going to say no? Do you want to sit in prison for an extra 6 years on a technicality? No. But the irony is that the very day that we were raided, that very day, I was sitting in a tax attorney's office, working to negotiate with what I owed the IRS, because the businesses that I own that failed left me with a significant tax debt. Not on me personally, but on my businesses. And once businesses fail, if you can't pay taxes, what happens is the government eventually assesses you personally. Those taxes are not dischargeable in bankruptcy. They were going to follow me around for the rest of my life, which is probably 20% of what I hope to resolve with Northern Herb. So in other words, I had been saving money with the intent of, as I operated Northern Herb, with the intent of paying this debt off. Now, you can believe that or you cannot believe that. I'm telling you, that's the truth. That morning, I was sitting in an attorney in Quincy's office saying, I've got half of what I owe. Tell me what I need. I need you to take this, offer it to them, and let's create a payment arrangement for the balance. That's the truth. I literally went from that tax attorney's office to that office in Hyde Park that you've heard so much about. And that's when the raid happened. So I'm not the boogeyman. I'm not trying to steal money from any of you. And we're talking about FICA taxes, which is money that
Social Security.
It's Social Security, right? It's we're not talking about me, stashing millions of dollars into in a safe.
Oh, you're stealing from the seniors, I see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right.
Like that hasn't been made a cottage industry out of by the politicians. Sorry.
Yep.
So let me jump in for a minute. Steve, do you want to add do you have any insights or anything you might want to add to the discussion about what, Dina talked about the letter she had from the veteran. Do you want to add anything in on that? And Bill, I want to give you an opportunity as well after Steve, and then we'll turn to Zach and Omar.
Sure. Thank you, David. Thanks for having me on. Dina, you're a hero for what you did. There's, just like that veteran wrote that letter to you, that you helped save his life. Cannabis did the same thing for me. I had tried 57 different medications over a decade. And when I first started the cannabis, it was to get off of fentanyl, oxycodone, Xanax,